Welcome to day 2 of the Airthings Masters. What are you up to, David Howell?
Sorry, Kaya. I was just setting up a little Easter egg for our viewers.
All right, something special for them?
We're predicting the future. We predict that the position on the board will happen at least once today.
All right. Can you spot David Howell's little Easter egg in the studio? This is the second day of the Airthings Masters. 2 players will be knocked out. So welcome to the action of the Airthings Masters.
Magnus really looking happy with himself.
The king can't move. Wait. This move is breaking the rules.
Whoa, everything under control, but suddenly the position has changed. This just looks glorious for white.
Big choice from Arjun guys.
There we go. The avalanche continues.
There's a big threat on the board.
He's taking
Whoa,
it.
Magnus Carlsen is furious.
He's going straight for the kill. Wesley So has blundered. He's blundered his knight. White king is trapped. This is checkmate blundered.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius. And he certainly started off with some genius chess yesterday. Magnus Carlsen, he had a fantastic first day of the Airthings Masters. And here again to guide you through the second day of the tournament, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Tanya Sachdev, and Grandmaster Robert Hess. And Robert, what did you take away from the very first day of the 2023 season?
We saw some brilliant chess, some absolutely dominant performances from some of the best players in the world, and some surprises like Arjun Erigaisi sweeping Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah. And today, Tanya, the first 2 players will be knocked out of the tournament. A lot at stake today.
So much, Kaya. They've used that one life. They're on their very last chance at that championship now. They have to block out what happened on day 1. Give it their all. It's go big or go home for these 4 players.
Ooh, yes. And David, you commented 2 seasons on the Champions Chess Tour with a time control of 15 plus 10. Yesterday, we had 15 plus only 3 seconds increment. Did you like it?
I did, Kaya. It's faster, it's more furious. But yesterday, there was still a very high quality of chess. We didn't see too many one-move blunders. We saw the players adapting to that faster time control, and it's only going to promise more drama for us here in the studio, but also for the fans.
Yeah. And we still have 8 players in Division 1 in the Airthings Masters. They are spread out across the world, sitting in many different time zones. Magnus Carlsen, he has actually traveled to Canada to visit his friends, the Chess Pros, and it did seem like he enjoyed himself yesterday, Tanya.
He's got his cheerleaders with him. Now, rumor has it that he is in Canada for the Pro Chess League as part of the Chess Bra teams, but I also hear that he might be there to have a little bit of fun.
Okay.
So it's really going to depend on how disciplined he can be, how much partying he's doing, but it worked out to perfection on day 1.
Yeah, and it was a team effort yesterday to get all the technical stuff working for Magnus Carlsen. He is the reigning champion in the Champions Chess Tour and started off the season in great fashion.
Talking of direct threats, that rook on e6 now, the white rook has landed on a square that the white knight used to occupy, but still an outpost, still defended by white's passed pawn in the center, and of course by his bishop. And even if black trades off that rook, it will just be replaced by an equally powerful pawn. Magnus centralizes his knight. Wow, nice move. And adding even more pressure onto those 2 kind of most important defenders. Exchanging pieces as well, as Robert mentioned, helping when you're ahead on material.
Serrano, I think he is completely hopelessly lost. I don't say that very often as a commentator, but this position, he's getting obliterated in this one.
This is checkmate incoming. Serrano's down to 1.5 minutes, and the clock is not even his biggest problem.
Magnus did get his rook to the 7th rank, and Serrano has resigned. Wow, piece sacrifice. And Anya, your first instinct was what? He's given up a bishop, his London bishop, for 2 pawns. It's total chaos, despite the reduced material, and black's king is on the run. It feels like Erigaisi, the nerves are kicking in. He's giving a few checks to gain time on the increment.
Knight on d8 now.
Firouzja leaning back though, and
It's over. He won a piece.
He won a piece. The black king now cannot take that white knight, because then you lose your bishop. And Erigaisi, we almost missed it there, but spun it in his favor.
Wesley So may be the single worst opponent to play when you need to win.
Wow.
Robert, what a move.
What a move. I love it. He's just breaking open the center, targeting that d3 pawn and says, come and take my c4 pawn. Not only do you double up your own pawns, but watch out for that pawn in the center.
Wow, we're all reacting here in the studio because Ralph is maybe out of desperation, sacrificed a piece.
Whoa.
He's given up his knight just for a couple of pawns.
Knight and king versus king, you cannot win that. It is a draw, and that means Wesley So moves on.
What a day we had. First day of the Airthings Masters. And I want to introduce you guys also to our fourth expert in the studio, our international master, Ivanka Hauska. Who impressed you the most yesterday, Ivanka?
Oh, it was such a frantic day yesterday. But I have to say, the person who I really liked and really enjoyed watching was Hikaru Nakamura, because he wasn't playing from his normal home. He was playing from California because of personal reasons. But he still managed to put all that behind him and just demolish Gukesh.
Yeah. Crushing win for Hikaru Nakamura in his match yesterday. Same for Magnus Carlsen, winning in only 3 games against Sarana. Wesley So got that one win he needed to win his match against Rauf Mamedov. But the biggest surprise yesterday must have been the match between Arjun Erigaisi and Alireza Firouzja. The two 19-year-olds, Arjun winning all 3 games.
I mean, it was actually quite shocking. I mean, not the fact that Firouzja lost, but the fact that he lost by such a margin. I mean, he is, after all, number 4 in the world. But he has been in somewhat hibernation, and I think the rust really showed. So today, the heat is on for him.
Yeah, and luckily for Firouzja, he does have 2 lives because this is double elimination. That means you can lose 1 match and still win the whole tournament, but the second you lose a second match, you are knocked out of the Airthings Masters. So the 4 players who won their matches yesterday, they will play winners semifinal starting later today. The 4 players who lost yesterday, they were knocked down to the losers bracket and will play losers round 1 starting in 8 minutes. And first of all, we have Sarana against Firouzja. What do you expect from this one?
I mean, this one is going to be wild. I mean, both players have very aggressive styles. Sarana, this could be a career-defining moment for him. So he will want to be doing well, especially with the white pieces. And when it comes to Firouzja, well, his pride has been hurt and he needs to recover. And one of the things about Firouzja is that he's a little bit impractical, and that keeps his opponents on his toes.
And for Sarana, you mentioned it could actually be quite important for him. We know the 2 players who go home today, they get home with $7,500. But for him, earning even more money could be important.
Exactly. I mean, this type of money could actually mean that he could employ a second, he could perhaps get a team behind him. It just gives him opportunities that he might not have had otherwise.
Yeah, a lot at stake today for Alexei Sarana. A total of $235,000 is in the prize fund in the Airthings Masters. And we also have to mention the other matchup in the losers round 1. Mamedov against young Gukesh.
I know, again, another thrilling matchup. You have Mamedov, he's very much a romantic player. He likes the coffee house kind of chess where you just throw your pieces at the king. And I have to say, Mamedov actually came very well prepared against Wesley, and he could have turned that match around. And when it comes to the 16-year-old Gukesh over there, I mean, that kid is just running at a fast pace. You know, of course, he won the play-ins, but yesterday it was his off day. But, oh boy, this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, at only 16 years old, a young chess genius who has, and you brought this with you today, Ivanka, he has composed a quite sophisticated study.
Yeah, I mean, it's super sophisticated. He composed it when he was just 15 years old in honor of the Dutch Grandmaster Jan Timman. Now, the position that you're going to see ahead of you is actually the end of a study that he did that was actually like 13 or 14 moves long. And here we've caught the very end of it. It is white to play, and it's very sophisticated, very difficult. So get your friends round, solve together, and I'm going to give you a small clue.
Okay.
And it all hinges on this black knight stuck there on h4. It's kind of offside, it's not doing anything, and chess is all about timing, and now is the time for white to strike. So enjoy this complex puzzle, courtesy of Gukesh, but I hope you guys all enjoy it.
Wow. We are challenging all of you at home to take a look at this study and find the next move for white. A fantastic study composed by, at the time, 15-year-old Gukesh. And we will pick a winner. Tweet your answer using #ChessChamps. And one winner will go home with an Airthings device signed by Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus Carlsen, he is definitely one of the big favorites to win the whole Champions Chess Tour 2023. I can ask you to write how you think the top 5 overall standings in Champions Chester will look like this season.
Is Alireza playing? Or is he into fashion now?
Should I put myself?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll go with Magnus.
Okay, first one is a long name.
My mother is watching us, so I have to be careful. You know what? I can be confident, no? I can put my name.
Of course.
You know, I just beaten Magnus here in Makanze, so I'm returning a favor there. Returning a favor to a good old friend.
So you have Nakamura on top. Why is that?
Yeah, he's just been like winning all his events. Whenever I see him play, he wins. So he's probably gonna take this one as well.
Ding has bad internet, so he is left out.
I just put myself in the middle.
You need confidence. So Magnus, Hikaru, Prang, Alireza, and Wesley So.
Yeah.
Your handwriting is very nice. I have to say. That's your only bet.
Yeah, that's my only bet.
All right. Look at that. Magnus Carlsen, a little arrogant or refreshingly feisty, David?
Well, it's the top players, they don't lack for confidence, do they? And they do back it up on the board, so fair play to them.
Definitely. And one name that actually many of the players put in the list there was Jan Nepomniachtchi. Where's Jan Nepomniachtchi? He's not playing Division 1, he is playing Division 2 in the Airthings Masters. Some huge names competing also in Division 2. And he did win his match yesterday against Alain Pichot. Was there any big upsets, would you say, Robert, in Division 2 yesterday?
I think Vladimir Krumnik losing his match against Salem. Now, Salem is a monster. It's not a surprise that he won, but I think the many fans of the former world champion will be saddened to see Vladimir lose and go to the losers bracket.
Yeah. And there were some upsets also in Division 3. There's also a Division 3 with 32 players. And there were some upsets yesterday.
Yeah, 32 players, no more, because players like Liam Lay, Alexander Grishuk, Vincent Keimer all had to leave the tournament. They suffered 2 match losses. They're gone.
Some huge names, but we are following closely Division 1, and coming up first today is the losers round 1. Sarana against Fallujah and Mamedov against Gukesh. Later today, Wesley So is going to play against Hikaru Nakamura in the winners semifinals. And you actually gave me some info a minute ago, Robert. Wesley So is currently playing some chess.
He is. He's playing bullet chess on chess.com. I saw him getting warmed up for Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to have to be perfect in time trouble playing against Nakamura, who is the speed chess champion.
Wow, so he's actually, do you think that's the reason, David? He's actually now warming up to face Nakamura later today?
Yeah, there's mixed opinions on this, whether it's actually a good form of preparation. I remember during the candidates for Fallujah staying up all night, playing hundreds of bullet games, and then falling to defeat the next day when it came to classical chess. But it's fair enough. He wants to get some confidence. He wants to get those mouse skills working, and you need him against Nakamura.
Yeah, but first, it is losers round 1, and on the losers round 1, they play best out of 2 rapid games, and the winner will go through to the losers quarterfinal. The loser in the match today will be knocked out. We're going to follow the first game between Alexei Sarana and Alireza Fallujah. Fallujah had a bad day yesterday, so what do you expect from him today, Tanya?
I'm expecting an angry Alireza today. That was the shocker of day 1. All the favorites went through, won their matches in dominant style, and Arjun versus Alireza was the big match which stunned us all. And just the style in which Alireza lost as well. I mean, 3-0. That was unbelievable. So I'm expecting an angry Alireza looking for that win. But he's playing against Sarana, and Sarana is a dangerous opponent.
What kind of styles are up against each other in this match, Robert?
It's interesting because Alexei Sarana is extremely well prepared. Alireza Fallujah doesn't get that same nod for his opening repertoire, but you get him into a middle game where it's a neutral position, both sides having to calculate, Alireza is at his best.
And it's been a little bit, it hasn't been a while since we've seen the best of Fallujah, though, David.
Yeah, we saw glimpses last year. Of course, he did play in the candidates in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He was on fire, just crushing everybody there. But it's just few and far between his tournament appearances, and that's why the rust builds up. And the longer you go without playing, especially as a young player, the harder it becomes. And we saw that yesterday. Erigaisi just blew him off the board with some really impressive tactics. So he'll want to come back today. Firouzja, he will be better. That's guaranteed. And he'll also be a bit angry, which tends to help the top players.
I'm looking forward to what is angry chess? How do you play when you're angry?
More aggressively.
1G4. 1G4.
Here we go. This is day 2 of the Airthings Masters Game 1 on the losers bracket. And here we go. We have some moves on the board.
We do. It's a Queen's Pawn opening. It's the Queen's Gambit. But the Queen's Gambit declined so far. White here is very flexible. The knight comes out. They call this the main position, or at least Alexander Grischuk does, because Black has 6 or 7 very viable moves here. What are we predicting?
It's a big moment for Black to decide, because you can develop the bishop just 1 square ahead on e7, David, and that becomes the Queen's Gambit declined, as you're mentioning. Or you could be more aggressive and take it all the way to b4 to pin that knight on c3, and that would be the Ragos in. And I see Ali Reza slowed down already, so he's thinking about what his approach will be. Or will he just capture the c4 pawn?
Yeah, he's none of those. But he's also going for one of the most trendy variations. Wow, okay, a capture here. Queen takes d4. Bring the queen out early. Comes with some risk attached. Warning there that your queen will get kicked about a bit. But this is still very well-known territory. There's been a lot of debate about this opening over the last couple of years, I would say.
And David, you said yesterday you're not a fan of the isolated pawn. We see this pawn on d5, the queen's pawn, it's all alone, which means it's hard to keep defended. And look at White's forces, all of them staring down at that pawn. So that is where the central tension lies. It's all about, is White going to be able to win that pawn? And will Black get compensation if that pawn is indeed lost?
Yeah, and it will revolve around that square, and maybe the square in front of that pawn. Often, if you can blockade an isolated pawn, you're doing well in terms of stabilizing. Here, White gives a check. Serrano has played instantly up to this point, showing confidence. We mentioned he's just a monster with the white pieces. He's up there with the very best in terms of opening preparation when he has White. Maybe less impressive with Black, but here already Firouzja thinking, I'm expecting him to just block this check. The Black knight sitting at home, asleep on b8, comes out. There we go, knight c6. And yeah, here White will have a couple of moves. I do believe that you can just push your e-pawn forward 1 square, maybe even 2 squares, to really challenge Black's opening. But it definitely feels like up to this point, Firouzja, I'm not sure whether he's freestyling yet, but he's just less confident. Maybe he hasn't checked this exact position this morning.
And e4, they say, is best by test, and I think here is no exception. Push that pawn 2 squares forward, your king pawn, and we just saw it on the board. This is threatening because the rook stares down the d-file at the enemy queen. That could spell big trouble for Firouzja. There's this problem with the d5 pawn being isolated, now under attack by most of White's forces. This feels like a dangerous situation for Alireza, and Alexei is the better prepared player of the two.
Yeah, and the fact that Alexei is better prepared and he paused for a second means he didn't expect this Black knight jump to c6, and he's really trying to take advantage now. If Firouzja doesn't move quickly, I fear for him in this game. You really need to know your stuff here. It's not the type of position you can work out and be super accurate in. So what do we think? What is he contemplating? Big problems already. Let's show the threats along the d-file, of course, this pin and pawn takes pawn. Monster threat right now. You could maybe even get rid of this knight traded off. That is a defender of Black's isolated pawn in the center. I'm wondering whether you can get away with castling here, but you have to calculate. Firouzja's in calculation mode, trying to work out whether he can get away with that one. I don't really see what else. It looks like if you don't castle, you're just losing a pawn anyway.
And that's the big question for Alireza right now. And as we can see, he has gone into a think tank, so he's not familiar with it. Understandably so, because get this, guys, only 2 games so far have happened in this position with e4 on the board. So it is new territory for these players, which is why Alireza is taking his time. And David, you're on point that shot castle is the way to go. A d5 pawn looks so dangerous with that pin. He needs to calculate these lines. And I think it's a good time to get into that. What happens after shot castle and capture on d5?
Yeah, process of elimination. Black doesn't have that many logical moves here, actually. No natural moves, at least. And if you castle your king, you seriously have to calculate here, not just bishop takes knight, but also maybe just a capture of pawns in the center. And after the knight recaptures, you're pinned along the d-file, of course, but maybe you're in time to break the pin. Here, black is ahead in development. If you look at white's pieces, the white bishop's still asleep at home. White hasn't castled. This king is very vulnerable on the open file. So it feels like this is hanging together for black, but maybe white can finesse this somehow, Robert.
And just one more move in this variation. If white takes the bishop on e7 and black takes with the queen, this showcases what the problem is with keeping your king in the center. It looks like white's about to scoop up a knight. The rook and the knight team up on this knight d5, but look at the queen on e7 staring all the way down at the king on e1. Once that bishop moves, it is check to the enemy king. That means you don't have time to take the bishop with your rook. That leaves Alireza not just okay, but even better, leading in development and going after the opponent's king.
Yeah, and suddenly this will backfire on white. Suddenly white's in huge trouble. Deadly attack facing down against that uncastled king. This is why we always want to castle by move 10, move 12, if we don't want to take big risks. And what's making him pause then? This doesn't look too bad for black in the current position. If he does castle, maybe there's something else. Maybe white doesn't take on this square yet. Again, I'm hesitant to suggest a trade on the center here because sooner or later there will be a nasty check. Maybe we flick in bishop takes knight. We're showing some long variations here, but this is what's going through Firouzja's mind. There's lots of captures in this variation. There's lots of forcing moves. So it's actually easier to calculate, but there's so many options that you certainly have to spend your time.
It's such an important moment for Firouzja right now with all these concrete variations that need to be looked at. And this time format is so much about psychology as well. Now, Alexei Sarana just did not get his kind of positions against Magnus out of the opening. But here, the more that Alireza thinks, the more time he thinks, I think Sarana just gets that much more confident. He's happy. He's pleased with the opening outcome. That's not a good message you want to send out to your opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to be gaining so much in confidence every second that Firouzja is in the tank here, Sarana. And big success for him in the opening.
And I spoke to a few players, just trying to get their sense of what happened yesterday. And one of the words they used for Sarana was unlucky. They felt that in the match against Magnus Carlsen, he was not getting the openings that he is most comfortable in. And as we see here in game one, he is well ahead in the clock. The evaluation bar says that white is the side for choice at the moment. And we see by Firouzja, the fact that he's not making a move, he feels like this is a dangerous position. There's tension in the center. It doesn't have to be released that soon because of this pin down the line from rook on d1 to queen on d8. So this is a nice position for Sarana. It's in his wheelhouse. It's his repertoire. And this is really a danger zone for Firouzja.
Wow, he's now down to almost 9 minutes on the clock. That's a huge thing. The only pin is not the one on d5. The other one that he needs to be careful about is that knight on c6, which is pinned by that queen on a4. Which means that black doesn't have the possibility to push that d pawn and block these central files. Because if you go d4, in fact, white's two pieces, the knight, the rook, and the queen, a third piece as well, targeting that pawn on d4, you just end up losing that pawn. So this is not even an option for black.
Yeah, it's not an option. And Firouzja, just for a second there, he looked really pained on the camera. He really looked like he hated his position. And as Tanya says here, knight takes pawn, you're kind of attacking everything. And this will be almost winning for white immediately. So the stakes are extremely high, not just in the tournament, but also in this exact position. Pawn takes pawn is a threat. Firouzja needs to deal with it, and he needs to do it quickly.
More than 5 minutes. Can you actually allow yourself that in this time control, Robert?
I don't think so. And not only is it the time control is a problem, this is a 2-game match. Yeah. So you start feeling the weight of this game. It's not like a 4-game match. You lose game 1, you get a few whites to get back in it. If he loses game 1, I mean, he has to give it his all in the second game, and he has to win that on demand. So he is in trouble right now. There are pins left and right. Both kings are in the center, but the problem is that this pawn that sticks out like a sore thumb on d5, that black isolated pawn, and that is the target. Alireza, look at him. He's biting his sweatshirt. He doesn't know what to do. He's worried. Does my opponent have 4 or 5 more moves of theory up his sleeve? And that is scary territory for the young player who now lives in France.
Yeah, and Sarana, we joked yesterday that, was it a passport picture? He looked frozen. He was so stoic during his match against Magnus. But today, just a few moments ago, he kind of stretched it out. He was looking a bit excited. And I think he knows he has caught Firouzja off guard. This is as good a chance as he's going to get today in this match.
And it looks like Alireza is hiding his face behind his hoodie right now in a big think right out of the opening. You know, in my opinion, Alireza is the kind of player who, when things are not going his way, tends to go on a bit of a tilt. And I'm just wondering, his match against Arjun, was he that devastated out of it that he just decided, you know what, I'm not going to prepare, I'm not going to look at too much chess, I'm going to get my rest and see what happens, I'm going to wing it. But when you're playing against Sarana, winging it is not a great idea.
Yeah, that's a way to lose. Freestyling against the top players, you have to have a match strategy, you have to have an opening plan. And especially, he's playing one of the main lines, playing c5 in the opening like that with black. Everybody's been doing it over the last few years. Everybody knows their stuff. They've all been studying that exact line. Sarana has prepared a tricky, rare variation we mentioned, only been played a few times. But Firouzja, he maybe should have known what he should be doing here. And down to 6.5 minutes already. It's like he's frozen. Someone needs to wake him up. Someone needs to give him a shake.
And he knows how critical this moment is, right? And finally, at long last, he castles his king. Let's see how quickly Sarana plays, because if he keeps blitzing out moves, we know he's still in his repertoire. He has looked at this with our Silicon friends or mortal enemies, whatever you call the engines. But if Sarana keeps the pace, that is really... Okay, he's moving so quickly. This is not over-the-board inspiration. This is preparation.
And this must be so annoying for Alireza to experience Alexei just playing immediately.
Yeah, it's mind games. We talk about the psychological battle sometimes, and in the opening, there's so many ways you can hurt your opponent, either with great preparation. Sometimes you can bluff them just by pushing them onto the defensive early. But he's doing all of those, Sarana. He's bullying him on the clock. He's bullying him on the board. He's set up this really tense pin on the d-file. And Firouzja was struggling to find a move last move. And castling was by far the most natural. He played a natural move. It still cost him, 8-9 minutes? And now he's got an even tougher decision ahead of him.
And what hurts you the most is when you take that 8 minute, make the right move, and then your opponent immediately blitzes out a response, and then once again you go into a think tank. We're on move, that's move number 10? And Alireza is down to 5.5 minutes. Bishop e2 is the accurate move that we were talking about. The most tempting option to take on d5 was not the right choice to open up that file, the e file, with your king in the center. It looks like Sarana is just on top of this game. He's got his preparation on point. And Alireza is in trouble already.
Yeah, and it's really unpleasant, this last move. It's just a quiet move for white, keeping the tension. And Firouzja, probably he spent the bulk of his time thinking there, just on the forcing lines, on the calculation. Your opponent plays a quiet move, and you're like, wait, I wasted all my time working out all these complicated lines, and then you just do that? Like, it feels like, he's thrown away that time on the clock.
And he has to start those calculations anew, because there still is the threat of pawn captures pawn, bishop captures knight, all of these captures available to Alexei Sarana. And his king is feeling a bit safer. Some of those variations that saved black were because there was a check along the e-file. The bishop sits in front of the king, so in some of these tactical sequences, white will actually be for the good, because that bishop blocks any sort of check. Not to mention that if white has a free turn, maybe the best move is to castle the king, get out of the center, and then continue to use this pressure on the clock and the board against Alireza Firouzja. This actually is as scary as it gets for a top-level chess player.
Yeah, scary on the clock as well. 4 minutes now. It's hard to kind of offer him advice, Firouzja. I don't know what I would be doing here. Just pure panic, I think, if I were in Firouzja's shoes right now.
And what is his biggest problem? Because I have to say, the black king, it looks quite safe. I mean, it doesn't look like there's huge trouble.
It's the clock, Kaya. He's down to 4 minutes on the clock, and we see he's taken a dramatic decision. To me, this screams panic. He's pushed that d pawn because, of course, afraid of giving that up on d5 with so many pieces hanging. d4, but it just loses a pawn. You can simply pick that up with the knight. White has got 3 pieces attacking that pawn. Black has only 2 defenders. And now Firouzja down on the clock and down a pawn.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what he wants next. Maybe he'll trade off a set of knights, and once white recaptures, again, you can take with the rook, you can take with the queen, then he might move the black queen out and start at least creating some annoying threats against white's undefended queen side. So in terms of practicality, it looks like a decent decision. He's at least going to survive the opening, but it has come at the cost of a pawn and at the cost of a lot of time on the clock, of course.
But the best players in the world, they'd rather be down just 1 pawn if it means that their pieces get activity. And as we see in the analysis board, black's pieces are free-flowing. Down material, up in terms of development, the white king still being in the center. And if the queens come off the board, let's say the queens get traded, black remains down a pawn, you may think, well, I'm only down 1 pawn. I have some chances here in an endgame because that pawn on e4, while it's extra, it's not going anywhere. So that is what Alireza Firouzja has considered. I think with the lead on the clock that Sarana has, he can milk this endgame advantage forever. And at some point, the clock will be a huge issue for Firouzja.
Yeah, this looks like the best Firouzja can get right now, just an endgame queenless position, at least, down a pawn. And Sarana, he will stop to think. He's played very quickly up to this point, but he's saving that time in the bank for later. And it just looks like a masterclass so far. I really need to go and study for Sarana's games when he has white, because every time I see him, he just seems to outplay his opponents or seems to get a big advantage, even against the best in the world.
It just feels like if it was the same position, but Firouzja had 11 minutes on the clock, we might not have been so critical about the whole approach. He has sacrificed the pawn to be able to get out of this opening trouble. Makes a lot of sense. It really makes life easier. You've got more space, you trade off more pieces. At least you're not losing on the spot. But once again, the clock is going to tell at some point, and we see Serena doing what we are advised when we start playing chess. When you're up on the material, try and trade off as many pieces as possible. So he goes for the idea of trying to get an endgame with Queen d4. And I don't expect Alireza to accept that trade. He says, not happening, moves away with the queen.
Yeah, he dodges the queen trade, but immediately Serena replies again. He's hammering home the point. He's, I was going to say almost 10 minutes up on the clock. He's more than 10 minutes up on the clock at this point. He drops his bishop back. Very defensive move for white. That bishop was previously very proud on g5, but now he's just controlling all the squares, lining up a discovered attack against the black queen, and he's covering everything. He's going to castle next with a pawn advantage.
He's not here by accident. He defeated Fabiano Caruana to make it through to Division 1. He has performed admirably in the Rapid Chess Championship. He beat Vidit Gujrati and Shakir Mamedyarov in match play in the Global Championship. And now against Alireza Firouzja, he is playing instantly. And David, I think you and I are two of the biggest culprits of this. We get ourselves into way too much time trouble, leaving our opponents well ahead on the clock. And here we see Firouzja, when we're not playing it ourselves, but watching someone else, it feels like suffering. And I feel for Firouzja here because he's just down a pawn with minimal to no compensation.
Yeah, that's why we're not there, Robert, playing with these giants, because we get into too much time trouble ourselves. But Firouzja, he needs to dig himself out of this hole. How do you guys deal with kind of being in a funk? It feels like Firouzja right now, he's just not himself.
But the one thing about Firouzja is you cannot underestimate him just because he is low on time. We've seen what a beast he is with just seconds on the clock. He's one of the fastest players in the world. So Serena also needs to be careful about not falling into the trap of playing against Firouzja's clock. He still needs to make objectively good decisions on the board and keep that advantage going. And we can see Alireza is creating a mess on the board. Look at that last move. Notice that last move, bishop to c5. Now, the queen on a5 is hanging a discovered attack, but Alireza doesn't care about that. He actually counterattacks white's queen in the center.
Whoa.
And
what a move, Tanya.
Whoa. What just happened?
He ignores the attack on his queen and he counterattacks against the black queen. I'm not sure that would have even been on my radar, that move. Knight a4, what a cool move. And it's a double attack. He hits the black queen, he hits the black bishop. He's forcing the queens off the board.
And this was happened. The queens are gone. It's what you were talking about. When you're head material, let's trade pieces. And now black shuffles back. Let's trade those pieces once the bishop goes to e5. Bishop c3, just trade off more pieces. You have a healthy extra pawn in the center as long as you can defend it. And with the knight, okay, he's doing just that. I think Alexei Serena is just feeling it right now. He got the exact type of position he wanted. As I was mentioning a few moments ago, that players were telling me they felt like Serena was unlucky against Magnus. He just didn't get the positions that he knows very well. And he has just that and more in game one against Firouzja.
Yeah, Firouzja's in the funk and Serena is in the flow. He's just doing everything right so far. Extra pawn, okay, no bishop trade there, but plenty of options. You can just solidify your central pawn if you want. You can kind of go in with the white knight. There is an attack maybe against this a2 pawn. The black bishop eyeing it from afar, but I wonder whether Serena cares too much about that one. He would like to keep a pawn advantage if he can. This is very clever, I've got to say, this last move from Firouzja.
Yeah, and the more you look at it, the more you like it, because you realize that it's not just the a2 pawn that's hanging, but also the e4 pawn in the center, which means you kind of have to give up one of them. A natural-looking move like the advance of the f pawn next to the central pawn to defend it just means that you lose your material advantage. So Alireza there being a little tricky, while Serena looking like Mr. Cool on camera.
Yeah, for the first time, at least, Serena has a question to answer. He's played perfectly up to this point. We do see that the evaluation bar confirms his advantage. He is a pawn up after all, but still some work to be done. Converting these advantages against the top, those elite GMs, it's still a lot of work.
In such a position, when two pawns are attacked, you're always tempted to defend your central pawn. You don't want to give up your central pawn. So I'm expecting Serena to make the decision of actually keeping that e4 pawn guarded while giving up the a2 pawn and also opening up the a file in that process. The knight jumping into c5, attacking the b7 weakness. Lots of threats here.
Yeah, lots of threats. Firouzja leaning back now. 2 minutes against over 10 minutes. Yeah, this is the right time to think. This is the right time to just calm yourself down. You know you've done a lot of good work already. And yeah, how is he going to approach it? That's the big question for Sarana.
Trouble for Alireza Firouzja. Remember, on the losers bracket, it's best out of 2 rapid games. This is the first game. 1 more rapid game. If they are tied, then it will be decided in Armageddon tiebreaks. And one of these 2 players will be knocked out today. The winner of the match will go through to the losers quarterfinals. And we have a move on the board.
Wow, Sarana, he's just doing the 1-2 punch. He was thinking to figure out a plan. He played that pawn push that Tanya was recommending, keeping his center nice and defended, and then hops forward with his knight, putting Firouzja back on the clock. And now Alireza Firouzja was the 2021 bullet chess champion. He took down Hikaru Nakamura in the process. We know what he's capable of, but bullet chess is when both sides have 1 minute. It's Firouzja with 1 and almost 2 at this point, and then we have Sarana with 10. That is not good news for Alireza.
Yeah, it's rapid chess against bullet chess. And I think we know who we would want to be here in the studio, whose time we would want to have.
Yeah.
And yeah, the knight is attacked. Options. Do we move that knight? We can bring it to some juicy squares. We can bring it into maybe the a6 square, attacking black's dark square bishop. I'm looking for options here. Maybe we can land it on d7. And, OK, of course, he doesn't go for either of those. He goes for something potentially even stronger, Robert.
He's playing an amazing game because there are a series of 1-move threats that he feels like he can ignore and create better threats for himself. What he's doing is giving up his knight where it sits, taking this bishop in return. So not only will black have a compromised pawn structure, white will also have the pair of bishops. Look at that black knight. It's dominated by white's pawns. They're just keeping control of the forward jumps, and that means the bishop pair will thrive in this position. Sarana is playing a masterpiece thus far. Let's see if he's able to convert it, because I would not envy the task of Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, these bishops are just going to be so beautiful. I think having the 2 bishops is my favourite thing in the whole... I was going to say it's just my favourite thing. But yeah, I mean, here is like the... epitome of strong bishops. You can just plant your bishop on c4. Look how powerful they are, controlling the whole board. Look at this black bishop. It's just a big pawn here. Block of wood on b6, locked in, doing nothing. And of course, he plays that move. Outpost for the bishop, and this one feels like Sarana has almost got it in the bag. Strategically, black is busted, but he will be looking for counter chances for Firouzja. He's playing bullet, remember, and after a couple of moves, he drops his knight back. This one is dominated, so he's at least trying to reroute this piece.
I like that idea. I like the idea of trying to bring that knight to d6, an important defensive resource. We've been singing praises of white's double bishop, and you want to get rid of that. You want to put pressure on that. Once that bishop from c4 moves away, you can actually push the c-pawn yourself, open up that dead bishop on b6, which is really dying for some life in this position. So Alireza still holding on, still fighting with just 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yep. But Sarana still with plenty of time in the bank. And again, I'm expecting him at this point to just play a kind of smooth, seamless game and to convert this. Everything perfect so far, Robert.
And I feel like for Firouzja, you need to envision a future that seems best for your chances. And what that would be, from my perspective, is taking away the pawns on the left side of the board. The queenside pawns, if they evaporate, that's 2 for black, 1 for white. You go down a pawn, but with only pawns on one side of the board, that means that the knight is a better defender. So I do think that there are some long-term chances here for Firouzja. The issue is he doesn't have that much time. So long-term may not be that long for someone who only has 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and Sarana here, he has a bunch of plans. He can start trading off all the rooks. If you imagine all the rooks disappearing from the board, then the bishops only gain in power. They gain in influence. Also, it might be time soon to start advancing your majority in terms of pawn structure. White does have 4 versus 3 on the king side. So normally you should play on the side you're stronger. I wouldn't be surprised if those white pawns over there do start throwing themselves forward in the near future.
And Sarana, he has fans out there. We saw Aditya cheering on the young Russian in this first game of today. Do share your thoughts, your questions, your selfies using the hashtag ChessChamps on Twitter. You can also reach us in the Twitch chat. Ask your question, come with your comments, let us know who you're rooting for, and we will address questions from the Twitch chat as well. We love having you guys joining us for another exciting day of chess.
Yeah, and I just looked across. I saw Robert give a nod of approval on this last move for white. Not for the first time in this game.
It's unbelievable play. He's just restricting all of Black's forces. His bishop was under attack. Instead of sliding it forward into the center, he goes to the rim, just making sure those pawns can't move, bringing his other rook into the game. Now, all of White's pieces are doing something useful. This is just such a great performance, and yet there's still so much work left. The top players, they do not go down without a fight. And Ali Reza Firouzja, he's remaining solid, even if his position does not look desirable.
He's not going to make this easy for Serrano. Look at that knight maneuver. He jumps back with the knight, trying to trade out one pair of rooks, and now the knight is headed towards another direction. It wants to come to that c7 square, where it does hit the bishop on a6. It will land in the center of the board from e6 to d4. So there are a lot of knight jumps that White needs to watch out for, and Alireza is not going to make this technique easy. Serrano still has a lot of work to do.
Yep. If one of the bishops disappears, then we can start talking about serious drawing chances for Black. I don't think we'll see Firouzja win this game. He's definitely not thinking about the result here. He's just trying to survive. And to put Tanya's idea on the board, if White does, for example, advance a pawn, I'm not sure which one, then the knight will hit the bishop. You don't want to allow that trade, but the knight will at least find a central square. You might have to trade it off if you want to prevent it from landing on a nice outpost. So Firouzja, he's kind of contorting himself. He's wriggling away, trying to find some activity for his pieces. But Serrano says, no, I'm just going to step back with this bishop. And, OK, after knight c7, is he going to eliminate the knight once it gets here? Does he have a way to keep the bishop pair intact? If he can, he should win. Maybe he'll just play around the knight. Maybe he'll just ignore it. Firouzja now finally under 1 minute.
What is the winning plan for Serrano in this game?
Great question, Kaya. If we had the answer, we'd be playing and winning these games. But the key to this position, I think, because of the clock situation, is you need to keep some of the tension. And then Serrano says, no, not at all. I'm going to trade all of the pieces. But that may look like we're liquidating into an even endgame. Just because the material is even doesn't mean the position is level. Look at the white king. It's about to run up the board. You see a direct line diagonally up to a4, and it can go up there and start harassing Black's pawns. So this is an advantageous endgame for White. The bishops stare across to the king side, pressuring the Black pawns over there. So it's White who can play on both sides of the board. That's the power of the bishop pair.
Yep.
And this last move, a6, it might look like it's got no idea, but again, it's about those knight jumps. Alireza relying on that knight on c7 to get to b5, to get to d4, trying to eliminate one of the bishops. If he manages to trade the knight for a bishop, he saves half a point.
Yep, he will get the draw if that happens, but it's a big if, and I think critical moment now for Serrano. He needs to run away from this trade, and there we go. Again, he's utilized this pattern many times. Robert touched upon it yesterday. Knights can be dominated by pawns, but they can also be dominated by bishops, and often when there's two squares in between them. So this bishop controls a lot of squares that the Black Knight wants to use. And yes, the bishop's been kicked back, but he's kept the pair intact, and yeah, there's a clear path for the White King. Sooner or later, you'll start stepping forward on the side you're stronger. And the players are really speeding up here, especially Firouzja. So let's just see whether Serrano's technique is sufficient. It's definitely very favourable, this endgame, but still a lot of work to be done.
One of the ideas that White's king has is to move closer to the c5 pawn. It is a big weakness in Black's camp. So imagine the light-squared bishop steps one square ahead, and then the king takes its spot. Then you bring the bishop back to attack that pawn on c5 and create and show that the weaknesses are going to count. Meanwhile, it's hard to come up with a plan for Black.
Yeah, that's often the case when you're playing against the bishop pair. The bishop and knight for Black don't really work so well in tandem. It's very hard to find a productive plan for them. The Black knight is stuck where it is because that Black a6 pawn, Black has two isolated pawns on the left side, and that a6 pawn is an eternal weakness. And I'm not sure what he's doing other than just trying to hold the fort here for Firouzja. And sooner or later, he will be completely tied up on one side, and Serrano will switch his focus. And he's already switched focus. He's going for that isolated pawn that we mentioned.
And the only way to defend it, David, is to fall back with the knight to c7. And it might be tempting to actually trade that bishop, but that would result in an opposite color bishop. And look at this. He sacrifices a pawn. But this I don't understand. Just grab the a6 pawn. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Finally, the kind of strategic advantage we've been talking about is going to become a material advantage. It's going to become something more tangible. But, yeah, I guess if he can get one set of bishops off the board while the White King is stranded on the side, he will have some hope. Oh, I say that reluctantly because I think this is hopeless for black now, but Robert.
It is something I was attempting to foreshadow earlier, though. If white takes the a6 and the c5 pawns, but has to give the b2 pawn, and the bishops get traded, we may get a situation where it's an extra pawn for white, but all pawns on the same side of the board. Those may be easier to blockade. That is what Alireza is hoping for. He's praying at this point. He has 20 seconds, and Alexis Serrano has nearly 5 minutes on the clock. So he is trying everything he can. He sees certain positions. They give him the best chances, but they're just chances at this point as the advantage grows for Serrano.
Yeah, and this is textbook in terms of clock handling for white. Serrano, he's spent a lot of time, but he's used it at the wise moments, and he's still got 5 minutes, 20 seconds to defend this position. You will get a position later when you have to answer very difficult questions. There might be a race between pawns, for example, and to calculate that with 20 seconds, he might be bullet champion, but yeah, this one, it's going to be an uphill struggle. And yeah, Tanya, I agree. You should just grab that pawn first. What's wrong with that one?
It's very admirable the way Alireza has been defending this game so far. He's been playing majority of the moves in about a minute on the clock, and he's managed to survive it, create his chances. Look at that. He trades the h2 pawn for the c5 pawn, and material balance still. Black has got all the pawns intact.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that too much. I really kind of enjoyed the fact that white had a majority on the king's side, just saving it for later. You could start pushing on that flank when you're ready. He's kind of banking everything now, Serrano, on the white b-pawn, running up and promoting long term. Yes, he might pick off that straggler on a6. It's going to fall in the next few moves. Black's knight is active. Black's knight can go towards those kingside pawns. Maybe some hints of counterplay.
And you were mentioning it might be a race. It might very well be, because look at that knight. It's threatening the bishop on c5. It has to fall back. A nice square there, making sure that the bishop dominates the knight, not allowing the knight to jump forward. But it can, because if you trade, it will be a draw on the spot with the opposite color bishops. So Serrano making his intentions clear. He's never going to trade that bishop for the knight.
Yeah, it feels like he's a bit nervous, though, Serrano. Again, just changing posture slightly on camera. His last few moves, I don't want to say ugly, but pushing the white pawns now on the king side. Whoa, now all of the queenside pawns have disappeared.
But the knight is trapped. That is what Alexis Serrano is banging. He brings his bishop back. The knight is stuck. So if the white king slides back, which he's about to do, then the dark square bishop can join in and attacking the knight. I think he's winning that piece.
He might have tricked
1 second.
Whoa. He went down to his last few seconds there, Farouja. And now, Robert, it's a simple plan. Straight path towards that black knight for the white king. I think this was a really cunning trap. He said, yes, you can get your ideal pawn structure in terms of just on one flank, but you've had to plant your knight on this horrible square. You've had to misplace it. And I don't see any way out. There's no escape route for that black knight. The only chance for Farouja now is to create a passed pawn. This is the reason for his last move. He wants to start pushing the black h pawn forward and hope it will be enough of a distraction. It's a race. And does white lock it down now on the king side? Maybe g5, stopping black from creating a passed pawn. Will that provoke resignation?
Wow.
Black suddenly has no plan. The black knight is stranded and lost.
This is just
And has
done.
he lost on the clock, Alireza Farouja?
Looks like, no, he still has some time. The moves are
doesn't
coming
matter.
in. He gets the king opposition, but what he wants to do is give up this knight and dart his king in to the enemy territory. I don't quite think it's sufficient, but if the black king runs all the way in and then back to take this pawn on g5 in the dark square, maybe there are some chances to start trading off the pawns, create a passer. It looks completely hopeless, but that's what he's hoping for, that maybe Serrano will make a mistake. I don't think so, given how perfectly he's played this game.
Yeah, he's played so well, and I'm expecting the king to drop back. And just to show Robert's idea there, the only chance to try and save this game is to jump in with the black king. It's going to go in, but it takes so long. You can pick off this knight at will, and it feels like this bishop should be able to kind of get its way around at some point to go for the black pawns. I'm not sure exactly how to finish this one off for white. You do have a whole extra bishop now, but you have to at least keep one pawn. You need to promote later to win this game. So Serrano, he's doing the right thing again, sitting on his hands, just not committing yet. He's going to pick off this black knight. There's no way it's going to come out anyway. So he's just trying to find the way he can win it on his own terms, maybe without allowing any counterplay for the black king. Looking good for white. 2 minutes, it should be enough.
Yep.
He is going to go on to pick up that knight, because you don't want to move the bishop, allowing the piece to escape out of the danger zone. And one technique can be, once black's king enters, you bring your own king to defend that bishop on e2, defend those pawns, and eventually the bishop will go on to attack black's king side pawn. We're going to see this being played out. White will pick up the knight. Black will move with the king forward. And I'm just wondering if Serrano wants to bring his own king to defend that bishop, to keep the f3 pawn defended.
I think that looks like a very clever strategy, Tanya. Although, yeah, still some little ideas to work out a bit later on.
The fact that Serrana's thinking leads me to believe he has something devious up his sleeve. He has not captured the knight. He might make the move pawn f4.
Wow.
Giving up his pawn for free, but establishing a passed pawn that he can defend with his bishop, and that should land a winning endgame. So he could take the knight, of course, or he could push the pawn.
There we go.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I only figured that out because he was thinking. Like, he was spending time. What else is he calculating besides king takes knight? Alexei Serrana is a brilliant player. This game has been magnificent. What a performance by him.
Whoa, and okay, we have to go back to the live boards. Everything just happened there in the blink of an eye, and wow, white made a new queen with the e-pawn. We'll go back and maybe show that an action replay. But there we go. Firouzja is about to resign. White's pawn, central pawn, did run through, promote, and just in time to stop black's pawn.
And there it is. He starts off with a win. Alexei Serrana ranked as number 70 in the world. A crushing win over Alireza Firouzja, ranked at number 4 in the world. Taking the lead here, Alexei Serrana. You seemed so impressed with this game, Robert.
That was one of the cleanest games I think I've ever seen.
Wow.
I mean, it was that dominant from start to finish. Great opening preparation, forcing Alireza on his back foot in time trouble, and then thinking at the critical moments and finding breakthroughs like a pawn sacrifice in the end game. From the opening to the middle game, all the way through to the very last pawns. Perfect game.
Incredible. Take us through the highlights, David.
Yeah, I just want to show how Serrana finished it off. As Robert said, perfect game. This is going to end up in some strategy books. That's guaranteed at some point. And here we were mentioning that white could simply pick up the black knight. Some calculation to be done, but it should be winning. You only have to work out an answer to black's king running in. Instead, Serrana came up with an ingenious solution. He realized that black knight is trapped anyway. He first pushed a pawn forward before the black king can run in. And after a capture, he simply took the knight now. And this blockade ensures victory. Black's king now, if it wants to come in, which it did, does allow the white pawn, to run forward. We'll see what happened there. But if you just stay, then white's king will slowly but surely creep in to support its passed pawn. So just to show how the game finished, the black king came in. Serrana calculated this so quickly. We saw everything happen in the blink of an eye. White promoted first, just in time to come back and stop the black pawn. You just sit in front of it, blockade it, and the white king will come over to assist its capture in the near future. Perfect game by Serrana.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the black king, jumping in there with the queen, and making sure the rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60, 70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
We're going to take a break now for anyone who are not subscribers on Twitch. For everyone else, we're going to dig into both of the games in the first round of round 1 on the losers bracket. Robert calling it one of the cleanest games he's ever seen. Alexei Serrana with a magnificent win in the first game here.
Yeah, I have to say it was a very impressive game. You do not underestimate Alexei Serrana. He might be ranked number 70 in the world, but boy, is he dangerous with the white pieces. And now it's all about Firouzja, whether he can compose himself. He does have the white pieces next, so he's just going to have to forget what happened and just keep playing. Just never let that tension die.
And the other matchup on the losers bracket, Gukesh against Mamedov, we had a win for the young 16-year-old. What happened?
Yeah, and I have to say it was a very impressive win from the young Indian. You know, he just came very well prepared. It was Mamedov who was under pressure on the clock the whole time, and he just seemed to be struggling, not just on the board, but also mentally as well. It just looked like he hadn't shaken off those demons from yesterday. And in the end, you know, it was a big fight, but it all fell down to a one-move blunder by Mamedov. And after that, you know, this teenager, he's a tactical genius.
Yeah.
And he doesn't let those chances slip.
Yeah. And we do have a puzzle, a study, a challenge for all our viewers today from a study composed by Gukesh. He composed it when he was only 15 years old.
Yeah.
And what are we looking at here, Ivanka?
Yeah, I mean, this is the end line of a study that Gukesh composed. And the one thing I want to say is we've seen a lot of answers on Twitter. Not many people have got it right. Don't be seduced by material is all I'm going to say. But just think about the opportunities that White gets because this knight is stranded. It can't join the action very quickly. And you have to remember some of the golden rules in endgames. Okay, that's a big, big hint.
Yeah.
I don't want to spell it out for everyone, but it's White to play. Try and find the plan. And once you get it, you can appreciate the genius of Gukesh.
Yeah, we're looking for the next move for White. You can tweet your answer using the hashtag #ChessChamp. Maybe you want to tweet us a picture of how you are solving this very sophisticated study. Maybe you're solving it with your friends, family, co-workers. What do I know? Tweet us using hashtag #ChessChamps. One lucky winner will get an Airthings device signed by Magnus Carlsen. And composing a study like this at only 15 years old, first of all, will all grandmasters do this, compose studies? Is this normal?
Quite frankly, no. I mean, it's very rare to see someone compose studies, and it's also very rare to see someone who's so young actually have that interest. So, I mean, no, is the short answer to that question.
He is a young genius, Gukesh, and he is in the lead in his match on the losers bracket. Second game is coming up very shortly. This is day 2 of the Airthings Masters. More than 5 minutes. Can you actually allow yourself that in this time control?
I don't think so.
Whoa, now all of the queenside pawns have disappeared.
But the knight is trapped.
There we go. Farusha is about to resign.
All right, you guys, some more action is coming up. Have you guys composed studies, by the way?
I try to solve them. I more often fail than succeed, but composing, that's another level.
I love solving them. And while Ivanka was showing us the study, I was trying in my head to understand. What really stood out to me was that Gukesh, at just 15, composed the study, absolute genius, but more than that, shows the maturity that his study was an endgame study. Not with a lot of pieces, and that is just a reflection of his maturity and his creativity.
What a chess genius.
What a guy.
Gukesh, yeah, what a guy. And he is in the lead in his match. Remember, on the losers bracket, they play best out of 2 games. So this is must win for Alireza Firouzja and for Mamedov. And here we go. Game 2 has started.
And we've got to remember Firouzja now in a must-win situation. Wow, it's an open Sicilian. It's a Najdorf. Kaya, your favorite opening?
Yay!
And, we should remember Firouzja now. He's lost 4 games in a row. When has he ever been in a situation like this? I doubt ever in his career, to be honest. And, okay, it's a rare variation of the Najdorf. White's bishop coming out to d3, and a nice little trick here, nice little tactic that we have a little chuckle about here in the studio. But we have to show the idea on the board because White is giving up a piece. But it's just a piece of bait here. It's poisoned this knight on d4. You cannot, of course, take it because your queen will be lost. He's pausing. I don't think he's trying to work out if he can take this knight because there will be a bishop check, a discovered attack, and next move, the black queen drops. So we're going to head back towards more standard conventional ideas. Now the white knight is hit. It will retreat. I'm not sure in which direction. And the game will go on.
And once again, we see Alireza as the first one to go into a think tank. Not a positive sign, I think, in this game, which he has to win on demand to force a playoff. Alireza is not only fighting against Serrano, but his own mind. David, as you pointed out, that was his 4th loss in a row, and that is going to be super hard to block. I think this is big disadvantage to Alireza.
Yeah, and he has to avoid going into the tank for too long this time. We know the clock cost him in the last game. And, OK, still early days. He's thinking a little bit now. But Robert, who do you think this opening is going to favour?
I just think that sometimes your strength can be your weakness because one of Alireza's biggest strengths is he can play any type of position. He is feeling at home, totally comfortable no matter what the dynamics are. But Alexei Serrano, on the other hand, he studies very deeply. We saw in that first game there, he knew the opening better. Here in game 2, it's been an offbeat opening, the queen out early for black, but he is the one who has not spent any time, whereas Firouzja, he continues to think here. And part of the reason why is that black queen slices across the board. The white king will not be able to easily castle. So he's not just thinking about where to move his knight, is Alireza Firouzja, that's under attack in the center. He should figure out what is his 5-move plan. Where is his king eventually going to go? Those are the big questions that he needs to answer right now before he makes this turn.
5-move plan. Ooh, wow. He ignores anything. He just goes straight on the attack, hitting an undefended piece.
What is with these players just never defending the attacked piece? But it's always as if they seem to epitomize the concept of offense is the best defense. The knight is attacked. He says, I don't care about it. I'm going to go for your own knight. And that's absolutely crazy because if you do take the knight, the centralized knight on d4, White picks up the knight on f6, and there's another knight hanging, but also Black's rook is hanging on h8. Tactics everywhere.
Yep, it's just total chaos, a big mess, but it feels like a mess that will favour White. Simply Black isn't developed and Black's king potentially weaker in the centre here. So I don't think he can stomach this. I think this knight will be defended. You can defend this with its fellow knight, maybe with a bishop, but it's very complicated. I'm happy that I'm not playing this position as Black against Firouzja, I've got to say. But Sarana, he will find a way to keep some measure of control at least. And Robert, in terms of a 5-year plan or 5-move plan, what do you think Sarana is going to go for here?
Well, the 5-year plan is across 20. No, in this position, I think that Sarana, he is looking at that knight. He does not want to give it up without a fight. And what is concerning from his perspective is he's spending time. I was just talking about how well prepared he is. He is clearly out of his preparation. He's on his own, which either means that Alireza did not make the most principled reply in the position, maybe there's a slight inaccuracy, or just can't study every single line under the sun. And now he has to figure it out. I do think sliding the dark sword bishop up makes the most sense. Let's just defend our knight with our bishop. We don't want to block our other bishop because knight b8 to d7 keeps our bishop on c8 at home. So I think that after the knight develops, the white knight moves out the way, and then you kind of regret putting your knight in your bishop's path. You would love to jump over that knight to e6 with your bishop. That's not legal, unfortunately. So he has, in fact, developed his dark square bishop instead of bringing his knight out.
Well, the reason he took a little bit of a think there was because once again, we have a position that we haven't seen before. It is brand new territory for both these players. And the one point that Alireza needs to keep in mind, or at least show what the point was with moving that bishop from c1 to g5 in the previous move, is that the b2 pawn is also undefended in certain positions. You have to be careful with that because you can end up losing the queen. But now, for example, David, if you were to fall back with the knight to b3 to defend that central knight, there are so many tactics that you have to keep in mind. Is knight takes the central pawn a possibility? And we need to take a look at that because White might be losing a pawn here. And let's just show the tactics. Now your bishop on g5 is hanging. If you trade the bishop on e7, Black can pick up the knight on c3. Intermezzo time, hit that queen on d1.
Or even stronger.
Oh, yeah, that is probably the strongest.
They say when you see checkmate, look for better. So you did a good job there illustrating that.
But also knight takes c3, very strong there, Tanya.
But I'm not going to argue with queen f2 checkmate. And so bishop e7 is not the possibility. And knight e4 is what White is relying on. But it doesn't stop there because you pick up the bishop on g5. White has to recapture the bishop. And now we're talking about that queen on b6. It slides in, gives a check, and it's a double attack. White ends up losing that knight on g5, and this is huge trouble. And I'm just wondering if this move, bishop g5, was in fact a bad move.
Wow, and play transitions into a totally different type of position. I think he was afraid of this. He might have spotted this, Tanya, perhaps too late for Firouzja there, and he was forced to give up his dark square bishop and jump in with the white knight. A double attack, of course, but Black can hold both pieces by retreating. And just to catch up with the game, the knight drops back, and the bishop. It's all about now a fight for this outpost on d5. This is a beautiful square for the white knight, supported by the bishop, queen, pawn, but Black has the bishop pair and can play around this square. This is very typical for a Sicilian. I've always slightly preferred White in these positions, but it's very much a matter of taste. It's going to at least enter a maneuvering stage now. Both sides eventually will try to get their kings to safety and maybe advance pawns on opposite flanks. Very tense.
What do you guys think? What are the chances of this match actually going into an Armageddon right now, with Firouzja having lost 4 games in a row and he has to win on demand?
Chances are much higher for Alexei Sarana holding this game. I think he just has such a solid base to his position. In any Najdorf, this is the opening that we saw in this game, the d5 square is so important. The knight sits there, but look at Black fighting for that square. And not to mention that only Black has a dark square bishop, so if that knight does not capture the bishop on the dark squares, watch out in the long term. You have your pawns on light squares, it means the dark squares are exposed in White's camp. So I just don't see what White goes after here. I like Alexei's position. I like his clock management, and I just feel like Alireza has not found his footing in this 2-game match. This is his only chance, and he's doing everything he can, but I think that Alexei has been very solid.
Yeah. again, he hasn't put a foot wrong the whole day. Just a perfect game with white and now solid with black. That's all you need to do at the top level. Just survive the opening, equalize, and try to turn things in your favor a bit later on. But as Robert says, solid base, a solid start to this one as black. At least he's done something that Firouzja didn't in the previous game. He's just consolidated, keeping things under control, and the threats keep coming. He's hitting that undefended white bishop. At some point, I'm expecting surrender to castle, and he's out of the woods in terms of the opening. No problems at all.
It is a must-win for Alireza Firouzja to have any chances of taking this to Armageddon. The situation is the same for Mamedov. He lost the first game to Gukesh. He has to win the second game. Should we take a look at what's happening? I can see the bar is liking the situation for Gukesh. With a draw or a win, he will be through to the losers' quarterfinals. And with a loss, that one will go to Armageddon. But I do suggest we jump over to take a look at what's happening between Gukesh and Mamedov.
And, okay, still early days in this one. Only one set of pawns have been exchanged. It does look like a Philidor defense. Let me check. Yes, it was. And here, I've always been very biased towards white. You have a nice pawn in the center on e4. You have great attacking chances. White's rooks are already centralized, connected in the center. It definitely feels like Mamedov. Look at the camera, actually. He's suffering, but he's taking big, big risks with black. It's not objectively correct, this type of opening, but at least it keeps a lot of tension. It keeps a lot of pieces on the board.
And white has got this huge plan of going f4, of pushing these pawns, and you hit that knight on e5. The knight on f6 is soft. Imagine a trade there where black's kingside pawn structure gets destroyed, and Gukesh needs just a draw to win this match. I'm loving everything that he's done. He's developed all his pieces. He's taken out the time to bring the rooks to the central file. The bishop on d4 looking strong. The knight on h4 eyeing that f5 square. f4, a huge threat on the board. Big questions to Rauf. What is he going to play to counter all these ideas?
Yeah, we've said like a million good things for white. We need to find some positives for black now.
Yeah, I'm out of ideas, but I will say that he's giving it his all because what the words David used, objectively the position is better for white, and that is true. But if you are objectively very solid for black, then you just might allow your opponent to make a quick draw. A draw is equivalent to a loss for Rauf Mamedov. He's just trying to keep some sort of imbalance. So we don't have a symmetrical pawn structure. That's the good news. There's a rook on e8 for black, staring towards that white pawn in the center. It's a very strong pawn, but maybe if you're not careful, it could come under fire. And there's this knight on h4 for white. It is aiming towards the f5 square. That will lead to an attack, but maybe it's also offside, and there could be a way to take advantage of that fact. I love white's position. I think that Rauf also is enjoying Gukesh's position, but he at least is creating a position where it's not just relying on opening preparation. Both players are on their own.
Yeah, both players are on their own, and I'm wondering, you mentioned that there's a big threat here, Tanya, and wow, he's prevented that threat in a really committal way, we've got to say. This one looked too strong. You cannot allow white the time to kick away the central knight, but he's weakened his own king in the process.
That is such a drastic commitment on the king side, and I am not loving it. It might have been the only way to stop f4, but does it really stop f4? Because now that you've gone g5, I'm actually super tempted to push that pawn even further. You know, you were trying to stop my idea, but why should I? You're hitting my knight, I'm hitting your knight, and in the entire bargain, your king gets super weak on g8.
Yeah, it's going to be an open king for the rest of the game for Rauf. Very complicated decision there. I guess the only alternative for white would be to land a knight in f5. If the knight could sit there forever, you're going to launch an attack, you're going to win this game for white, but it can be eliminated. So at least Rauf here has some measure of stability. At least he controls the dark squares. But what do you think of this one, Robert? It looks, yeah, very committal, as we've both said, but maybe it was necessary.
He needs to take his chances. And while we acknowledge that white has the better position from an objective lens, it does give the opportunity for him to create an imbalance. And that's where these top players go wrong most often. If you just give them a solid, static position, they'll maneuver around, improve, and they will not lose that edge. Here, with the move g5 happening, your knight's under attack. So f4 is a brave decision that Tanya is calling for. It's not our pieces. It's easy to make that move. But for Gukesh, he's like, wait a sec.
He does it.
Oh, he does it. He listens to Tanya here. Maybe you know Gukesh better than we do. But that is a big moment, because if black takes this knight on h4, I think he should do that, and white takes the knight on e5 and pawn takes back, black is temporarily up a pawn. The dark squares are under black's control. The knight on f6 can hop over to h5, use those dark squares to his advantage. So this is what you dream of when you need to play for a win. You may lose the game, but you do have winning chances.
Yeah, for example, here, Gukesh would most likely drop his bishop back. I'm hesitant to kind of choose a square. You can make an argument for both hitting either this pawn or hitting this pawn. And, OK, he chooses immediately, of course, Gukesh. And, yeah, he's doing the right thing. When you only need a draw, just play your normal game. Don't make passive decisions. Don't make negative decisions. Just forget the result. And that's when the best results come.
Yeah, he's playing the board, not the mat situation currently. And I love this idea, Robert. You were talking about that extra pawn, but who cares about the extra pawn? Look at Black's horrible structure on the king side, and that pawn is not going to survive for too long. One of the moves that comes to mind is king moving forward to defend that pawn on h6, and we've been talking about this f2 square. David, instead of the bishop landing there, the queen can land there, putting a huge double attack. You hit that knight, you hit that pawn, you win that extra pawn, and in the bargain, what has happened is that Black's king is super weak. I'm loving this approach by Gukesh. He needs a draw, but he's not playing for one. And often that's the best way to get it.
Yeah. Just a great game from Gukesh so far. We were talking about creating endgame studies. This is just a really mature performance, and it just looks tough for Ralph. This game we can't look at on its own. It's because of the previous game that he's taking all these big risks, but it looks like those risks are not paying off right now. And yeah, it's tough to offer advice. I'm looking for ways to kind of defend everything, but I don't think those ways exist right now. What would you be thinking here, Robert, in terms of just trying to cling and together, kind of survive for the next few moves?
I think he might have to advance his knight, right? The knight on f6 needs to jump forward up to h5, maybe to g3, f4, but I do see the problems. He's going knight h5, and this may be why he loses the game, as he's playing all the moves that I've been talking about. But if he can plant his knight in the dark squares, that does give him hope. His pawn on h6 can be captured, likely will be captured, but he's immediately going to cement that knight on the dark squares. So if Black can completely control that color complex, note that there are light square bishops on the board. That's good news for Black, who has great control over squares like f4 and g3, thanks to the pawn structure.
Yeah, and we complimented Serrana for his clock handling. Gukesh, so convincing here. 10 minutes on the clock, and he's already made some very difficult decisions, aggressive decisions. It just feels like he's in the flow. He's trusting his instincts, and that really pays off. Maybe due to the confidence he gained in the play-ins a few days ago.
We have a question for you, Mr. David Howell, on the Twitch chat. What chess book would you suggest for an 1800 player?
Okay, interesting question. There's a lot of chess books out there these days. It depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for kind of general advice, then, well, actually, even then, I don't know what to say.
You look to me for advice. You're like,
I'm looking at Robert. Bail me out, Robert.
I've got a book suggestion.
Okay, go for it.
Shereshevsky's Endgame Strategy. I think it's a fantastic book. It shows some positions, and they look like very normal positions from an everyday game because they are, in fact, from games, and you can work through them, and they have analysis throughout the chapters that can help you improve your chess. It's an old book, but it's a good one.
Okay, and for basically any level, could enjoy that book?
I think so. I think it is geared towards the 1800 level player, so that's the perfect answer for this person in the chat. So I think it is geared a little bit for a more advanced player, but it's very helpful for players of all ratings.
Fantastic. What book is currently on your nightstand?
Chess book?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it a chess book or is it?
No, definitely no chess books.
Really?
I'm in a book club, so a new book is always there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Robert,
what are you reading now then?
You said you'd only read about 5 chess books in your life.
So I mentioned 1 out of 5. Don't blow my spot.
Sorry, I didn't know whether that was a big secret. As I was asking, I was like, wait, was I supposed to say this? But
Is that so?
Yeah, I have not read many chess books. So
Why
that
is
is
that?
one I have read. Because I'm a bad student. When I was younger, my coach would say, read these books, and I'd be like, yeah. You know?
So you've been more working with analysis, computers, stuff like that?
No, there are give me a lot of puzzles. So I was always working on puzzles and studies and things like that, but never reading a book from front cover to back. It just wasn't really my thing. I love to read now, but back then, wasn't a big reader.
How interesting. Yeah. Well, how about you, Tanya? Favorite chess book? Do you have a chess book that you're reading currently?
I do love books. I'm pretty old school like that, and I have read more than 5 books. But yeah, I would close. But I would really recommend the Gelfin series. I think they're really brilliant. The positional decision making, especially, I really like that. And one of the recent courses that I finished, not a book, is a Chessable course, and that is the checkmating manual.
Okay.
It's got these different patterns and great for tactics. It's actually one of the courses that I finished before the Olympiad.
But it didn't help
I
you
really
with that
enjoyed
checkmate
it.
and one before.
Yeah, it's been a while, Robert. It's been a while. Out. But that is one that I would really recommend. And Ramesh's new book. Funny story around that. It's a great book, by the way. It's on calculation and improving your calculation technique. It was at the finals of the tour last year. This was in Miami, the one before the finals. And I remember that Prague, I think, had won his match against Magnus. And then Ramesh went and gifted this book to Magnus. And I was like, that is not great timing, Ramesh. But Magnus loved it and immediately was solving exercises in it.
Really?
It's a great book and definitely one to check out.
Tanya, do you know where that book is right now? That book is right next to my bed. And it's...
That exact book?
That exact one. I opened it the other day. I was like, wait, why has Ramesh signed this book to Magnus? And I
Now
realised...
you know.
Yeah, I realised one time Magnus, he was just like, oh, take this book, you'll learn something from it. I think he was trying to mock me. And I just did. And I haven't read it, but that exact book is by my bed. Wow.
And it was amazing to see because Magnus had just won the tournament when Ramesh gifted him that book. And he didn't care about what he had just won. He immediately sat down and started solving it.
Incredible.
That's why it's the best.
And the name of the book was?
I know that it's on calculation, and I'm going to look up the exact name.
Calculation by Ramesh.
You sure you read this book?
I'm on it.
Well, we talk about calculation, and actually, I think that won Book of the Year in many awards.
Yes.
A couple of moves on this board. It's just Gukesh restoring the material balance and Ralph trying to survive on the dark squares. A bishop trade. Black's queen is going to be lured away from the king side.
It's called Improve Your Chess Calculation. That's the one.
By Ramesh.
Yes.
Ramesh, the coach of Pragnananda and some other young Indian.
Yeah,
players.
pretty much all the grandmasters that are coming out from India right now. And the one thing that you'll notice about them, just how good they are in calculation. This is the book you need to get.
Fantastic tip for everyone out there. Go out and get that book. All right, we have a few moves in this game. Is Gukesh getting closer to the match win?
It feels that way. I'm not sure whether he's played the strongest moves necessarily, but he's played very solid moves, very good moves. And meanwhile, Mamedov's doing a good job of defending. He seems to be making moves while his hands are on his head, so I don't know if the pieces are levitating in front of him or how he's doing that with the mouse. But Black's knight has at least found a nice solid defensive square, holding everything together, plugging a lot of weaknesses around the black king. The white bishop not looking great. I was going to say, now you really need to relocate your pieces. That white knight needs to find a better circuit. There is a very weak pawn on the h4 square that Gukesh could go for later. But most of all, he's still taking no risks. White is super solid. He hasn't burned his bridges in terms of going for the attack yet.
The reason I like Mamedov's position is I believe that in certain endgames, if the queens come off the board, for example, that black could be the side for choice. This pawn on e4 is an isolated pawn. We've talked about this a lot in other positions where isolated pawns, they can be attacked but not easily defended. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. So we see that Mamedov, he's just finishing his development. He can slide his rook over to d8. That would be a huge question for Gukesh. And if he brings his rook to d8 right now, we may see a queen sacrifice for two rooks. Two rooks worth 5 points each, that's 10, a queen worth 9. Who does that favor? Here, I actually like the position for black. At the very least, I like it for the side that needs a win. You want the imbalances.
Yeah, so for example, to follow that variation through, the queen could give itself up for two rooks. Technically, white is 1 point ahead if we do a bit of maths, but in terms of who's stronger here, the black queen or the white rooks, very much yet to be seen. If anything, the queen is the one creating the threats, about to dive in and go for an attack against the white king. I would be terrified here, especially in a situation where I just need a draw to make a decision like that one. So I think Ralph should be asking the question. I'm not sure how Gukesh would answer. I don't think queen takes rook is on the cards here. Maybe he doesn't ask that question. I was going to say maybe the queen just moves away, or maybe the white bishop blocks any attack. Instead, Ralph just makes a non-committal king move. He's getting ready, if needs must, to bring his rook across and defend this pawn. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I'm starting to like it for black. He's done a great job of surviving and asserting some level of control. Meanwhile, white's bishop is a problem piece, and he's using this to block the d-file. That asks the question, what's your queen doing on d2? What's your rook doing on d1? The bishop gets in the way. Starting to turn in black's favour, I would say.
I think one of the ideas of moving that bishop, blocking the d-file, is also to vacate the f1 square for your rook to land there. You're always looking for open files for your pieces, especially the major pieces, the rooks and the queens. So rook on f1 will give a direct target for white. You can start doubling up now that black has committed f6. White can look at doubling up. What is black's resource against this is to try to block that f-file by jumping that knight from g6 to f4. But then watch out for that h4 weakness.
Yep, that's a very weak pawn, and it will remain so for the near future. So let's see whether Gukesh goes for that plan. Maybe he'll start trying to improve his rooks. They really need to. Wow. Okay, he finds a creative way of doing that, Tanya.
I love it. That's another square, and making his intentions very clear, David. He did not put that rook on f1, puts it on g1. Looks like, wait a second, I was just talking about open files. That's a file that's completely blocked. But his idea, does he want to push that g pawn, open up that g file, target the black king on g7, the black knight on g6?
Looks double-edged to open up the white king as well as the black king, but it seems like that's what he's going for. Unless it was a mouse slip. I don't think it was a mouse slip. Maybe he meant to play rook f1. He can correct that now. But now Ralph is saying, OK, open up the g-file, please, because the black rook suddenly on h8 would have a direct line towards the white king.
No chance. In a game where you just need a draw, you're not pushing that g-pawn. I know we say play it like it's a normal game. It's too risky. And something that I'm noting is that time advantage for Gukesh, it's shrinking. Ralph making great moves quickly. Gukesh, he's struggling for a plan. And the side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage. Black has this move b7 to b5, moving the pawn next to the queen. That tries to open up that flank and create an outside pass pawn. Because if white is to take the pawn on b5 and black takes back, now all of a sudden there are some runners in the position, and that's scary news for Gukesh, who does not have a plan of his own.
Yeah, and I joked about the mouse slip, guys, but it did happen. He brought his rook, let's just backtrack, he brought his rook to g1, maybe about to leave her open the king side, but after Ralph's reply of rook to h8 saying, yes, please open it up, he said, OK, I'm too scared. I'm going back. And he's lost a move, Gukesh. It's maybe not the most useful move that he's given his opponent, but black has gained a tempo for free. And he's definitely showing some indecisiveness. And, wow, talking of weird, mysterious rook moves, rook to g8 for black. What's this rook doing? Blocked by its own king. Definitely feels like the players are showing some nerves. They're just trying to get quick moves down on the board and staying flexible with their plans.
Wow, this is getting wild, and I think there are some actual tactics in the air. White is never going to take this pawn on h4. So look at Ralph. He moves his rook up so he can slide his king away from his rook's path. The black knight going to leap into the f4 square. This is really dangerous territory for Gukesh. It's not the type of position he wanted. He played an opening that was supposed to be very solid, comfortable. Now it's double-edged, it's sharp, and I'm liking the position for Ralph Mamedov. He has a clear plan in the position, and for the young Gukesh, his king is going to be the one that's in more danger.
Yeah, it feels like he needs to pull the brake and somehow maybe get the queens off, just find safety in an endgame. Then again, Robert, you mentioned long-term in terms of the bishops, in terms of the colour complexes. That favours black too. Yeah, hard to offer advice. It feels like nothing's gone wrong yet, but it is certainly momentum black right now.
These last few moves have been just super impressive. The way black has moved around with the rook and then boxing his king on h8, making sure that the rook on h7 is ideally placed. The rook on g8 is nicely targeting the g2 pawn. And I have to say that despite the pawn structure, it looks like it's white's king that might be in danger, which is why the move queen to f2, offering a queen trade. I like that idea, David. If black does trade queens, white's other rook can jump over to the f-file, can double up there, target that f6 weakness. This could be the way that Gukesh saves this.
Yeah, just to show if the queens come off, at least you have targets for white. You have some level of safety. But let's go back to the players. At least in terms of body language, Ralph looked devastated about 15 moves ago. Suddenly he looks really interested in the position. Suddenly he looks much more optimistic about his chances. And yeah, Gukesh looks like he's still thinking. Now clocks are roughly level, roughly balanced. It's anyone's game now. Rook f2. Oof. Feels really indecisive, I've got to say, for Gukesh. It feels like he's just trying to hold the fort, but that's not a great way to play. It's not a comfortable way to play this type of middle game.
And he shows his idea. He wants to fall back with the bishop to f1 and then defend that g2 pawn, but absolutely agree with you that there hasn't been that much harmony in white's moves. The rooks and the queen, the last few moves that he's made, have only put them in worse spots. And where are you really headed with that d2 rook, the f2 rook? You've got no squares to play. Meanwhile, black has managed to get all his pieces on the very best squares.
Yeah,
except for one. that queen. So if we can bring the queen to g3, then white's king is in a world of hurt. So I think the queen is going to slide backwards to e7, then over to g7, then try to go up to g3. You need to bring that last piece, the biggest piece, the best piece into the attack. And as David is showing you, that's where the queen belongs. And step one complete. He brought his queen back to e7. This is getting more and more dangerous for Gukesh. And look at the clocks, by the way. Rauf Mamedov, nearly 3 minutes. Gukesh, his time is getting near 3 minutes as well. When both players are in time trouble, you want to be on the attack. And that's what Rauf Mamedov is starting to bring at Gukesh's king.
Yeah, positions like this, all you need to do is imagine, how am I going to deliver checkmate? Which piece needs to land where? And that's how Rauf very quickly came up with this really scary plan. I fear for Gukesh. I think Armageddon is quite a possibility here. Because what are you doing with white? You're just completely tied up. Your bishop, your rooks, your queen. There's nowhere to go. No way to improve your position. And 3 minutes on the clock. I think you need 30 here to work out a defensive plan for white.
This is terrifying for white. And we were just talking about the opening and how much advantage it seemed that Gukesh had, and everything looked great. And now suddenly, Rauf has the initiative. He's bringing all his pieces, every single one of them, against white's king. Gukesh is on the defense. The only hope I see in his position is that if black was to slide over with the queen to the g file, maybe he can try to trade off a pair of rooks on the d file. He moves the rook all the way down, and the reason he does that is he's vacating that d2 square for the other rook to jump in so that he can control and defend that g3 check that Robert was talking about, and also potentially offer a trade on the back rank in black's position once the rooks double up.
Yep, but he has wasted a bunch of time with his rooks. This rook was here, 5 moves ago? His other rook has spent 5-6 moves getting to a very passive square, and he's going to have to move it again. Can Rauf take advantage of the tempo here and find a threat? I think the most logical, as you say, Tanya, is to slide across with the black queen. What else could he be looking for? There are ideas of sacrifices at some point in the near future. Black's bishop, black's knight could capture one of the white pawns around the king and just blow open the position. But it's about getting it in the right order. Do you jump in with the rook first? Do you jump in with the queen first? How do you land a punch with black?
And Hikaru Nakamura likes to give the advice. You need to play good moves quickly rather than the perfect move slowly. And he made this move just now, did Rauf Mamedov, sliding his rook over, giving up the h4 pawn. I love it. Open up files against the white king. Here, have a pawn. What happens when you lose pawns? You gain an open file. So I think Rauf spent a little bit too much time. It's a bit of a speculative sacrifice. But if he had played that move in, say, 15 rather than 50 seconds, he would continue to put Gukesh in trouble on the clock. And now this is a tough position. As David said, you need 30 minutes to figure it out rather than 3. But Gukesh, he picks up that pawn. He is showing no fear. Rauf slides back. This is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, it's anyone's game. White's gone up a pawn, but black has gone all in on the attack against the white king. There's bound to be further sacrifices. There's bound to be a kind of long-term attack. Can Gukesh survive? That's the big question. Either you retreat your knight right now, or you move your rook out of the way, I guess, to defend it. For example, a knight retreat, though, will allow the black queen to slide over. And look at this. Look at the battery that black has lined up against the white king. This is just fearful. I mean, I'm terrified if I'm defending this one. Gukesh finds a different defense. He steps his rook up, defending the knight with his queen, but still clinging on to dear life. Black's queen has poised herself, ready to give a check.
The bar is going slightly up for Gukesh.
Yeah, this last move, maybe Rauf missed it, I've got to say. I pause for thought because actually visually it looks like something should be wrong for white, but it is all defending each other. All those pieces actually perfectly placed to defend.
That's a stunning resource that Gukesh has found in just seconds. He plays the move rook g3. Visually, it does look like something should be hanging, but actually the tactics all work out for white. And if you manage to trade off the rooks, the attack is gone. You're up a pawn. And I think you're absolutely right that this was a resource that Rauf missed. And we see him slowing down after a little bit. You know, he's played all these amazing moves, jumping with the rook, sacrificing the pawn. But now that attack comes to an abrupt halt. How do you even respond? You can't pick up the knight on h4. The queen is hanging. You can trade pieces on g3, but after all the trades that will happen on g3, it will be the king who will be the star of white's position, defending that knight on h4.
We have a result, you guys, and the first player is knocked out of the Airthings Masters Division 1. Ali Reza Firouzja, he loses also Game 2 to Alexei Sarana. That means young Firouzja, he is out Serrana goes through to the losers quarterfinals. Is this a big upset, Robert?
I don't think so. Of course, Alireza Firouzja is the favorite in that matchup, but in a two-game match, the side that is lower rated has better chances. And Serrana played a great game one. He played very nicely in game two. I saw that off to the side of the screen. So he deserved it. He moves on. He fights another day. Gukesh, he's looking to do the same in this one, and it's getting worse and worse for Rauf Mamedov. I mean, the way that Gukesh has handled the pressure has been just really mature.
Yeah, the last 3-4 moves have been disastrous for Black, just trading off a set of rooks, losing that pawn, and now all Gukesh needs is 1 or 2 accurate moves to fully rebuff the attack, and he should be able to convert this. And he has an extra minute, he has draw odds, those bonuses in his court as well. Yeah, I'm starting to not see actually any way forward for Black. I think White can just push the pawn to g3, hold everything. There we go from Gukesh, cover all the squares, kick away the Black knight, defend your own knight, and there we go. Once the retreat begins, it might not stop, and Gukesh doing all the right things in terms of defending this one.
And now once White's pieces start moving forward, there's not going to be any stopping off that g3. Really nice move, pushing that knight back. And now the bishop from the first rank can actually go to e2, also hitting that knight. But another nice move by Gukesh, a different approach. He moves the queen to the open file. So eyeing that f6 pawn there. Rook g7, big threat on g3. So Gukesh still needs to find an accurate way to defend it.
Yeah, and the clock, under 1 minute now, could play a factor. This was very much a bullet game, only 3-second increment. These guys will never have more than a minute, I feel, for the rest of the game. Can Gukesh conquer his nerves? He's not known as an online specialist yet, as a blitz specialist, whereas Rauf is very experienced in the blitz and bullet time formats. So could that maybe be a glimmer of hope for him?
And Gukesh down to 35 seconds for himself. He plays his move g4, great move. But Rauf, he has that experience. He was back in the ICC when it just started. He knows how to play in these formats. And you see his knight hop into a great square, and White trying to do the same, but it can be eliminated. And that gives Black an attack. I actually love that his knight is planted on f4. It cannot be kicked out by any of White's pieces.
Yeah, whereas the White knight can be eliminated at any moment. And suddenly threats, they're back on the board. Black's queen could try and grab a pawn at some point. Okay, nice defensive move, Gukesh, holding everything together yet again. Yes, he's advanced his pawns, but from a human point of view, as long as you cover them, as long as you defend them, Black is running out of ammunition. 20 seconds for Rauf, 25 seconds for Gukesh. What is going to happen? All bets are off. Although, objectively, it does feel like White should have some control.
He
just
needs to make
land
a move.
threat.
Queen f8.
Okay.
He tries to get the queen into the game from the other side. You can think about a position where the queen lands on c5 or on h6, really putting the attack. But that rook on the open file, d file, gives Gukesh the defensive resource. I like this move, queen e3, taking away a lot of squares from Black's queen.
Yeah, but then again, Rauf is also finding some good squares for his pieces. The Black knight now sitting pretty in the centre, and there is a passed pawn in the position. Black's e-pawn, protected passed pawn, will start motoring down the board. I'm expecting now. You might not get another opportunity. 5 seconds for Rauf. You have to move. Okay, Black's pawn advancing. White trying to kick away the Black knight. It's just blow for blow. Black trying to get his ideas on the board, and Gukesh every time trying to shut the door. And if you have to retreat for Black, it's not going to be a good sign. And 2 seconds for Rauf.
Make it
for the move.
move.
He's getting the moves off. They're coming in fast. Rook goes to e1 to stop that pass pawn. And, well, look at Rauf Mamedov. He brings his knight in because of the bishop captures. All of a sudden, Black has a very far advanced pass pawn. You see the eval bar dip as well. This is anyone's game unless Gukesh has a draw by repetition. That's what he needs to find. He only needs a half point to win the match.
Yeah, I don't think he should be aiming to win this one anymore. Black's pawn is too strong. Okay, the rooks are off. You need to give eternal checks. Otherwise, the Black pawn's going to become a new queen. Suddenly, the stakes are extremely high for Gukesh. This is not an easy position to defend with only a few seconds left. Wow, that Black pawn can start running any moment, maybe even now. Does White have enough checks with the queen? Rauf is banking no on being the answer. Wow, you have to hope now. You just have to cross your fingers and pray. For Gukesh, he's giving some checks, but the Black King is running towards the queen side. The checks are drying up.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to run behind its pawns, use them as shelter. But maybe there's only 1 or 2 paths towards the draw. I wouldn't be surprised if at any moment only one White move makes the draw. But he doesn't have a check along the e-file. The Black Queen takes control of it.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Oh, and he did queen d4 check, and then king goes to a6, and there are no checks on the board.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, there's no more checks. He has no checks.
He's making a new queen. There is a threat of checkmate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this one looks like it's winning now for Rauf Mamedov. Now, just give a check. Don't allow checkmate. White had the sneaky threat of bringing the queen to the corner to a8 to mate, but now all checks have dried up. And this one is game over.
Oh,
Gukesh.
look at that celebration from Rauf Mammadov. He wins it.
He wins it.
What a game.
Incredible play there. So resourceful. It's the bullet experience. It's that speed chess experience that Rauf has over the years. Oh, his young rival couldn't keep up.
Wow. You can't replicate experience, and that one was going both players, just making moves, and they barely had time. And Rauf Mammadov, he earned that victory. From the start, he played exciting chess. He went for it. He didn't mind losing the game, but he made sure that he had chances from the start, and he won.
We're gonna see Armageddon, you guys. Fantastic. And that was some explosions in the end there. What happened here, David?
I'm trying to work out what happened behind it. It was so complicated. We talked about this queen endgame where the game was eventually decided. Already at this point, the checks looked like they had dried up, and it looked like Gukesh was crashing to defeat. He didn't find a way to stay in the game. It looks like he should have given a check from the center, but even here, he has to find some miraculous resources to survive. It looks like the checks are disappeared now, but you can throw your pawn forward, trying to create a checkmating net, and after pawn takes pawn, you throw another pawn forward, trying to deliver checkmate. But for a human, this is too difficult to find. I think most of us here, we wouldn't find it, especially with a few seconds left on our clock. And just to show how the game ended, after a check, the Black King did hide. Another threat now of checkmate. And the killer blow was just a quiet move. The King steps back to defend. And note how after this queen move, Black can make a new queen very safely because this pawn is actually defended. The White Queen can only give one check, but no more. Two queens are better than one, and Rauf took the victory.
And that means in about 9 minutes, we will see Armageddon tiebreaks to decide the match between Gukesh and Mammadov. But the other match on the losers bracket is decided, and Alexei Sarana goes through to the losers quarterfinals. Congratulations, Alexei.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
A crushing match against the fantastic Alireza Firouzja. How happy are you with your performance today?
Yeah, today I played amazing chess. Yesterday I lost match without any chances, and I wasn't quite happy with pairings that I play against Alireza. I didn't think that I have a lot of chances, but I was really happy that at least I played first game with White. It gives me more opportunities, and I was very lucky with opening. I also prepared it against Magnus, and in this game it happens, and it worked quite well. I just got a lot of advantage and a lot of time, and win game very confidently, just because of opening.
Fantastic. So you were actually able to use some of the preparation you had for Magnus yesterday to beat Alireza today.
Yeah, a bit. To be honest, I didn't expect that Magnus will play it. I just prepared it, maybe for the next game, maybe for this match here. And hopefully it works in this match suddenly.
Yeah. And what does it mean to you to now, well, first of all, you made it through to Division 1, and now you're through also to Day 3 here in the Airthings Masters. What does it mean to you?
Yes, it means a lot, and it is really a cool result that I continue show very good chess in Rapid online. I'm very happy with it and very satisfied. And before, of course, even just to qualify to Division 1 is an incredible good result. So, and now I managed to beat Alireza. Yeah, just amazing result.
Fantastic.
And Alexei, congratulations on a great match. I just have one question for you. Who would you rather face in your next match, Wesley So or Hikaru Nakamura?
Probably Wesley So. I will play with someone of them?
Yes.
Oh, I thought Mammadov for Gukesh. No?
No. So you will play the loser from the winners semi-final between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So.
It will be a tough match.
Every match is tough here, but you must be feeling quite confident after your performance today.
Probably, yeah. Hope.
Well, Alexei, we have to say big congratulations on a huge performance today, and best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Thank you
Goodbye.
for joining us. All right, that is a very happy Alexei Sarana making it through to the losers quarterfinals to face either Wesley So or Hikaru Nakamura, who will meet each other in the winners semifinals later today. But we're gonna see some Armageddon chess for the first time in the 2023 season. Gukesh and Mamedov, they have to decide their match in Armageddon. How exciting is that, Tanya?
Super pumped to see that one. I think we all love the Armageddon, and this time with the new bidding format, it's going to be that much more exciting. But I have to add that Alexei looked so happy and so excited about his win until you mentioned that he'd either be playing Wesley or Hikaru. That's when you just took all of that away.
Yeah.
You know, I've commented on so many Alexei's matches on chess.com throughout the years, so many of his successes. You just have to be honest with the guy. Your next opponent, your tournament's not over, your next opponent will be one of those two. So good luck to him. It is great to see him happy, and he played a fantastic match, as he said so himself.
Yeah. What a day for Alexei Sarana. And the chess continues, you guys. Armageddon is coming up very shortly.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
If you're not a subscriber to Chess.com on Twitch, we're going to send you to a Twitch break now. If you are a subscriber, well, we're going to dig into all the action happening today. We're going to see Armageddon for the first time this season, Jovanka. How exciting is that?
I know, my nerves are jangling. I mean, I can't imagine how the players are feeling actually right now. I mean, it's also a kind of different mindset that each has. Mamedov, of course, he will be riding high.
Yeah.
He just come off a victory, in a clutch win with the black pieces. You know, he is that proverbial man in the dark, and he's found treasure. And then we have Gukesh, of course, who he's just thinking he had it in the bag.
Yeah.
And he just threw it all away. But I have to say, Gukesh, he did say that he's been training for these kind of moments.
Really?
Yeah, you know, during the pandemic, while other players were kind of improving their chess, he especially focused on playing under pressure and actually adopting the right mindset. To him, you know, he says, okay, there's nerves, there's going to be disappointment. Let me just embrace that and let me get on with the job in hand. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
And that must be so important now. Only having 10 minutes to get over a devastating loss, get ready for something completely new with Armageddon, where there's also no increment.
Yeah, and he actually did say, you know, what he would be doing, what he will be doing during that break. He will be meditating. He uses that just to calm the nerves and just to get ready and focused for what has to be done next. And it's going to be very interesting because we don't know who will be playing with black pieces, who will be playing with the white pieces, the time control. Oh, yeah. I'm like literally working myself up into a state of excitement. I mean, I really can't wait.
Yeah. The action continues, everyone. These are the results from losers round one. Alexei Sarana is through to the losers quarterfinals, knocking out Alireza Firouzja, Barav Mamedov, and Gukesh. They will play Armageddon tiebreaks to decide who is knocked out and who goes through. And one thing is for sure, they're going to need great air quality to play in Armageddon, and someone who has an Airthings device at home is Grandmaster David Howell.
Yo, what's up? This is your boy Big D. Welcome to CCT Cribs. Come on in. This is the hallway. I call it the Tunnel of Love. This is where a true professional chess player gets ready for the day. This is where I take my 2-hour baths every day. This is where I make myself look pretty. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come into the bedroom. This is where... Whoa, sorry about this. This is where the magic happens. It's where I get my 8 hours every night. So this is going to be the office. This is where the streaming setup is going to be. It's going to be a desk the whole way across the wall. The living room. This is where I get my zen time, my chill time. You got the sofa, you got the fireplace in the corner. And this is where I spend most of my time. I make my trademark noodles. My girlfriend insisted this is here. I hate it, but she said we couldn't get rid of it. She's gonna kill me. These are my most prized possessions, my dad's robots. And here you got mugs. Shout out to Princess Di, but my favorite, of course, this one. Now we're done with the house tour, it's time to check out the latest addition to the apartment. Airthings have sent me their latest model, the View Plus, and it's time to check out how the air quality is here. Now it's time to configure this bad boy. Connected. What I love about the Airthings device is that I always know the air quality. I do work a lot from home as a chess player, so I need to ensure that the office, the living conditions are perfect, and Airthings help me to do that.
What a cool apartment, David.
Thank you. I'm cringing inside now. Everyone's seen me, in all my glory. But I hope they enjoyed it, and I recommend the Airthings device.
Yeah, and what a nice Olympiad gold medal you have there. All right, you guys, we have to get ready for Armageddon for the first time this season. Robert, what are the regulations in Armageddon?
Okay, well, the base time is 15 minutes. So the side that bids the lower amount of time gets to choose their color. Most often, they will choose the black pieces. And if the game ends in a draw, the player with the black pieces moves on. So 15 minutes for the side with the white pieces. And then for the side that gets black, well, depends on what they bid.
Yep, and the player with the white pieces has to win the game. And I'm curious, do we have the bids in from Gukesh and Mamedov? We do. Gukesh has bid 15 minutes. Rauf Mamedov has bid 11 minutes. With the lowest bid, he could choose colors. He has, of course, chosen to play with the black pieces. He will have 11 minutes against Gukesh with the white pieces with 15 minutes. No increment in the Armageddon. Gukesh has to win this game. All right, Tana, what do you think about the bidding here?
I think Gukesh wanted the white pieces and he's happy with it. The game that he just lost to Rauf, the position was great. And he just did not have enough time. That will play a very crucial role. So he did not want to compromise too much on the clock. It's very important for Gukesh to just forget what has happened. The momentum of the match has shifted slightly. Gukesh took the lead in the first game, went on to lose the second one. Super important to forget that. Just get it out of your mind. There's no increment here and big moment here.
Yep. And we have updated. So he didn't bid 15 minutes. I actually don't think you're going to be allowed to bid 15 minutes. He bid 11 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's actually quite close.
Very close. And we see Rauf went for 11 minutes. So Gukesh actually just won by 45 seconds.
I'd call that a loss. It depends on your vantage point. I think Rauf really wanted the black pieces, so it's sort of a small victory for him, and I think that makes sense because Gukesh is not as experienced in these online blitz and rapid time patrols, so Rauf, he doesn't mind having the deficit on the clock.
Yeah. So to be clear, Rauf Mamedov bidding 11 minutes, sort of won the bid, could choose colors, chose now to play with the black pieces and will have these 11 minutes. Gukesh will have 15 minutes with the white pieces and he has to win the game. So bidding 11 minutes and 45 seconds, Gukesh, do you think he also kind of wanted the black pieces here?
It shows that probably he would have been happy with the black pieces, but having white, he wouldn't have been too surprised. 11 minutes 45 is still quite high. And it's interesting, the dynamic now, because remember, it's 1-1, but both won with the black pieces. So he has to turn it around. Gukesh, he's the one with the weight on his shoulders now in terms of getting a playable position. And it's very, very different from his previous white game. In that one, we saw a Philidor defense. White had the space advantage. White had the attack. Very active pieces early on. But now we see Gukesh switch away. It's 1d4 this time and a slower Slav. This variation of the Slav, when I was commentating on Vikings Day with Peter Svidler, we were joking, this came up every round in the Masters challenges. It's so topical, so popular right now. Black is rock solid, but white often gets the bishop pair.
And that makes a lot of sense when all you need is a draw to go through. And Mamedov choosing an extremely solid approach off the Slav here. I think for Gukesh, it's going to be very important to just try and keep as many pieces as possible and try and get Rauf in a time scramble. Get his clock as low as you can before you create dynamic possibilities in the position.
Yeah, no increments, so you can hustle on the clock for sure. There's no safety there once Ralph ticks down below a few minutes. And a queen trade, what do we think? It looks inevitable now, but who's this going to favour? On paper, it should be black.
I think that Ralph is showing his experience in these formats. In the Global Championship, he lost to Nihal Sarin in an Armageddon where Ralph actually had the white pieces. So he knows from his past what he must do. He's offering a queen trade, and as David just said, this should favor black. The position becomes easier to play. The time deficit doesn't seem to be that instrumental in White's advantage here because Black has so much time remaining and the pieces are coming off the board. I like what Ralph has done, but still so much life left in this game.
Yep, a lot of life left, but the reason here we are maybe favouring Ralph's chances slightly is because the pawn structure is completely symmetrical. And it's very locked up in the centre. White, even if he establishes that kind of symbolic advantage of the bishop pair, there we see the first imbalance of the game. Black has double pawns, White has the bishop pair. It's still very hard to find anything concrete to do with those bishops, especially White's dart-squared bishop. Not an impressive piece right now, very much locked in. And Black, despite the double pawns, does have a semi-open H-file. Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint any weaknesses in the black camp. It's going to be a long grind if Gukesh wants to win this game.
I like this approach by White of putting the king in the center. It's the endgame. The queens are off the board. You want to make sure that your king is an active piece, connecting those rooks, but watch out for that H2 pawn. You don't have the time to move that king side rook, the rook on the right side, all the way across. The H2 pawn hangs, and right now, Ralph with another big threat. He moves the knight forward to C4, attacking that B2 pawn. But does this allow White the opportunity to grab the knight?
Yeah, he's allowing a small imbalance. And as White, we've mentioned it before, if you want to win, if you're in a must-win situation, you have to add up the imbalances and hope that they total up in your favour later. And rather than allow this knight to live, he did eliminate it, Gukesh. So it has come at the cost of his bishop pair. But after this last move especially, he's banking on the fact that this pawn is going to be caught in no man's land, caught in White's half of the board, and maybe a target long-term.
Not just that, David. Look at the center now. It's all White here. White can start advancing that E-pawn at the right moment. The C4 pawn is a weakness. I like that last move. A4 by Gukesh, really taking control and space off the queen side, making sure that the black pawns can't advance easy. The knight can potentially jump to B5, threatening a fork. I think Gukesh can be pleased with the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, this last move, I've got to say, jumping in with the black knight to C4, allowing this exchange, it shocked me. I know he has to make quick decisions, Ralph, because it's Armageddon, but did he need to rush with that? It looked like he had the perfect structure when only needing a draw.
Yeah, I was not a big fan of the move knight to c4. I think it just gives Gukesh everything he could possibly dream of, an imbalance, a pawn to target. And now, all of a sudden, it's Ralph who needs to come up with defensive ideas. He plays this move f5. Wow. He wants to control the light squares. His knight can hop in behind rather than in front of the pawn and continue to control the squares. But that pawn on c4, it's a long-term weakness. And look at Gukesh's move here. a5. He wants to slide his rook up. His h1 rook eventually can come over to the c file to put more pressure on this pawn on c4. I did not like the sequence of events that led to this pawn being overextended, and I think Ralph is in some trouble here.
Yeah, just one rash decision, and it looks like he's suffering the consequences. He's had to take a timeout to block the further advance of this intruder, this white A-pawn, but now it feels like the time to go for that plan that Robert mentioned. Go for this pawn. It's definitely a weakness, and once you've freed up your rook, once you, for example, moved this pawn to a safer square out of the eye line of the black rook, then this guy as well is freed up to start attacking. And yeah, it looks like Gukesh, he's got what he wanted, very stable position with a couple of small imbalances and enough wiggle room to try and work things in his favour. There we go, h4, putting that pawn on a safe square, freeing up that white rook in the corner. Advantage White, we've got to say, on the board and clock right now.
I like that Gukesh has kept a 4-minute advantage on the clock. Very important in the Armageddon. And the whole idea is to try to get your opponent really down on the time with no increment. H4, a nice move as you were mentioning. The C4 pawn is the long-term weakness. And yes, Ralph only needs a draw, but I don't see a direct path to it, especially with the queens off the board. I'm really liking the way Gukesh is handling this endgame.
Yeah, if you could take all the rooks off the board, then I would say, yeah, draw is the most likely result. But now there's no fully open files to achieve that for black. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I really dislike that decision he made earlier, Ralph. But he's stuck with it now. He's committed to it, and wow, nice move by Gukesh.
Yeah, mistakes often come in pairs, and first it was the pawn on c4, and then also after the move a6 by black, it's the pawn on b7. So Gukesh, he is not being subtle. He is not hiding his intentions. He slides his rook over to the queen side so he can push the pawn in front of it, open that rook's file. At the end of the line is this pawn on b7 that is going to remain an eyesore. Black is going to have to use his heavy pieces to defend it, whereas white can slide a second rook behind the first one and continue to pile up pressure. It's going to be a defensive task for Rauf Mamedov. He is down under 8 minutes, no increment. I'm liking this more and more for Gukesh.
Yep, one target is enough to tie down Black's pieces, and then Gukesh will initiate step 2 of the plan. He'll be looking for other targets, maybe ways to step forward on the other side of the board, where he has this nice V formation with the white pawns, but he also has a pawn majority, 5 versus 4 on the rest of the board. So still looking good for white, but he'll be looking for the most accurate way to try and press this edge that he's got.
And Rauf has also moved his rook into the defense. I think what he wants is that once you try to open up the b file, this b7 glaring weakness that you're talking about, after a move like b3, Black will have the option to also push his own b pawn, because notice that knight on d7 after an en passant, you can pick it up with the knight. You can defend the c4 pawn as well. I do not believe that Black will allow the b7 weakness to remain. b5 will be coming up, David, at some point.
That's very clever, Tanya. Just before it's too late, before this pawn becomes fully backward and becomes an eternal weakness tied down on b7 to step forward. I must admit, sometimes I do forget about these types of moves when it does allow en passant. We're just taught, don't allow en passant. And here, however, it does activate the Black Knight. And if there is a trade of pawns, yes, white has opened up a line for the... Whoops. Sorry, my arrows. White has opened up these lines.
That's the first time you said that this season.
I'm getting better with the maths. But these rooks don't really do too much right now. It's more important that the Black Knight has found an active square. So nice defensive resource, and that is cut out by white, I was going to say, and Black prepares it by playing rook b8, getting ready again to initiate all of those exchanges by trying to bypass that white pawn on a5. Rauf really creative there. He's made up some time on the clock. He's only down less than 3 minutes now, but an uphill struggle still ahead.
And I love this move b4 that just was played by Gukesh, because if you don't take en passant, c takes b3 now, you can never do it, and white's next move is to plant his knight into c5. It's very well defended by those pawns on b4 and d4, and if you can capture and open up the b file on the c5 square, ooh, that's really bad news, both for the b7 pawn and the c4 pawn. That's the first one that we said we were not a fan of. So this is a big moment for Rauf. He has to take en passant, and I believe at least, and he's making this move quite slowly, so that's good news for Gukesh, who can continue to use his advantage on the clock.
Yeah, really clever. Most of us would be inclined to just push the pawn forward one square, but he spotted that actually he wants to force Black to take this pawn anyway, and why not force his hand by pushing 2 squares forward? Again, not on my radar, because I was so inclined to avoid en passant, but very sneaky plan by Gukesh. And yeah, as we mentioned, en passant here does favour white. Backward pawn, clear target on b7.
I think the big question is, can Black still go b5 and stop your pawn from advancing 1 square further, where you will break it? And Rauf answers, yes, he can. He goes for it. Now, the idea of jumping with the knight would just result in trades, make it more difficult to get that win for Gukesh. So he wants to keep as many minor pieces as possible. Trades on b6, does the en passant.
Yeah, he does go for that. And now I think the question is whether white can go for the idea Robert mentioned still. Yes, it won't necessarily result in backward pawns, but there are targets immediately. How does Black hold everything together? White does land the knight there. The knight can be eliminated, of course, and it looks like Black has a very good knight against the white bad bishop, but it's more about the number of pawns, and here it looks like white can very happily just start grabbing. I'm not sure which one I should go for. I can go for this one, perhaps, or I can trade rooks and then go for this one. But this looks like the acid test. And, OK, we get no answer to that one yet, but we could well see the solution soon. First, the knight did land on d5, and white is indeed going for this intruder in his camp.
It's not just the a6 pawn or the c4 pawn. There's also knight hopping up to d7, hitting the rook on b8, and going to e5. Going to the center, giving the king a check. The g6 pawn is actually an easy target. I feel like Black is just going to lose at least 1 pawn here. It might even be worse. So Rauf, he steals the first pawn by taking on b4, and Gukesh quickly responds if the rook takes c4. I feel like the problems will persist here for Rauf Mamedov, and the clock, it's at 5+ minutes. It's going to dwindle as the solutions to his position become harder and harder to find.
Yeah, so many weaknesses in the Black camp. Level material right now, but it might not stay that way for too much longer. can Ralph cling on and survive? Gukesh, since he's been given that opportunity, been very impressive, I've got to say.
I don't see a way for black actually holding on to that pawn for another move. Your knight on b4 is attacked right now by the bishop and the rook. It's the one defending the a6 pawn. You can't push that pawn ahead. You can't go a5 because it just hangs. The rook can pick it up. It's just going to be an endgame that you're going to try and hold a pawn down.
Yeah, you just have to find the best way to defend when you are a pawn down. I think it's inevitable now. Personally, I would be inclined to get rid of that white knight. It looks too strong. Just trade it off for black's dark square bishop. And, OK, he hasn't gone for that yet, but he does have the opportunity now. If you have the black knight, which is very strong, at least you can fight well against the white bishop in some circumstances. Yes, you're a pawn down forever, but you just got to do it, I think. Here, it's a choice between a bunch of different evils. You have to try. And, wow, the black rook jumps in. Sorry. That looks surprising to me. It feels like something is loose for black.
Look at the bar.
Yeah, something feels loose. I don't see what, to be honest, right now. It looks like black's hunting for counter chances, but does white have a way to take advantage?
I think it's just a fake pin because the knight on c5 looks like it can't move because the rook on c4 is loose. But if the knight drops back and we see the stockfish suggests knight d3 or d7, same exact plan. The only moves that led to a huge advantage, Gukesh, of course, finds it. The point is that after rook takes rook on c4, the knight can hop forward to e5 with check, forking the king and this rook on c4. You're going to win that rook on c4. Then e6 and g6 are just sitting ducks. They are going to be targeted and likely won by the white pieces.
Yeah, suddenly big trouble for black. This rook is attacked, and no matter where you place it, I think there will be consequences. For example, if you step back one square, actually the black king is caught in a mating net. I'm trying to find ways to hunt it down. The white knight can step back into the center. There will be ideas of, for example, stepping your pawn forward, bringing your bishop in, going for checkmate. This black king is actually really stuck right now, and not many ways I see to get it out, break it out, find some escape squares. Suddenly, big trouble. Maybe there are more convincing moves in this position than planting the knight back. But either way, you're a pawn up and you have full control for Gukesh. Extra 4 minutes to boot. So looking good for white.
All right, and he has to win this game, Gukesh. And if he does, he will make it through Mamedov with a draw or a win. Will win this match, but it's not looking good for him right now. And he is definitely down on the clock as well.
I like that Gukesh has slowed down, finally, because this is such a critical moment. He knows that he's done everything right so far. He just needs to find that winning plan, that good technique, and he's got the match in his hands. We were singing praises of Ralph's play in the last game that he won to equalize the match, and I think this one has been equally flawless by Gukesh so far.
Yeah, and I wonder how many strong moves does he have? Maybe we can ask Stockfish again. How big is the margin for error right now? To me, it looks like he can play a bunch of different moves, and there we see at least 3 strong moves, killer moves, giving a +5 advantage. That is decisive. He does plant his knight back on that very strong central square, trapping the black king. Black at least tries to tie down the white bishop by creating that pin again, but Stockfish says, move the king out the way. Again, you can give a check with the knight. That doesn't change anything, but you can move the white king out of the second rank. And yeah, I think the threats will just build up. They'll be insurmountable soon.
And the idea that you were talking about, once you're out of that pin, this pawn advances to e4, you open up the bishop, and do not forget the bishop on g5 landing would be checkmate. It would be game over. Now, the reason we want to fall back with the king and not forward is to avoid the knight jumping into b4 and any such trades. Moves like bishop b4 or knight b4 come to mind. But we do have a few moves now. The players did repeat.
Yeah, they just repeated once. They're not gaining any time because there's no increment, but that's often what they say. Just show your opponent who's in control. Of course, Gukesh won't repeat for a third time. He does instead put his rook on the 7th rank. Very nice as well. And this does hint at a checkmating pattern. If, for example, the bishop moves, then the rook will join in the fun and trap the black king itself. So very nice there from Gukesh. But a psychological battle, just showing, I'll repeat twice. I'm the boss. I'm in control. I don't want to draw. And play on. Still in trouble for black.
And it forced Ralph to think a little bit. And if both sides are going to waste 30 seconds, Gukesh is the happier one. And you see that Ralph's clock is now ticking towards 3 minutes, 30 seconds. He hardly has a move. As David was just showing, the knight hopping into e5 for white. There might be a checkmate in short order against that black king. Black has no threats. White's up a pawn, has a very healthy pawn structure, no targets to speak of. This is a completely lost position for Mamedov on the clock, on the board. An excellently played game by Gukesh when he slid his rooks over the queen side, opened the position up on his terms, and wow, we might just see this move knight e5. It's not very pleasant for black. There really are no good choices.
Yeah, I accidentally predicted the future there. You can also maybe just advance white central pawn forward, open up that white bishop. It looks like some deadly checks there as well. It looks like everything wins. White's only one pawn up, but the evaluation bar says it's plus infinity at this point. It's just completely winning for white. There we go.
And goes for your idea, David, on the board.
Double
Bishop
attack.
G5, a big threat.
Yeah, E5 checkmate, a big threat. You're attacking the black knight. I think Ralph here might just resign. He's guaranteed to lose at minimum a piece. I think you just have to take this pawn, allow the white bishop to jump in with a check. Maybe no checkmates immediately, but yeah, the black bishop on d8 will drop off. Will we see him fight on, or will we see him admit defeat and leave the tournament?
Shaking his head, Rauf Mamedov, losing all hope, I guess.
Yeah, he knows this one is just over in Gukesh's favor, but he's played some marvelous chess. To win on demand with the black pieces in that previous game, how he played against Wesley So, that was neck and neck. Wesley did not seem like the heavy favorite, as his rating would imply. So Rauf Mamedov, he's the type of player this tournament is for. It's a democratic, meritocratic process. Yeah. He showed that throughout the Swiss and the play-in, he was just as good as the best players in the world. He's demonstrated that yesterday and today, and he is going to lose this game, but it's been a great fight.
And guys, I love what Gukesh has done. Instead of going to pick up that material, going to pick up that bishop, he could have won it in one move with a check. Gukesh is going for blood here. He's going for checkmate. You were talking about resignation. I think it's going to happen now. Knight e5. It doesn't only threaten rook f7 mate, but also bishop g5 will be super powerful as well. Once the g4 pawn comes in, when you step up with the king, that will be game over as well. So that's two threats. You can't fight two checkmates in a position.
Yeah, you can't fight two checkmates. If you stop this rook checkmate, move the bishop, then to show Tanya's idea, you end up with a pawn checkmate. Really nice, pretty pattern here. The black king trapped between. It's like a sandwich here between the white knight and the white bishop. This one's going to be game over. I think Ralph, he might just let his clock run down, but he's not going to find salvation anywhere. It's game over. Checkmate is coming.
What an amazing Armageddon here by Gukesh. We were talking about his lack of experience. He's been very vocal about his focus being on classical play. The reason why he also missed the World Rapid and Blitz. He wanted to prepare for the Tata Steel Masters, but here he is just showing world-class performance starting from the play-ins up until this Armageddon.
An all-rounder becoming a...
Yeah, all the youngsters, they're just slowly but surely improving every facet of their game, every time control. In the past, you used to see these young players, they were very much specialists in either classical or blitz chess, but now everyone's good at everything. It's unfair.
Yeah. And he's going to face, when he wins this match, because it's looking very good for Gukesh, he's going to face tomorrow the winner of, the loser of the match between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. They play the winners semifinals starting 10 minutes after this game finishes. So we have a lot of chess still to go today, you guys, because in the winners bracket, it is best of 4 rapid games. And that as well can be decided in Armageddon if players are tied. So the day is still young.
The day is young, but the day has ended for Rauf Mamedov. He has resigned.
There we go. The tournament is over for Mamedov. He is knocked out of the Airthings Masters. 16-year-old Gukesh makes it through to the losers quarterfinals. And there was a little bit of a blunder, I guess, in this game, David. What happened?
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily say blunder, Kaya, but just a strategic mistake which cost him long term, and he will be regretting just one move, Rauf Mamedov. And it was actually a successful opening for Black. Black has got the queens off. Black has a solid structure, symmetrical structure. White's bishop pair are not that effective right now, but this move, allowing the change of structure, was one that Rauf Mamedov will regret. Suddenly, White was able to break the black pawn chain, and this move really rubbing it in, pushing the pawn forward, saying to Black, this pawn will never get connected to the other black pawns. And by stepping forward, once again, he's opened up his rook. And just to show one or two more moves, this one was really, really classy from Gukesh. Bringing the white rook over to b1, opening up the b file for this rook. And long term, he won a pawn, never lost control, and used his pieces on really nice outposts to clinch the victory.
And there we have it. Gukesh makes it through, and being from India, Tanya, you must be happy about that.
It's a big moment, and he never got his chance yesterday. I think Hikaru just asserted his domination in that match. But when you're playing against a player like Hikaru, you can't take it too much to heart. You know, you're playing against one of the biggest, the best online players. Well, just one of the best chess players really in the world. But I think Gukesh really showed today that he kept that behind him. He took an early lead in this match, went on to win an Armageddon, which is very hard to do when the momentum has shifted. So definitely all credits to him, and he's got 1.3 billion people rooting for him right now.
Yeah, that is a nice fan base for young Gukesh. And for the first time, seeing Armageddon with the bidding process and everything, what did you think of it, Robert?
I always enjoy it because we see how the clock is used as a weapon. From the start of the game, Ralph had to make some quick choices. I believe that if he had even time, if it was just any other game, he would not have brought his knight forward, as David was showing. That was a critical strategic mistake. So you use the clock against your opponent, and Gukesh did just that. He did it effectively. He deserved to move on.
Yeah, and it must be hard, David, to win on the man. You have to win with the white pieces.
Yeah, such fine margins. Sometimes you get out of the opening, you realize, wait, there are no winning chances at all. Yes, I might have 4 or 5 minutes extra on the clock, but that you can't take that clock, you can't take that time forward with you. So it's all about the position, all about those little nuances. In the Gukesh there, very impressively navigated, found some winning chances, put the pressure on, and yeah, as Robert says, deservedly in the semi-finals.
Yep. And we're joined by Gukesh. Congratulations on winning the match.
Hi, thank you.
Can I ask you, Gukesh, first of all, what was your thinking behind the bidding process, bidding 11 minutes and 45 seconds against Mamedov in the Armageddon?
Actually, I wanted white, but I also wanted him to get below 12 minutes. So I thought 12 minutes was a decent bid at first, but it turned out he also bid 12 minutes, so I had to go a bit less. So I chose 45.
Okay, so you were happy that you ended up playing with the white pieces then?
Yes.
Fantastic. And how happy are you with the way you performed today? The first game was fantastic.
Yeah, I was really happy with the first game. It was very clean game with the black pieces, and he didn't really play that well, but anyways, I think it was a good game from my side. And second game, it's always hard to play this must draw games with white, because you're trying to be careful, but it should be more optimistic. I tried to play some normal chess, but at some point I just panicked in the time trouble, and I think I had a perpetual in the end. Instead of queen h6, I could have gone queen b8, but okay. It was he kept on posing problems, so he deserved it. And Armageddon was, I think, again a very good game from myself.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Gukesh, on that win. You took the early lead in the match, but then Ralph came back in Game 2. And I want to ask you, what did you do between Game 2 and the Armageddon to switch it up?
Nothing, actually. I just checked the game, checked the second game, and I was a bit upset, but then I didn't really do anything, actually.
But then you still decided to change up the openings. You didn't go for the ideas that you had in the second game, even though you had a pleasant position. So the inspiration to play something different, how did that come to your mind?
Actually, I did play d4 in both games. And in the second game, I wanted to do something solid. I was expecting he would go King's Indian. So after knight f3, g6, I was planning knight 3, d5, bishop f4, and this is a very solid line. But in the Armageddon, I thought I had to play some normal stuff and not be too solid. I was still expecting him to go King's Indian, but Slav was quite a surprise. I didn't really remember this bishop g6 line well, so I just did something over the board and I got a playable position.
All right. And now, Gukesh, tomorrow you're going to play the loser of the match between Magnus Carlsen and your fellow Indian, Arjun Erigaisi. Will you now be following that match to see who you're going to face?
Probably, yeah. Anyways, both those players very interesting players. So I'll anyways follow the match. But yeah, it'll also be. I'll also be curious about whom I'll be facing tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. Big congratulations on your match win today, Gukesh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
It's time for another Twitch break. If you're not a subscriber, if you are a subscriber, well, we're going to look into the winners' semifinals coming up shortly. But first, Ivanka, I think we have to take a look at the bracket now, because we have now finished the first few matches on the losers bracket. 2 players are knocked out, and 2 players have now made it through to the losers quarterfinals. And what did you think of the matches here?
Oh, they were very, very thrilling, very exciting, and it did seem at one point very one-sided. I didn't expect Alexei Serrano just to overhaul Firouzja, and Firouzja suffering his 5th loss in a row, and he looked absolutely devastated on camera. And then Mammadov and Gukesh, what a roller coaster. But Gukesh, so calm, so collected, and he didn't seem fazed at all by the fact that he lost the second game, and he just went to business and absolutely demolished Mammadov in the Armageddon.
Yeah. And now these 4 players can lean back and enjoy the winners bracket. Winners semifinals is coming up. Which of those 2 matches, Magnus Carlsen against Eric Icey or Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura, are you most excited to follow?
Magnus fans, I'm very, very sorry, but it has to be the match between the 2 juggernauts that are Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. And I'm really intrigued, actually, how things are going to develop, because Wesley has been playing Title Tuesday. What? And as of now, he has like 9.5 out of 10. He has an insane score. So, yeah, I mean, whether this is going to work out well for him, I don't know, but it's risky business, because traditionally he should be like preparing.
Yeah. Okay, well, is he finished? Is he ready to start the Airthings Masters now?
Just finished. His last round was a draw. He's on 10 out of 11, and he's ready to play.
Wow. All right. Well, so that's how Wesley So has been warming up to face Hikaru today.
I know. We haven't seen anything from Hikaru, but we'll find out whether that was a good strategy or not. And when it comes to the other matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Eric Icey, it's traditionally been very one-sided in the world champion's favour. Eric Icey, yes, he scored 1 point off him, but the other matches really hasn't gone his way. So he'll be looking upon this as a learning experience, perhaps just use all the knowledge that he's gained previously.
Yeah, 2 cool matches is coming up, you guys. We're going to follow the first game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. And Wesley So, he has some big goals coming up in 2023. Your top 3 goals that you hope to achieve in 2023.
Let's see, the first one would be to qualify to the candidates. I've only played in the candidates once, and it didn't go very well in 2018. So I'm very excited to see what 2023 holds. There'll still be some over-the-board tournaments here and there, but almost half of the tournaments are held online, and they're very important. They got a lot of stake. I'm very pleased to win last year's the Global Chess Tournament. I'm excited to be part of the new Champions Chess Tour and chess.com. It's interesting to see what this new partnership will hold for them. Win some big online tournaments. That would be very nice. For me as a player, I'm trying to balance myself between being very good at classical while also doing not bad at online and speed chess because they're very different things. And so this year is going to be exciting as well as a challenge. And my calendar is actually getting very full at the moment. I also need time to spend between resting, recovering, and also preparing. And number 3 would be too ambitious, but I'd say reach the top 3 in the world.
He has some big goals, Wesley. So one of them is winning at least one online event. And this is day 2 of the Airthings Masters. He is playing the winners semifinals against his fellow American, Hikaru Nakamura. These are their stats in rapid chess. Holy cow, they played a lot of games, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, that's surprising it's that many. That might include all different formats, including Blitz. But recently, Wesley So has had the upper hand. He took down Hikaru Nakamura en route to winning the global championship, which earned him his spot in Division 1 here. He beat him in Tata Steel India in the rapid game. So Wesley has done well against Hikaru in rapid chess.
Wow. One of few players. And he's going to start out with the white pieces. Wesley So been warming up, playing a lot of online chess today. Do you think that's a good idea, David?
I'm not sure I could do it. I don't have the same energy levels as some of these top players anymore. But Wesley, yeah, he had a bullet marathon just before he played Title Tuesday. I think he must have been playing online now for 3-4 hours. He's got no excuses. He's going to be feeling warmed up at least. So as long as he's feeling confident, which he must do after winning Title Tuesday, then it can't hurt that much.
And Tanya, what do you expect from this matchup? Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, just 2 giants in chess.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
That's what I expect. Now, when these two play in classical matches, we've often seen those games fizzle out into draws, but when they're at it in speed chess, they go for it. We see so many decisive games. I'm expecting Hikaru to have the very Hikaru strategy of trying to bring Wesley down on the clock, flag him, really make him make those mistakes when he's low on the clock, because Wesley is such a difficult opponent to beat otherwise. With his 15-minute and a 3-second increment time format, speed and intuition are the 2 very important factors. And that's what it looks like Wesley's been working on with all the bullet and the Title Tuesday, the practice that he's been getting in before this big one.
Yeah. And look at Hikaru. Whoa, what is that about? I guess the game should have started. Maybe some technical issues?
He's impatient to get going.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hoping to strike Hikaru while Wesley is still recovering from Title Tuesday. Meanwhile, we're off. It's the King's Pawn opening. We often see the Italian or the Spanish when these two play. The Italian is a good sign. It means there's not going to be any quick draws. It's not going to fizzle out anytime soon, which has occasionally happened between these two in rapid chess. But the Italian guarantees all the pieces on the board for a long, long time. And maybe a theoretical battle to start this one off.
David, I'm just glad we're not going to see the position that you've set up for us on the chessboard, on our screens, and that's already happy moments for the fans.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the fans have caught that on the chessboard in front of us.
Yeah.
Later on, you can try and figure out which position we put on the board for you guys. But meanwhile, this one, we've seen it 100 times before. Hikaru is maybe the biggest specialist on the black side of the Italian game. He sets up with a bunch of different ways, and often he loves to drop back his bishop, his dark square bishop to a7. And as we mentioned yesterday, white has a variety of plans to choose from. You can start bringing one of the white knights around to the king's side. You can start gaining space on the queen's side. Eventually, it's about who can push forward in the center first. But just a very tense position, Robert.
Yeah, and it was a big decision by Hikaru to push his pawn 1 square rather than 2 on the a-file, because instead of fighting for space, he says, I am just going to be safe and sound, retreat my bishop on the dark squares, and it allows white to push forward on the queen side. You can go b2 to b4, just continue to push those pawns forward at the right moment, and the knight that just jumped in front of the dark square bishop, it is going to go next to the king on f1 at some moment, and then jump forward either to g3 or e3. It is standard fare in the Italian.
Yep, still very well-known stuff, well-trodden paths here. First, black, because you're slightly cramped. White has more space, especially on the queen side. Therefore, Hikaru goes for trades and a set of bishops off the board. At some point here, Hikaru, okay, he's looking off to the side. He's looking confused, but that's because he's trying to recall. He's trying to remember what his opening notes say. For sure, he's seen this type of position before, and smiling there, Hikaru. Maybe this last rook move, I think maybe not the most popular option, has thrown him off slightly. So he'll take a few seconds to recompose himself and then make a decision. But black's position is very healthy, despite the lack of space.
The rook from b1 really is making the intentions clear. At some point, you want to try to advance this b pawn to b5 and open up the b line. Now, also notice that how after the trade of the light square bishops, there have been some weaknesses that are created, and white's knight can find itself landing up on the f5 square. One of the plans that white has is to jump back with the knight to f1, go to g3, go to f5, and try and target the king side. And look at the decisions that the players have taken. I was talking about white's intention of going b5. Hikaru says, none of that's happening, not allowing it, goes b5 himself, blocks the pawn structure on the queen side, and a very interesting decision here, Robert, by Wesley. The rook's done its job on the B line. He slides back on the A line, just anticipating an opening up of the A file.
Yeah, it's a little shuffle. And now we see that Hikaru's rook has left the A file and scooted over to the B file. So there's a game of cat and mouse going on. And the point is that you leave the tension, but at some moment there will be a pawn capture on B5. Now that's available. Black never wants to take that pawn on A4, because as soon as you do that, then you're left with this A6 weakness. It's going to be lost in many of these positions. White can just pile up the pressure. That would not be a good choice. So that's why Black decided just to move the rook out the way preemptively. Now, if the capture on b5 happens, the pawn captures back. The knight protects the bishop over there on a7, and there's just no issues to deal with on that side of the board. So this is a tense affair thus far. Not a single pawn has been traded. We'll see when that first happens.
Yeah, it's extremely tense, this little dance between the rooks. It's very sophisticated stuff. It's beyond most of us, we've got to say. But it shows that actually both sides just want to stay flexible. They want to only later decide where they want to put their minor pieces, and only later decide when to go for those pawn breaks, which will signify the beginning of the real fireworks. And yeah, I think both players will be very happy with the type of opening that they've received. It's just very tense, and at least to start this semi-final, it's promising signs.
One of the plans that white has in these positions, we've been discussing about it, where to put that knight on d2. We see that it's coming in the way of its own bishop, and Wesley shows the path. He goes for the idea that we were discussing, falls back a little bit, but only to go forward in the next move. The knight comes back to f1. It is heading towards that f5 square. He also opens up his own bishop, so continuing to develop, but also keeping the tension on the board, not trading any pawns.
Yeah. Sorry, Kai, I was going to say, the last time I looked at this type of position was an Anish Giri's 1e4 chessable course.
Oh, really?
It always seemed to fizzle out to a small white advantage, but not enough to win. Let's see if this game proceeds along those paths.
Well, speaking of chessable courses, that is one way to study chess. We know books is another way. Robert revealing to us that he's not a huge fan of chess books earlier today. And we actually have a question on Twitch from Powered by Glucosis. And I'll ask you this, Robert. So as a 1500 player, is it more important to play to improve or to read and look into strategies?
Both. All of the above. Yeah, I think that sometimes we do puzzles, for example, and we need to work on that pattern recognition, that sort of muscle memory, and that's useful for a growing player. The issue is when you do puzzles, you're getting that tap on the shoulder, that there is a solution there, whereas we've just seen in the games from the Airthings Masters that there may be one solution, but you don't know that it exists. You have to find it on your own. So I think that you have to read, but you also have to play. You can't just get that experience anywhere in the middle of a game, a training session, and you're finding those best moves with the clock pressuring you as well. I think you have to do all of the above.
So, yeah. So as a 1500 player, do everything.
Yes.
If you have limited time, though, if you're working or going to school, you only maybe have half an hour or an hour every day to work on chess, what should you prioritize?
David?
My philosophy has always been 50% playing and 50% other stuff. So that other stuff could include analysing the games that you have played, could include reading books, following broadcasts, commentary, watching videos. But I think playing is at least 50%. That has to be it, just to kind of get that muscle memory, to get in the flow, to get in the mindset. Because it is a sport after all. It's a competitive field chess, and you have to kind of put yourself under pressure in order to improve.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing, and not to forget, is to actually just enjoy chess a lot. So if you've got limited amount of time, do what makes you enjoy the game. If it's solving puzzles, do that. If it's playing bullet, do that. The more you'll do it, the more you'll enjoy it, the more you'll improve.
Just make sure it's not 100% time spent on bullet.
that can be tricky.
I remember this is, I'll call it a blunder by Magnus Carlsen. He posted some videos with tips for beginners, and he also posted later sort of the, what do you call it? Not blunders, but the...
Bloopers.
Bloopers is the word I'm looking for, where he said, sit by the board and play with yourself.
Words to live by.
Yes. But keep sharing your questions and comments on Twitch as well. We'll bring up as many as we can to our experts in the studio here. We do have some moves on the board. What do you think so far in this game?
Yeah, so far it's just maneuvering moves. Neither side is really kind of setting out their battle strategies, saying, I'm coming for you on this side of the board. White's knights have just hinted at some jumps later on. They've parked themselves nicely in front of the white king, defending the white king, but also ready to spring forward if given the opportunity. But this last queen move does show a bit of hesitation from Wesley. He's just saying to Hikaru, you can't really break out either, so I'm going to wait, and slight space advantage for white on the queen side.
One very classical plan in these positions for black is to open up the center. You want to try and get a successful d5 break in, but it also needs to be timed really well. We see this last move by Hikaru bringing the queen up. Now he can also double up the rook and the queen on the d file, just anticipating that d5 break, because a threat is stronger than an execution, so he's really just preparing it. At some point, I'm expecting Hikaru to come in with the central break.
Yeah. And there will be various ways. For example, if he does land it now, of course, you can prepare it, as Tanya advocates there. But if you do land it, then white has a few possible answers. Firstly, you could just maintain the tension. It's not clear whether black is really threatening to take your pawn or to push forward. If you are scared of that, however, you could capture for white. And here the question would be whether black's central pawn is weak or not. Here it's a target, but it's sufficiently defended. So I would say that this actually favors black, this small transition. But yeah, it's definitely revolving around whether Hikaru can land this type of idea, pushing the pawn forward in the center at a favorable moment. If he can, he's solved all his issues. If he can't, then it's really hard from a human point of view to find a plan, to find anything productive to do.
And I think it's important for Wesley So not to push his pawn from a4 to a5. That would be so tempting for many of us. Let's attack this bishop on b6 when given the opportunity, but that closes down the queen side permanently. You want to keep the tension because at some point your rook on a1 may be activated on its starting square. So you want to take on b5 when the moment is right. You just do not want to eliminate that as an option. So much more likely from Wesley's perspective is to hop that knight on g3 up towards the enemy king with knight to f5. And watch out for sacrifices on the h6 square. It'll give up a minor piece for two pawns, but the black king will lack shelter. That can be very dangerous.
But I think that's when you're thanking that you've got a rook on e6, because those plans are super risky for black. You can end up getting checkmated, but that rook on e6 will be eyeing key defensive squares if that sacrifice was to appear on the board. So that's a happy rook there.
Yep. Happy rook, happy life. That's as the saying goes, or as the saying doesn't go. But wow, Robert, guess what move has just landed on the board? Pawn takes pawn, the only one we were saying would never happen. And I'm shocked, I've got to say, Hikaru worsening his pawn structure, maybe feeling the tension. He's just trying to say, okay, yes, I'm going to be kind of left with this isolated pawn, but I'm going to try and swap it off. I'm going to try and eliminate it next move. And if I can trade these pawns, then I'm very happy. Suddenly it's symmetrical pawn structure, equal position. But the question is whether Wesley, he's got one move, maybe two moves. Does he have to take this pawn immediately? First question. And second one, can he strand black with a weakness long term? Committal decision. I don't like it. I don't think black needed to go for this. I think there were plenty of other things to do. We mentioned going for the central break. But yeah, he's playing on the side where he's technically weaker. What do we think of this?
But if he manages to swap all the queenside pawns, I think that would be a happy decision and a happy outcome for Hikaru starting this match. Now, this is a 4-game match. It's a long day ahead for these players. You want to, with the black pieces, just make sure you neutralize all of white's edge. It's definitely a committal decision, but it looks like it's got a very concrete idea ahead. I like this point that you make, David, of going a5 and just swapping off all the pawns off the board.
Yeah, and if he can achieve it, then he's solved his issues. This is what the top players often do. They just work out, they can calculate, they make exceptions from the general rules. We were saying, never take that pawn. You make your own weaknesses, you isolate your pawns, but they spot those exceptions, those rare instances that they can go for these ideas. And this is the justification. Let's wait for Wesley to figure out whether he can punish Hikaru for at least temporarily breaking his structure.
Why is he taking this long to capture the pawn? Is there an alternative that we're missing out on?
Well, the pawn's not going anywhere, so perhaps he'll leave the pawn on a4 and hop forward with knight to f5. So I think Wesley, he understands that this is a critical moment, that black is trying just to liquidate completely on the queen side. And there's also the question of if he does take on a4, which pawn does he capture? Oh, which piece, does he capture? He can take with the queen, he can take with the rook. So there are several options here for Wesley So, and he doesn't want to rush this and allow Hikaru to immediately equalize.
Mm-hmm. Question for you guys. Should we jump over to Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi to take a look at the first game in that matchup?
It looks slightly more exciting. Okay. Still very tense in that one as well. Only one set of trades in that one set of pieces off the board. But yeah, maybe we do it.
Yeah,
I think Hikaru is about to solve his issues by trading off his A pawn here. So there we go. A5, and if those pawns disappear, equality. Let's check out what's happening in Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, big matchup there as well. Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi, they played each other a bunch last season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And here they are in another matchup. The bar in the middle. What are we seeing from the get-go in this matchup?
Yeah, so it's very tense, but Arjun has made a very ambitious but committal decision over the last couple of moves. He's advanced the f-pawn down the board, so he's initiating a potential pawn storm against the white king. If he gets time margin here, I don't think he'd hesitate too much. He would throw the black g-pawn down, try to dislodge the white knight, and just all the pawns would head towards that white king. I don't like what Magnus has done with his queen, I've got to say. I'm not sure how it ended up there. And white's pieces are a bit locked up for now. Still, white is solid, of course. Shouldn't be too much wrong objectively. But yeah, he's down on the clock too. Magnus Carlsen.
Very ambitious play by black, by Arjun here in this position on the king side, as we see. But I think this is exactly what he needs to do in this match to come on top. He cannot fear Magnus Carlsen. This match is so much about psychology for Arjun as well. He needs to believe that he can win it. He needs to make the most of the smallest opportunity and chances he gets. And I think his best shot is to try to create a mess on the board. Try and get messy positions against Magnus. Because if you try to play strategically, he's just going to outplay you. Arjun, yes, committal stuff on the king side, but I like it. It creates pressure. And Magnus there, going with his bishop to b5, because watch out, that pawn on e5 is weak. He wants to trade the knight on c6, and then start attacking that central pawn on e5.
Yep, this is the target, as you point out there, Tanya. And the one downside behind advancing pawns is they can't move backwards. They do create weaknesses, and this pawn can never be defended by a fellow pawn. It will tie down at least one black piece. And as you mentioned, there's a bit of a threat if black does, for example, ask the question of the bishop. Magnus won't hesitate. You capture. If the queen recaptures, this pawn drops, and of course you don't want to saddle yourself with weak pawns on this flank. Also, the white bishop on b2 suddenly comes back to life, re-energized, and on this diagonal it looks perfectly placed. I don't think Arjun wants to allow or entertain this possibility, so what can he do instead?
He's likely to play the move c5 to c4 himself, just shutting down that bishop on b2. It's often worth giving up material to shut down your opponent's pieces. The e5 pawn feels a lot safer with the bishop out of the equation, and that actually leaves Magnus with a tough choice. Do you really want to take this pawn on c4 and have double isolated pawns yourself? I don't think you do. And we actually did just see Arjun make a move. He doesn't push the pawn. He plays bishop f6, which does immediately defend his pawn e5, but already I'm thinking about exchange sacrifices. We've seen so many world champions over the years, including Magnus Carlsen, eventually try to plant a rook on d5. I don't think it's good right here and now, but at some moment, look for that kind of exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, getting a strong passed pawn in return, opening up a nice outpost for the white queen. The problem here maybe is that black would ignore the rook, at least for a move or two longer. And yeah, a very thematic idea there. Instead, Magnus captures this black knight, and Arjun is hesitating. I'm very surprised here, I've got to say. If you take with the pawn long term, these are extremely weak and easy targets for the white dark square bishop, for the white knight. But if you take with the queen, I guess the reason he's hesitating is because the pawn will step forward, reinstating this threat against the e-pawn. And if you defend it, you lose time with the black queen. You've lost 2 tempi, and watch out for Robert's exchange sacrifice. It could land at any moment. Rook to d5. Yes, it comes at the cost of material, but you get so much in return. And Arjun, he's weighing that up. He has captured. Will he drop his queen back? And will Magnus go for this idea?
Big questions there. And we see him taking a little bit of a of time here. I do not see another way to defend the e5 pawn. It's also interesting that white has the possibility to build up more pressure against the center pawn. He drops back with the queen, and one idea, rook d5. Again, super combative with an exchange sacrifice, but this is the other plan that Magnus has gone for. He wants to really double up the pressure on the e5. He's looking at setting up that queen and bishop battery along the diagonal. Arjun swipes up the rook all the way to e8 so that he can fall back with the bishop to c8. A retreating move by the bishop, just making sure the pawn on e5 remains defended.
Yep. It's just a battle of plans right now, and the more we look at the position, the more it feels like this is a real hole in the black camp. If the white knight could ever land there, that would just be glorious. I'm not sure the path. Unfortunately, it does take a few moves, but if you imagine the white knight on this beautiful, juicy square, then yeah, you can resign as black. You don't even want to tolerate that, but it takes too long.
And a big decision there by Arjun, because he could have brought his bishop forward and instead he retreated backwards. He's covering that d5 square. If instead of retreating to f7, he brought his bishop forward to g4, I just want to show quickly how domination happens. You can go like rook d2 and say, oh, my kingside pawn structure, it's in shambles if bishop takes knight. Pawn takes. White's just going to double rooks, bring a rook to d5. Black's dark square bishop is very passive, and white's king can actually sneak towards the center. King f1, king e2, very safe there, while black's pawn structure is actually the worst one. You don't want pawns on the same color as your own bishop.
Yeah, this bishop is just terrible for the rest of the game. Just resigned to being a defender.
He's going for your idea, Robert. He anyways goes rook d3 to try and double up the rook and bring that rook to the 7th rank, and it looks like he's building a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, it looks like Magnus is turning this slightly in his favour, at least momentum-wise, but will Erigaisi fight back? For example, we mentioned a possible pawn storm at some point. I don't think you can go for it right now, too loosening, too weakening, but first he takes a timeout to defend the 7th rank. Magnus, can he up the pressure? It looks like all of his pieces are pretty much on their perfect squares right now, and can he improve? That's the question. Or can Erigaisi just knuckle down, solidify, and hope to counter later?
This is your worst nightmare against Magnus, where you've given him all the play, and Magnus, we've seen him just convert these positions flawlessly. He just keeps building the pressure move by move until the opponent cracks. It looks like the kind of position that black has just got to keep things together. It's hard to come up with an active plan, and there we see the rooks have been doubled up. Currently, the d7 square is defended, but it's going to be an uphill task to keep the defense going. And on the clock as well, Magnus ahead by almost 2 minutes.
Guys, earlier I said the bishop pair were my favourite thing in the world.
Yes.
Can I retract that statement? Look at that dark square bishop for black.
But that's not a bishop, to be fair to you. That's a big pawn sitting on f6, so it's not really a bishop pair for black. You can keep your statement.
Thank you, Robert.
Big pawn, I like that. Well, how about you guys, Tanya and Robert? What do you prefer? I know there is always like a big discussion. Do you prefer the bishop pair, the knights, a bishop and a knight? What do you prefer?
You take it first.
I'm a bishop person, I have to say. I love the bishops, but of course it depends on the position. When you've got a bishop pair, you're really looking for an open position so that your bishops can be on these diagonals. These are long-range pieces. They need space to breathe and to really thrive and flourish. But in this position, as we can see, the bishops are behind their own pawns, and there really isn't that much to play for. Also, knights are super tricky, so be careful of them. And I would say in classical games, I love myself a bishop pair, but if it was bullet, blitz, give me a knight any day.
Okay, how about you, Robert?
I think I grew up preferring my knights over bishops. Maybe because I like Vishyanen as a player. He tends to give away his bishops for enemy knights. But as I've matured, I'm going to put that in quotes because really I'm just...
You actually did.
Yeah, I'm just a big kid over here. I do prefer the bishop pair. If I can just get a neutral position with the pair of bishops, I already feel like I have an advantage. And so, yeah, I would go with the bishops.
Okay.
I saw Robert enjoying that effort by Serrana earlier with the bishops, just manoeuvring them, just every move Robert would... give it stamp of approval, so I could tell his answer was coming.
Yeah, and with AI, we're sort of getting, you know, even clearer answers to the big questions in chess. What will AI say? What does AI prefer?
Ooh, AlphaZero in that famous match against Stockfish a few years back now, it would often give up several pawns for the bishop pair, but it's only in very specific circumstances when you can guarantee that the bishops have range, that they can be like archers just looking afar across the board and target everything. In locked positions, then it's less clear.
So what you're saying is all-in AI would not like the bishop pair we see on the screen in front of us, because
AI
the
would be
bishop on
throwing
f6,
up.
the big pawn there, not helping. White's pieces are just in perfect places. The rooks are doubled. They're defended. The pawn structure is preferable for white. And look at this. The knight f3 was putting pressure on e5, but Magnus pushed his h-pawn, not to create luft for his king, but to bring his knight back just to head forward to g4. And he induced a weakness with Arjun playing h5 simply to stop that knight moving. This is Magnus at his best, maneuvering chess, and he is the one with the upper hand here.
Yeah, and when Magnus beat Arjun in the final of the, was it Julius Baer Generation Cup last season, he did mention in the interview that he was playing anti-young player chess, especially against Arjun. He was playing openings where it wasn't necessarily anything forcing. He wasn't going directly for the kill, but he just gives Arjun a bunch of very difficult strategic decisions. And actually, it's very difficult to answer them, especially against someone like Magnus, who will punish you if you make the smallest inaccuracy. And it feels like Arjun somewhere, maybe around the moment we joined it, maybe missing Robert's pawn to c4 push there, locking in the white bishop. He's let it slip, and ever since, it's been going steadily downhill. It's white fully in control. Black is stuck, frozen. I don't see any productive moves. And white has clear plans of improving his pieces every step.
These last two moves have been so impressive by Magnus. Absolute class there. He fell back with his knight, provoked a big weakness in Black's camp with that moves, then just simply comes back. The knight has done his job, returns to this post where it attacks e5. What has Black done? Now Arjun is left with another weakness on h5. The ball is in his court. Every move is difficult to answer. He's burning the clock. He's down to, wait, what is that, 3 minutes on the clock? And a really passive position for Black.
Yeah, really passive, and white can switch focus. White can play on the king side, potentially. You could certainly imagine the white king moving out the way, the white rooks shifting across, and then opening up some lines on this side towards the black king. You could imagine white switching towards the queen side, hitting this pawn in the center, and then flicking a pawn push up here to open the position at the right moment, just to try and gain some space. Magnus is super flexible, and okay, Arjun moves his rook. Magnus says, okay, I'm clamping down. I'm closing the position even further. Now there's a nice juicy square later for the white knight. I don't think you want to rush in, but definitely no pawn pushes for black on that flank. Knights thrive in these closed positions.
I think he closed it to open it on his own terms. Magnus might bring his king up to h2, rook over to g1, and push his g-pawn. And I think Arjun understands that he cannot sit and do nothing, because when that side of the board opens up, it's all fun for white, miserable for black. So he plays b5, trying desperately to claw open the queen side. Unfortunately, all of white's pieces in good place there. So he does go forward with your knight g5 idea, David. He gets that dark square bishop off the board, e5 becoming even bigger target, c5 now cemented on a dark square. You don't have a dark square bishop to defend it. I would not like this position at all for black. I just don't see any plans.
Then again, white has traded his beautiful knight for that big pawn, that big kind of stuck piece on f6, that dark square bishop. So at least he has the solace of opposite colour bishops here. If it does go down to an endgame, which is miles away, unfortunately, but if it does get to an endgame, then he might hope to hold this one, Erigaisi. It's just the clock, it's just the position right now. Both
less than 2 minutes now.
Suffering on both.
Yeah.
Very difficult stuff. And we often talk about opposite color bishops and how that might end in a draw, but not this one, because it's all about which bishop has targets. And while the e4 pawn for white can be defended, it comes back to that decision that Arjun made with that f-pawn. The e5 central pawn is a weakness forever. He falls back on f7. I don't believe that Magnus ever wants to retreat with the rook. Of course he could, but he doesn't really care about an attack on that rook, because imagine and visualize if that rook was even picked up by the bishop, just how strong white's pawn there would be.
Let's just put that on the board. For example, if white waits, let's say I make a pawn move, the rook drops back. Yes, white can move the rook, maybe to some active squares, but even if we leave it, let's say, for example, let's make a queen move, then, yeah, super strong pawns now in the center. White still has ideas of attacking on this side, and great positional compensation. Instead, Magnus, he doesn't play the slow approach, of course. He goes in with his queen. He's going to zigzag her into the black camp and just increase the pressure. Slowly but steadily, it's just getting worse and worse for black, better and better for white. But can Arjun solve his issues? Maybe with some tactics at some point as he ticks down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. You don't want to be in this situation against Magnus on the board, but yeah, when Magnus is on the clock, he also hustles because he calculates so quickly.
You need time to find tactics, and Arjun does not have time. He is down under a minute and about to be 20 seconds. He just doesn't have a move. He can trade pawns on c4, but chess is not a game about one little trade. It's about coming up with a plan. Arjun has no plan. He is just trying to fend off all of Magnus's threats. His rook on e6 blocks his own bishop, but if he ever moves that rook away, that gives white more control along some squares in the d file. So this is so unpleasant to have. He does swap off a pair of pawns. We just saw that, but now what? Maybe he's best served just moving his king side to side and saying that perhaps Magnus has no way to make progress.
Yeah, argue that black has a fortress. Okay, first he solidifies another pawn, but look at that white dark squared bishop now. If black's central pawn ever disappears, that white dark squared bishop rakes across the board. And wow, Magnus just widening his eyes there.
Yeah,
shocked.
what is that about?
I think shocked by this last decision by Erigaisi. It did feel to me like Magnus was trying to provoke this move. I think Magnus would have happily invested 2 or 3 moves to provoke black to push his pawn to g6. But Magnus now just needs to find a killer blow.
And black is just holding on by a thread in this position with those rooks. One of the ideas that white can actually have is to trade one pair. He could also put the queen and triple up on the d file and then go in with the rook, go to d8, trade off, make more use of these dark squared weaknesses that we're talking about. Imagine if one pair of rooks gets traded off, the e5 pawn will be such a glaring weakness in this position.
Yeah, I like that idea as well. Tanya, of creating the Alekine's gun, just moving the rook, for example, sliding the queen behind, and then just breaking in through the open file towards the black king. It takes a while. I'm not sure whether you have that luxury, but that will be on Magnus's radar. Or, as you said, just swap off one set of rooks. Looks very simple. You could also land on the 7th rank. I'm not sure where you're going from there, but very many tempting moves. And it's the theory of 2 weaknesses. Black has this huge problem on e5, of course, but if you can just create one more weakness, one more target for the white pieces, that will overwhelm the black defenses.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus pushes his pawn to g3, and then eventually the second pawn to f4, and opens up that bishop on the long diagonal. Because if that pawn e5 is gone, the full length of diagonals open for that bishop. The queen would like to join the party and deliver a checkmate. This is looking very scary for Arjun Erigaisi.
If you could ever line up the white queen on the same diagonal as her bishop, boom, checkmate.
I like that new feature, David.
I'm learning the tech stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, it might take a while, but Magnus will be looking for those types of ideas in the next few moves.
All right, and less than a minute for Arjun Erigaisi. What do you think right now, Robert? Will the Indian lose this first game in this match?
Yeah, he's playing Magnus Carlsen. He's down a ton on the clock. He has no real ideas in the position. So I feel like Magnus, he's spending his time here. He knows that he doesn't want to give Arjun a series of easy moves. Because with Black's last move, it seems like he wants to move his rook out of the way, open up his bishop, things of that nature. So I think Magnus is just trying to be precise right now because the next few moves will be easier for him to play and more difficult for Arjun.
Magnus Carlsen is under 3 minutes on the clock. This is the first game in the winners' semi-final match between these two. The winner of this match goes through to the winners' final, and the loser of this match is knocked down to the losers' bracket to play the losers' quarterfinals tomorrow. You do have 2 lives in the double elimination format.
Wow, and a slight surprise to me, at least, because we were just highlighting some potential checkmating ideas on the dark squares, but Magnus has offered a queen trade. First, he dropped back his bishop to a1, white's bishop in the corner. Nobody puts it in the corner. It still looks pretty good there. But, yeah, the queen trade heads towards the endgame, but the problem for Arjun is the rooks are still on. With the rooks off, you could maybe hold a draw if you're lucky, but with the rooks on, white's rooks clearly superior to those passive, to their passive black counterparts. What do we think of this decision?
Surprised, but I think positionally it seems to work really well. He knows he's got a long-term advantage with all these pawn weaknesses. Now what black can count on is that b3 weakness that white has. A lot of weaknesses for black, but white's got one, and that's the pawn on b3. He offers one trade of rooks. The more the rooks get off the board, the easier the defensive task gets for Arjun. But yes, Magnus will trade off one, but not the other.
Yeah, with his remaining rook, Magnus is going to go pawn hunting. There we go, a trade of pawn, trade of rook, sorry, and we launch up the board with that white rook going after the Isolanis. The black a6 pawn is the first target. 5 seconds as well. Oh, sorry, 13 seconds for Arjun, but not much time at all.
No, and he finally takes the pawn e5. We've been pointing at it for the last bunch of moves. He takes it, and the f4 pawn is next. The a6 pawn is hanging. The rook just patrolling the 6th rank here. Arjun trying to find any idea just to stay alive here, but with so little time, and I think white can just start scooping up the material.
Yeah, 1 pawn down, and it's about to increase Magnus's lead. First, he gives a check. Ooh, discover checks all over the shop here. If Magnus wants, first he can just step his bishop out the way. Just avoid any rook takes bishop ideas, and the threats continue. There we go. White's rook is going to jump out the way. I think we won't see Arjun fight this one on much longer. You're facing the best endgame player of all time, and you're a pawn down with a bunch of weaknesses. Yeah, it's sad. It's just been a masterclass from Magnus in terms of strategic play.
This was super tough from start to finish for Arjun. It was all about giving Magnus the kind of position where Magnus is the only one playing and putting that pressure move after move. It's just a nightmare against him. And we see now he is a couple of pawns up. It's not even about the concept of 2 weaknesses. Everything is a weakness in Black's camp right now. Arjun with f3 attacks the... Magnus with f3 attacks the bishop, but also defends the e4 pawn. The bishop will fall back. The g6 pawn will hang. And now he goes for rook b8. That's an interesting move, but what is the point? You can just pick up the bishop on g4.
Yeah, it's desperation. He's hinting at a counterattack. If the black rook can get active, maybe start checking the white king, especially after a trade on g4. Black will have a couple of pawns next to each other, but it's just, it's just a bluff, unfortunately. I think with a few seconds left on the clock, Arjun is just playing for tricks, and they don't quite work. Has Magnus calculated it all? I think he can just figure it out at this point.
Oh,
and,
yes, he has.
He gives his bishop back just to create a passed pawn over here. The g6 pawn is still hanging. He'll have 2 advanced passed pawns that cannot be stopped. And the material count is still in Magnus' favor after all of that. So Arjun, he's just playing on just to get these final moves in, but the h pawn cannot be stopped anymore.
Yep, that white pawn will cost black his rook if you want to stop it. Actually, you might not even get given the opportunity. A rook trade and white will make a new queen. Arjun is about to resign, losing on time as well, and he logs off immediately.
Wow. It's a win for Magnus Carlsen in the first game in the winners' semi-finals. He's playing a match against Arjun Erigaisi. This was only the first game. Arjun did play with the black pieces, and he still has 3 games to win the match. He can still turn it around. This one is still going on. This is game 1 between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, the 2 huge Americans. And what's happening? The bar is roughly to the middle in this game.
It's roughly to the middle, but Wesley So has got a bit of a problem. That black A pawn on that very strong past black A pawn is still alive, and how does he pick it up? The white king isn't entirely safe. If you look at the black rook, the black queen, they're both aligned towards that white pawn on f2, which has just moved forward 1 square. And if Wesley can safely pick up that pawn, he's up a clear pawn. He's in a very promising endgame. But I was going to say, maybe it wasn't possible, but he's achieved it. What do we think? Serious winning chances here for white?
Definitely. And look at the clock situation. Both players hovering around 20 seconds. They do have 3-second increment, and both of them are super speedy. Wesley So won Title Tuesday earlier today, and Magnus Carlsen, he won his game. But Hikaru Nakamura beat Magnus Carlsen for the Speeches Championship title. Now, Queen E3 threatens the white king. I think you have to push your pieces backwards. And look at this. A rook sacrifice trying to secure a draw.
And you saw Hikaru lean back with pride, I think, at that last rook sacrifice. It's almost guaranteed to be a draw at this point. There's no way for the white king to hide. Black can give checks forever. And the players leave. It is a draw.
Wow. The first battle between them ends in a draw. The second one will start in 5 minutes, and Hikaru Nakamura will have the white pieces in that game. I think we should take a look at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. A big win for Magnus there, David.
A very big win, and just to show how he consolidated his advantage in that one. Magnus, we mentioned he had full control. We mentioned strategically he was dominant, but just this very nice calm queen exchange. And this confirmed his advantage, removed all threats of counterplay. Once the queens disappeared, we saw a bunch of weaknesses. This pawn, indefensible. This black pawn, also in a dark square, a clear target long term. And this central pawn, of course, going to drop off. We saw 1 rook trade, but that wasn't enough. The remaining rook came in. And this just shows trading pieces doesn't necessarily worsen your winning chances. Here, it's just an easier way to pick up the weaknesses in Black's camp. Arjun tried to cause some trouble, but was unsuccessful.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on.
Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
And if you're not yet a subscriber on chess.com on Twitch, then we're going to send you to a Twitch break right now. If not, we're going to dig into the results so far in the winners' semifinals. And Magnus Carlsen, he's on fire, Ivanka.
Yeah, I mean, whatever he's doing in Canada, it certainly agrees with him. I mean, he made it look very effortlessly. And I have to say, the pressure is now on Arjun already to actually recover from that, to find a way to unbalance the world champion. And I would recommend go outside, shake it off, do something radical, because so far it's not really working. And according to his track record, he does need to make some drastic changes.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen, he won 2 games yesterday. He basically could have won 3 games yesterday, starting off with another win here. What's up with him?
Well, he's having a good time, as Tanya alluded to. You know, he's enjoying himself, and he's always said he plays fantastic chess when he's feeling good. He's in a good mood.
Yeah. Do you think it is maybe a little bit to do with hanging out with the chess bros, having a little bit of a good time together with friends?
It's all those good vibes in the air, let's face it. You know, if you're feeling happy, you play good chess. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah. And then Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, a draw, a safe, solid draw in the first game there.
Safe, solid. I wouldn't say that. You know, I have to say, Wesley was just prodding, probing. Hikaru just looking for those weaknesses. You know, he just kept on pushing. You know, on the king side, on the queen side. I mean, he just kept on going. And I have to say, it was Hikaru who was on the back foot the whole time.
Okay, so Hikaru now going to have the white pieces in game 2. What do you expect?
Well, I mean, if I were to say, to use a football analogy, you know, it's like a game of chess, right? And there's a game of football. I would say it's an advantage to Wesley. Hikaru now needs to actually do exactly the same in the second game.
Yeah. So the players are working hard in the winners' semifinals, and we hope you guys at home are working hard as well on today's puzzle. It's from a study composed by the youngest player in the Airthings Masters, Gukesh. What is this puzzle or study about, Ivanka?
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, he composed this study when he was just 15 years old. I mean, he's 16 now. But, I mean, it's white to play. And the whole, you know, it's an endgame study. And the whole theme is that white must take advantage of something right now. If you wait too long, then, of course, black's forces will unify and there will be some defenses. So it's very, very, very clever. And gather your friends, take selfies, show me. Don't turn on the computer. That's just boring.
No.
Don't cheat. Get your friends together, have a good old natter, and see whether you can solve it together. Because after all, that's the best way of solving puzzles.
Definitely. And tweet your answer using #ChessChamps. One winner will get a fantastic Airthings device signed by Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus Carlsen is getting ready for game 2 here in the winners' semifinals.
We're off. It's a king's pawn opening. Wow, guess what move has just landed on the board? Pawn takes pawn, the only one we were saying would never happen. Hikaru worsening his pawn structure. Wow, Magnus just widening his eyes there. I think shocked by this last decision by Erigaisi. Arjun is about to resign, losing on time as well, and he logs off immediately.
All right, are we ready for game 2 in the winners' semifinals?
Of course we are. Magnus Carlsen playing, Arjun Erigaisi, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura. What more could you ask for?
I know. I mean, can you believe the lineup? These 4 amazing players.
Yeah, it's stacked this whole field. And I'm expecting a lot more fireworks. It's a long match today. It's 4 games in the winner's bracket. So Erigaisi has time to fight back. But Magnus, whoever he plays in the next round, whether it's the winner-loser bracket. I think he's been in top form so far. He's going to be the one to stop.
Yep. Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces. He lost the first game to Magnus, but still has time to turn this around. And what are we seeing on the board in this game, Tanya?
Wow, it's a Queen's Gambit accepted. Magnus has decided to pick up that free pawn, and I have to say, losing that first game, definitely a big setback for Arjun. When you're playing against Magnus, it really sets up the tone for the match. So with the white pieces, super crucial that he gets his chances from the opening. Magnus making a bit of a risky choice there with picking up that c4 pawn.
Yeah, so the Queen's Gambit accepted this time, but this last move, maybe not the most common. It does kind of provoke White. It does try to tempt White into occupying the center. White is temporarily down one pawn. That black pawn on c4, the double pawn, won't necessarily survive that long. But Magnus is saying, OK, if you don't go for it now, I will defend it. And Arjun does open up his light squared bishop. Not pushing the pawn 2 squares, which was maybe a more risky but more ambitious approach. Instead, he's ready to capture that bishop. He's saying to Magnus, defend it at your peril. And Magnus says, yes, I'll happily cling to that extra pawn. Can Arjun punish him? This is often the way to try and undermine Black's queenside structure there. What do you think, Robert? Is this something you know? I must say, I'm out of book at this point.
I think it's becoming increasingly popular just because these type of variations, they force a large series of trades. That these a4 pawn for the b5 pawn, the rooks will come off the board. Then we'll see some other queenside pawns come off. So with Magnus Carlsen in the lead, he says, I'm okay being slightly worse perhaps and making a draw. He does not want to give Arjun Erigaisi the type of tactical positions that he thrives in. I think it's a wise opening choice, even though Arjun should be slightly better.
Yeah, and just to show all the trades that might well happen over the next few moves, if Arjun is feeling peaceful. OK, he plays b3, first of all, keeping some tension. But now, question is for Magnus, how do you answer this one? He could have traded pawns, of course. He could have traded rooks. He could have then gone b3, hoping to break his bishop, spring it free to capture this pawn. But Black would just leave this tension and give back the pawn. And I think this is what you're alluding to, Robert, a variation like this, where long-term Black will get rid of his only isolated pawn, trade off, and very hard to imagine White having much of an advantage here. Magnus is doing the same thing, but he's saying, OK, there's still this tension along the A file. I don't think White can profit from that, so we might see similar. White will regain this pawn at will, most likely now, and Magnus, he'll just try to shore up his defenses. He'll just try and curl up and equalize, which he might well do. I'm sure he's studied this one before, Magnus.
The speed with which he's playing, at least that's what it seems to reflect. But I think Arjun's got reasons to be pleased with the fact that he gets this combative, energetic opening. You know, it's hard to beat Magnus if Magnus decides to be solid. But in these kind of positions, we can imagine fireworks in the middle game. Very good idea to pick up that extra pawn right now because you anyway need to finish your development. You want to get that bishop on c4. Eventually hope that the c7 pawn might be a weakness. And the counter for that often for Black is to strike in the center with c5 as soon as possible.
Yep, I think we'll see this on the board. This is the most likely continuation right now. And when c5 happens, Black will swap off his only weakness. But Black is slightly lagging behind in development. If you look at all of these guys still at home, tucked up in bed. And, OK, Magnus first decides to solve that issue. He first develops his knight. So early days, but Magnus solid, definitely playing for equality. Arjun will try and keep as much tension as possible if he can.
We have been discussing ways of studying chess here in the studio today with some great questions from you guys on Twitch. And we have another one from Kevin Winter. I'll direct this to you first, David. So is there merit still getting out the chess set to analyze positions, etc.? Youngsters use apps on their phones to prepare and practice.
Shout out to Kevin. I believe he's a fellow Brit. So hi. I do like the chess set. I'm old school. Not that I have a chess set in the apartment, as you saw on the house tour there, but there's a different feel to it. At least back when I was kind of playing professionally full time, I would always put things on a board because you somehow see things, you understand a bit more if you are kind of just seeing things in 3D. And yeah, on a computer screen, somehow doesn't feel the same. Often I'm just clicking buttons saying, OK, the computer says this, so it must be right, but I don't activate my brain. And it's only when I get to the heat of the action, get to the board, when I'm like, why didn't I study this move? It's so obvious for a human. And I think that's the difference. Yeah, chessboard over computer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it really depends on how you see yourself as a chess player. If you want to focus on online play and playing more and more games online, then you can let go of the chessboard. Try and practice and get that board vision from online chess itself. But if you have ambitions to play over the board, it definitely helps to bring out the chess set. Your vision improves, your understanding of positions, just getting the feel of the pieces. It's so different. Online chess is just such a different animal from OTB. So if you want to play tournaments, get that chess set out.
All right. What do you prefer, Robert?
Oof. Not studying chess. I prefer doing my job and then watching, something on Netflix. No, but I do prefer the physical board because if I'm going to look at a position, and especially if you're working with somebody, you want to just look at it over the board, really dig deep and think about it that way. Because I think the screen is a bit of a distraction. I know that I get some headaches from staring at the screen too often, and you kind of don't always feel fully focused. At least I don't. And I think that especially when you have the eval bar off to the side, you're looking like, okay, white is better because I'm told so, but you're not turning on that switch like David was saying and calculating for yourself.
Interesting.
Playing online somehow I enjoy a lot. I really enjoy playing online, but in terms of study, I think over the board is just as effective at least. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen is king. Is this a pawn sacrifice? This black a6 pawn, it seems to be the theme of the day. Every player we've seen with the black pieces seems to have a weakness on this square that tends to drop off. I'm trying to figure out whether Arjun can get ambitious and just capture that pawn right now. Why not?
Why not? That's a great question because you can pick it up, and if black picks up the bishop on a6, thank that knight on d2 that is defending the rook on b1. Black can swap off the bishop, hit the queen, but white doesn't care, simply captures back. And you can take the rook on b1, the knight will make a retreating move, and everything's under control. White ends up with an extra pawn.
Yeah, I know LPDO is a favorite saying of chess commentators, but here, no loose pieces, no loose pawns. Everything's defended in the white camp. So what has Magnus worked out now? We do see a tweet from Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdall praising Magnus's form. I agree, he's looking good, but he needs to at least justify this pawn sacrifice. Otherwise, suddenly it's all about whether white can convert. I'm still struggling to see it, I must admit.
Do you think it was intuitive or he really has this figured out? Because it's one of those pawn sacrifices sometimes you just do because you know it should be the right answer. And then you're saddled with the decision, why did I give that pawn? Am I actually going to get this back? So I feel like for Magnus here, he's likely to maybe swap off some material and then try to go after the a pawn. It is a pass pawn, it's an extra pawn, but it's also an isolated pawn. Not so easy to defend, and Magnus does trade the rooks there, and I'm curious if his move now will bring the queen all the way to the corner to the a8 square, offering a queen trade and going directly for that pawn on a4.
Yeah, but it's become a race. If white can keep that pawn while reactivating his pieces on the back rank, then Arjun is going to take this one home. He's going to win. But if Magnus can somehow corral that pawn and just somehow regain the material equality in the next 3 or 4 moves, then he should be safe enough. I'm very surprised. If it was intuitive, then I'm just shocked that he's in such a complacent mood, Magnus, because he's looked so sharp. It looks like he's calculated everything in all his games so far in the tournament. But there we go, Robert, you predicted it. It feels like the only logical follow-up to justify that earlier sacrifice. And Arjun immediately retreats, saying no trade, instead hitting that isolated pawn on c7. Now, does black defend it? Does black just say, OK, I'll trade off my weakness for your a pawn, get rid of that pass pawn? It definitely feels like black is the one fighting for equality now.
Well, looking at Magnus on camera, he doesn't look super happy with the way things have gone so far. Queen c4, I like that Arjun decided to keep the queens on board rather than just handing over the a file to Magnus, where the rook would have come and attacked the weakness. One of the big problems for white in compensation for that pawn is that he needs to get those pieces out. He needs to develop as soon as possible that knight on b1, the bishop on c1, get that rook into the game, but that gives black a lot of time. I like the idea of just going for c5. We've been screaming about this plan, and it's on the board finally. Magnus does it. The problem after c5 for Arjun is going to be that if you trade these pawns, the knight can jump over to c5 and hit that a4 pawn, gaining more time.
Yep, gaining more time, and the only way to defend it now would be to bring white's knight out, but the black rook could swing across some serious threats along this c-file. It's going to be hard to envisage white clinging onto the extra pawn here. It feels like black has mobilized just in time. So is there another solution for Arjun? Does he have to allow black to improve his pieces with tempo? The problem is this is also a threat, going for the pawn with the black knight, hitting the white queen in the process. maybe I didn't give Magnus enough credit. Maybe he did work it all out and was just checking the details.
And now that you've pointed out the super crucial threat with knight b6, maybe it's time to not trade on c5, but actually develop the knight on b1 to c3, defend that pawn on a4, fighting against these threats that we are talking about. And Arjun, now this is a bit of a surprise for me. When your pieces are not out, you don't move the same piece over and over again. The queen has been all over the board, falls back once again. I have a bad feeling about this one. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. And that's the 4th or 5th time he's moved the white queen. Meanwhile, these guys still, I think they're angry at the white queen right now. Don't forget to use us. But how can Magnus take advantage of this?
Well, at least he stepped away from the fork, right? Knight to b6 was hitting that queen on c4 and the pawn a4 at the same time. Now knight b6, it only threatens the pawn, which can either be defended or pushed up to the a5 square. So I do think that Arjun, he is just trying to avoid Black's easy play. And now the onus is back on Magnus. What's your plan? Are you really just trying to swap pawns? You are down a pawn after all. So entering an endgame, you're always taught that you do not want to trade pieces when you are down. You could trade some of them, but not all of them. And I do think that Arjun, just taking a safe step backwards, he puts the task back in Magnus's hands, and it's not an easy decision to make.
Yeah, here I'm expecting Magnus either to start mobilizing his knight, maybe bring his rook to a more active square. I'm not sure exactly which one. Maybe trade off the pawns, but as you guys mentioned, that only helps white's knight to jump into the center. Lots of questions for Magnus to answer, slightly lower on the clock. Yeah, at least it might be a strange move, this queen retreat, but it is asking Magnus those questions.
And it might be time for Magnus to try to swing his rook over to the queen side as well. Well, the queen is ideally placed on one file, capture the other file. Rook b8 comes into mind as an option for Black here, just trying to get more piece activity, still waiting for white to really blink his eye in the center and capture on c5.
Yeah, it is very tense. It's still that type of race, but neither side seems eager to win the race in a way, to develop their pieces to activate. Yeah, I do feel if white gets one more move, Magnus is going to be suffering forever. So he needs to take advantage of the tempo. He needs to create a threat. He needs to go for that white A-pawn. And the moment is now.
And look at him, he's all leaned into the camera. He realizes what you're saying, David, that this is a very critical moment. He can't give a lot of time to white. Once the pieces come out, the initiative is gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white's next move might just be sliding the bishop up to d2, develop it, push your A-pawn. It's on a protected square. So I think Magnus senses that the moment is dire. Not that he will lose if he makes an inaccuracy here, but it might become uncomfortable and then hard to defend. So I think that he is thinking about your knight jumps, David, maybe knight up into e4, over to d5, and instead he brings his rook to c8. That does prevent the white knight from developing to c3 tactically, but Arjun makes the simple and strong bishop d2. I'm liking Arjun's winning chances move by move, unless Magnus proves that he could stop and maybe capture that pawn on a4. I think that Arjun will just have all the fun here.
Yeah, really nice, classy move there. Bishop d2, preparing to advance his a-pawn, controlling squares. Feels like Magnus's last move, it was, yes, an improving move, but it doesn't necessarily threaten anything. And yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I'm starting to worry for Magnus Carlsen in this game.
But now with his bishop on d2, David, your idea of jumping forward with the knight to e4, hitting that bishop, becomes even stronger. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's time to do that. Bring the knights into the enemy camp.
Yep, Black needs to activate, and starting with one of the knight jumps looks the most logical. And Tanya, it's late in India right now, and we know last season on the tour, Arjun, he was playing up until the early hours, 4, 5 a.m. even. Do you think that's going to affect him in this one?
I can tell you one thing, for these Indian kids, they are night owls. They love to play chess late into the night. The worst of the lot is Nihal.
Oh, really?
He is up till 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. That's his usual sleep routine, so it doesn't matter. Arjun's a bit more disciplined. I think Prag is perhaps the most disciplined when it comes to sleeping hours.
Okay.
Of course, you know, you want to play at a better time, and Arjun's spoken about that sometimes to adapt to these Champions Chess Tour playing hours, he's had to work out at night so that he can stay up early in the morning.
Wow.
Wow, I wish I had his drive, his energy.
Yeah.
But definitely it is something of concern. But for these kids, probably not as much as one would feel it. They love sleeping late, and I think that's a challenge that they've learned to overcome with time, with practice. And wow, we've had the idea of knight jumping into enemy camp, but after a central trade.
But I'm wondering, because as you were talking, I was calculating a little bit, can white just get a knight sacrifice in there with knight takes pawn on e6 because the black king is in harm's way and many of black's pieces will be hanging. So the queen that we didn't really love sliding back towards the a2 square, now it might venture into e6 with devastating effect.
Yeah, bang, knight takes pawn. It might be possible here. Magnus surely has calculated this. Unless it's just a blind spot, we have seen Magnus from time to time over the last few moves, over the last few months, make these one-move blunders. But surely there must be a counter in mind. Just to show Robert's idea, after the pawn recaptures, the white queen swoops in, check, and this looks deadly. You're hitting the king, but you're also hitting two pieces. One of these two will drop off next move. So I don't really feel you can get away with capturing that white knight. But if you don't take it back, you're 2 pawns down. How do you justify that?
But he doesn't need to answer the question because Arjun decides not to go for it.
Wow.
Very shocking. And I wonder if this was mutual blindness by the two players. Magnus missing knight e6 and then Arjun missing knight e6 because he just makes the move rook from f1 to c1, offering an exchange. And this could be a big miss by Arjun.
Huge miss, and it's quite a thematic idea in all sorts of openings, not just here, but also in Sicilians, in Caro-Kann's, in French defences, of a knight sacrificing itself on e6. So I'm shocked that both players could potentially have missed this one, unless Magnus had some really creative reply that we're not seeing right now. But knight takes pawn looked like it might have bagged a second pawn and potentially won the game for Arjun. Instead, a rook swap. Maybe he still got the advantage. I'm expecting Magnus to acquiesce and agree to this exchange. But then, what is the idea? How is he going to regain this passed pawn before it's too late? If the queens disappear, white is most likely going to win. This pawn will be too strong, marching up the board. But
I'm still shocked.
You're shocked, Tanya?
I'm shocked because knight e6 is just a move that I feel Arjun would at least take a bit of a think on and spend a little more time here. But him really just blitzing out rook c1, it's a strange decision. And we saw him in his match against Ali Reza. He was so up to these tactics. He was on top of his game. He showed A-level form there, absolute top form, and he needs to come up with that energy and that precision, and knight e6 can come back to haunt him to miss this opportunity.
yeah, maybe we need our viewers' help to figure out what was wrong with knight takes e6. It's a bit of a mystery. Yeah, I'm not Sherlock Holmes, but I can't figure out why knight takes e6 wasn't just a strong move there.
And it could be, in a sense, trusting that Magnus wouldn't blunder a one-move tactic. So maybe there was some miraculous defense there, but it did look like white could get away with it. Now, all of a sudden, black's pieces are flowing. That knight hops up to c5. It attacks the pawn, that extra pawn that white has in front of the queen. And the knight can also jump in towards where the other knight is and attack the white king. So all of a sudden, it feels like black's task is much easier. I think that Arjun will be kicking himself. Maybe he played a little bit too quickly, trying to use the clock as a weapon, but that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, you can't trust these top players. They might be very, very good, but occasionally they do slip up, and you've got to be ready to pounce when the moments come.
Interesting game. We should mention it's a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So in game 2 as well. They are still tied after 2 games.
Wow,
Rather quick draw in that one.
Yeah, it looked like good preparation from Wesley So, just neutralised Hikaru's advantage of the white pieces. And yeah, just very solid draw. So a very professional game from those two.
And what do you predict in this one, Robert? Draw?
The
Win?
draw, for sure. I mean, just the way this game has been going, the pieces coming off the board. Already this a4 pawn under attack. It's the only extra piece for white. I think we're going to see liquidation and a draw in the near future.
Yeah, let's try maybe and keep this pawn intact, at least for a move or two for Arjun. Let's see what happens if white, for example, steps the pawn forward. It's under fire twice right now. So if we step it forward, maybe the issue is that the black bishop can come and start hitting it now. Actually, all black's pieces are working so well together. You mentioned these knights. The knights will dance in to the white camp if you're not careful, start coming in with some threats. But yeah, first of all, you just go and pick it off. And Arjun first asks the question of this knight. He steps forward f3. You never really want to weaken your king like this. The white king is very, very loose. But at least you're saying, OK, retreat, please. And when the knight steps back, maybe the idea, I'm not sure where the knight goes, but maybe the idea will be to step forward. And at least now you have the d2 square to defend this pawn with your bishop. Clever from Arjun.
Clever. With the knight going back, you can also think about developing your own knight to c3 after the bishop comes out to d2. It's all been about development here. White's been really lacking it. Arjun went for that pawn, but I think there's slight inaccuracy once again. When you're playing against Magnus and you get these opportunities, you just have to take them because they're not going to come again. And give Magnus one chance and he'll be all over the board. So this, I think, it is the worst is over for Magnus now, F3, it's a long-term weakness on the king side. I won't be surprised if black decides to drop back with the knight to d6 as well instead of f6. It's a more centralized square and feels like controls the board a little more. At some point, it can, for example, you can improve your queen to the light squares on a6, try and bring it into enemy camp. Also from the knight to d6, it can jump over to c4. So going to be interesting to see where Magnus decides to retreat with the knight. He's got about 4 minutes. Arjun still almost double the time on the clock.
Yeah, super speedy stuff from Arjun Erigaisi in this one. And what's Magnus thinking about? It seems to be a straight choice between 2 retreat squares, unless he has a surprise up his sleeve. Is he really tempted to jump in with the other black knight, hit that white bishop? I would be scared of that piece getting trapped.
Yeah, I think he learned that lesson from Alexei Sarana, that if he tries to jump in with his knight, it will be trapped in enemy territory. So he goes back after quite a substantial think. And now for Arjun, it's time to develop. Bring the knight out to c3. I do believe that Arjun, he has the advantage. That is undeniable. But I do think that Magnus is playing this perfectly well. He has stopped that passed pawn before he can keep going up the board, and he has pieces in the right location to prevent his progress. But the clock is what I'm worried about from Magnus's perspective.
Yep, and the knight does develop to c3. Finally, it feels like he's getting mobilized, he's getting motoring, Arjun. And Magnus unable to restore the balance at the moment, still a pawn down. The longer that continues, the greater Erigaisi's chances will be. But Magnus is activating slowly. That black queen now along the diagonal might start jumping in some juicy squares. Can Arjun keep control?
Speaking of juicy squares, it's got to be that d3 square. You bring in your queen there, hitting that knight on c3, threatening queen d1 as well. I really like this move, and it's all about piece activity for black in compensation for that pawn. And Magnus is making sure that he plays with the queen, he plays with the 2 knights, and keeps the pressure on.
Yep. While white is distracted defending this passed pawn, actually it's the white king that has no defenders around it. This is a very common pattern that players at the top level are very sensitive to, especially once a queen is far away, divorced from her own king. Then there are often counter-attacking ideas. So Erigaisi offers a queen exchange. I don't think Magnus will agree to this one. You can't really accept a queen trade while this pawn still lives. It will eventually win the game for white. So Magnus will run away, but the question is where.
And I like this move because after this, wherever you run away, white's queen can jump on to c4, and from there it guards the a4 pawn. It can also go to b5, once again offering a queen trade, but also from a much active spot than where it was earlier. So a really nice queen maneuver by Arjun here.
Yeah, really nice. And Magnus still on the defensive. I've got to say, this last move, especially from Arjun, offering the queen trade with queen e2, really classy. And Magnus doesn't give white the time to offer a second queen trade because he's attacking this white knight. So maybe Tanya's move to defend this knight looks very appropriate, although I'm slightly scared of allowing the queen in with some back spanker later.
Watch out, David. Knight c6 is a huge threat after the queen lands on c4.
True. Actually, both sides have threats. This would be a nasty fork, hitting the black queen, of course, hitting the black bishop. In tandem. So suddenly it's anyone's game, but Arjun, with some accuracy, looks like he could turn the screw, put some more pressure on.
And should Magnus be worried about his clock, Robert?
Yeah, he definitely should be, because now things are not clear. There's no easy path to trading off pieces or stopping this a-pawn. Just a few moves ago, I felt like it should be a hold, and I don't really think anything's been misplayed. I think Arjun just playing the accurate moves. F3 was a nice find by him, kicking the black knight out of the center. Now after queen c4, as both Tanya and David were highlighting, knight c6 is a threat. The a-pawn is protected. That sort of checkmate on the back rank. There are some funny lines where there's almost a checkmate in black's favor, but I just don't think it's in time. So this is a bad moment here for Magnus, as he barely has over 3 minutes. And for Arjun, he has almost double his time and with great winning chances.
Yeah, maybe that's why earlier, Tanya, you mentioned the black knight going back to f6. It's a bit stranded over there. It wants to be on the other side of the board, helping out its teammates, helping out the other pieces. At least if the black knight had gone to d6, as you mentioned earlier, white's queen jumps would never be possible. So it's tiny little details like that that kind of decide results at the top level. But yeah, certainly Magnus hasn't done anything clearly wrong, but somehow it's still advantage for Arjun. And spending his time, again, wisely. This is a critical moment. If you let it slip, if you play 1 or 2 inaccurate moves, the pawn disappears, draw. So Arjun might as well invest the time now, 5 minutes, to try and create some winning chances. We're expecting a queen move. You could make an argument for just defending this white knight with a bishop, for example, but he has to decide soon. I think he has to at least put Magnus under pressure on the clock, because there will come a time later where you need that extra minute or two to work things out.
He's definitely looking at the alternative of bishop to d2 as well, and trying to see if black does get greedy with that pawn on a4. Does he have a strong discovered attack on that queen on a5? I don't see it at first sight. And queen c4, that nice juicy square, as you call it, David, for the queen, just looks so attractive. And with the knight jumping onto c6, I would be surprised if Arjun chooses another way to defend this knight on c3.
Yeah, and we should mention he plays it. Great move there from Arjun. I was about to mention that he actually has a terrible score against Magnus, both online and over the board, losing in Vaikanze recently in their most recent classical game. But he has had one win against Magnus, one individual win, and that also came with the white pieces when Magnus wasn't quite finding accurate moves. So something to build on. But
I see it's not just us who's enjoying the position, but and all as well.
What is that? We have an owl watching? What?
It's my spirit animal, Howl's owl.
Oh, I like it. How cool is that, you guys? An owl watching. Very nice.
Truly breaks barriers.
Yeah, it definitely does. And owls are known to be wise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nocturnal, like chess players.
At least the Indian ones, the Indian kids.
It's the younger players. And wow, that's a lot of knights in the center of the board. When knights land in a pattern like this, there's so much calculation to be done. There are some threats here, some traps for both sides, trying to work out quickly what tactics are happening. And Arjun also has to work that out with only 3 minutes left. And Robert, what do we think here? Can White get away with jumping in with his knight at some point to c6? Does he capture this knight? Just to show one threat, the one you don't want to capture is this one, because suddenly, whoops, back rank, checkmate. You need the white queen to come back and defend. For example, here, if black had given a check first, there was a defensive resource. You can swoop back with the queen and neutralize the checks. So Arjun, he has to be careful. Once you see things like this, ideas like this, the fear of God is in you. The ghosts of checkmates, they'll always be in the back of your mind. So what is the most accurate defense? He plays
bishop d2. And I think he's setting up a brilliant tactic, because after knight takes knight on c3, you'd expect an automatic recapture on the square. But no, he wants this knight c6 jump, hitting the queen on a5, hitting the bishop on e7, and knight on c3 can be captured on the next turn. Don't forget, White has an extra pawn. Trades will help him try to win this endgame. So that is what Arjun has in mind, and that is bad news for Magnus, as he has dipped below 2 minutes on the clock. There are tactics galore here. I think his best option is to slide his queen all the way back to a8 in the current position. You protect your knight on d5, and you're trying to dislodge White's knight on c3, because as soon as that knight leaves, the a4 pawn will drop. I believe that Magnus has to bring the queen back to 8, but he just doesn't have that much time to figure out these complications.
Yeah, crucial position. Let's go back to the players, and maybe we can get Stockfish. We need a bit of help here. It looks like Robert dropping that queen back. You might be right. Is that the only move? How big is the margin for error for Magnus Carlsen right now? 1 minute on the clock. And queen a8, it's not obvious. It's not an instinctive move. It's the move you can get to by process of elimination, by deep calculation. But Magnus hasn't played it yet. He's frozen. 1 minute on the clock.
There is so much tension on the board right now. Just everything hanging. The knight jumping to c6, trying to find a good square for that queen. I'm shaking.
Yeah, he needs to play it. Otherwise, Arjun is going to strike back.
He looks frustrated, Magnus. And let's bring up Stockfish suggestions. Does he have several options, Magnus? Is he walking a tightrope here?
40 seconds now, the countdown. And wow, Robert, you're completely correct. He can limit the damage by dropping his queen all the way back to the corner. But very difficult for a human to spot. It does take time to work that one out. Anything else gives White a significant advantage. Not decisive, but something to play with. And,
20 seconds.
Is he going to find it? 20 seconds.
Yeah, the second option, bring the knight back to b6, allows White to trade the queens. That's clearly not what he wants. But queen a8, there's still so many pieces left, and he's down to about 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah,
and did he lose connection?
He needs to make a move. 8-7.
5 seconds for Magnus Carlsen.
Got to move Magnus, and he finds the best move.
Wow.
He drinks that water. Look at him. He's like, well, I deserve a little refreshment. And he plays queen 8, so the knight on d5 is defended. And you look at the best suggestion is White's knight hopping over to F5. Wow. That is too wild. But Arjun has over 3 minutes remaining. He can find those kind of ideas. You see that says it's about level, though. So Magnus, he still has a lot of work cut out for him. But Queen 8 was the step in the right direction.
Yeah, especially with 11 seconds on the clock. And out of those 3 suggestions we saw for White, all of them are very tricky for Black to deal with. So Magnus has questions to answer. Arjun now, his job is to just set a trap, at least set a pitfall for Magnus to fall into. And yeah, I still think there's some twists and turns ahead in this one. Arjun doing a great job of forcing Magnus onto this tightrope. And yeah, one of those night jumps now for White. Just force Magnus to think. Don't give him time to calculate. Come on, Arjun, you can go for it.
I'm stunned that Magnus found that move in just seconds. And this is why getting a good position against Magnus is just half the job done. The guy is so hard to beat. Even with seconds on the clock, he finds... And I mean, Queen 8 was a very difficult move. It's a retreating move, and you've got only seconds on your clock. Just amazing stuff there. Arjun's got a lot of pleasant choices. Yep. But he needs to make sure that he keeps the pressure on the clock, because that's equally important.
Yeah, 2 minutes now for Arjun. It feels like the tension of this game is getting to both of them, and at least in terms of time consumption here. I'm not sure which one I would go for. Knight F5. Once you see it, it's too tempting, but seeing it, that's the first challenge.
He'll find it.
Stockfish.
Yeah. He'll find it. He'll find it.
Well, he has great success. He's been able to thrive in the lowest of time controls. He won the Junior Speed Chess Championship by beating Nihal Sarin, who had won in consecutive years. So Arjun has proven on the biggest of stages that he can do it, but there's no bigger stage than facing off against Magnus Carlsen. Kind of a must-win situation, I feel like. He lost game 1. It was quite convincing in Magnus' favor. He really needs to win this game, because the draw, he'll still be losing on the scoreboard. You don't want to go into a Magnus Carlsen White game when you're down a point. So this is a big moment for Arjun. I think he needs to play some kind of move that keeps the pieces on the board.
It's huge. This is the moment that he has to strike back in this match. He has to make the most of this position that he has. And Arjun taking his time, I have a feeling that he will go for Knight F5.
Yeah, you don't get many chances against the world #1. He needs to take this chance, Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, and if he doesn't take this chance, if this game is a draw, Magnus has a chance to end it in the next game in 3. Magnus will have White again. So everything rides on this next few moves for Arjun. Under 1 minute now. Oof.
Oh, David, he's playing on seconds as well.
Yeah, in this type of situation, it will be so easy to take the kind of solid way out. But here, you just have to go for it. You won't get a better chance than this. Arjun, will he land a knight in? Will he just trade off knights? If the white A-pawn drops, it's going to be a draw. So stakes are very, very high. Okay, he pushes forward. This was one of the top 3 moves, according to Stockfish. How tricky is it, though? And Magnus calculated this one super quickly, gobbling the pawn immediately. This walks into some discovered checks, some double attacks, but Magnus, I think he's worked it out.
Yeah, he has, because there's a stare down between a bishop and a queen. So when the knight moves out of the way, those pieces will be looking at each other. So there are attacks. Look at this. It's like a pre-move. Whoa. Magnus takes that knight back. His queen is hanging on A5, but if you take that queen, you lose yours on C4. And if you take that pawn on D5, you'll lose your bishop that is sitting there on D2. So
now they're both around 10 seconds.
And you've lost your time advantage as well. Has Arjun messed this up?
He could lose this. I mean, both sides could lose this. Now it's a bullet scramble.
Wow, Magnus dropping down to a few seconds. He moves his queen. So calm. But the worst is definitely over. He has consolidated equal material. Isolated pawn for black in the center, but not easy to attack it for white. And both kings, some threats against them. It might be completely equal, but still far from a draw.
But watch out for forks. All of a sudden, there are forks. If you move your queen to the B2 square, the knight hops to the rim of the board, and it forks the queen and the bishop. So Arjun, he's in big time trouble, just like Magnus. It's a bullet scramble. It seriously is.
Mm-hmm. And
pre-moving.
Yeah, very much pre-moves here. And black's knight has planted itself on a solid square. White's knight is on a dream attacking outpost. Could be anyone's game, but the knight is getting kicked back. Risky move there from Magnus, opening up the black king slightly further, but this knight trade, and now the game will calm down. I think we're headed towards a draw.
Wow.
We got to catch our breath. That was a really tense battle, but a draw is almost inevitable now. It's 4 versus 4 in terms of pawns, no passed pawns, and everything else being equal, the queens will also cancel each other out.
Okay, so even with the clock still ticking with seconds left on the clock, there should be a draw.
Yeah.
Not much left to play for. We see checks on the board, and there's just one weakness that black has, which is the d5 pawn. It can easily be defended by the queen, and I think it's just a matter of time that the players agree for a draw. It doesn't matter how many seconds they have now, and I think we're going to see a repetition right here.
Yeah, the yo-yo string. Queen slides the g3 check back to e1. If it was black's move, white might be the first to give these checks, but I think that if Magnus slides his king over to h7, we will see the queen g3, queen e1, back and forth. There's nothing that white can do, but I guess Arjun gets to land the checks and force the draw.
But he's definitely the one who's disappointed with this result. This was his big chance, his big game against Magnus.
And you can see it on his face. He kind of banged the table there almost, and he does look frustrated. The draw is confirmed, and Magnus survives.
Wow, that means Magnus Carlsen is still in the lead, winning the first game. The second one is a draw. Do you think Arjun is disappointed now, Robert?
Yeah, he must be kicking himself because he had the white pieces. He was up a pawn. He was doing everything it took to continue his advantage. And then suddenly, in the critical moment, he was up 3 minutes, and yet the advantage dissipated immediately. So even though the result was never winning for Arjun, there was not that big of an advantage. He's probably just upset that he let it slip that quickly.
Yeah. And how about Magnus then, Tanya? Do you think he's feeling relieved he got away with this, or do you think he's upset that he actually did get into some trouble here?
100% relieved. That was a difficult game right out of the opening for Magnus. He showed some combative defense there, but Arjun kept the pressure on. I think it comes down to that one moment where he pushed the pawn, gave up that advantage. Magnus is happy with this result. He survives it. Every white game for Arjun counts, and he's just left with one.
Yeah. We're seeing some awesome chess between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi, and here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
Today's learning point is about not trusting your opponent. Don't miss those tactical opportunities just because you assume your opponent can't have blundered. And it was here in the game between Arjun Erigaisi with white, Magnus Carlsen with black, that we spotted a bit of mutual blindness. Magnus planted his knight in the center of the board, a very logical move, but it did momentarily allow a bit of a trick. Knight takes pawn now was available to white, using the fact the white queen from afar is about to land a nasty check. If the knight is captured, white's queen replaces the knight, checking the black king, hitting this bishop, hitting this knight, and one of these two pieces will drop. White will emerge with 2 extra pawns and a big decisive advantage. Magnus's plan here wasn't really clear. Maybe he would have moved his queen up the board, but then why has he given up a second pawn? White would happily step back with his knight, and the pressure would certainly have been on the world number one to justify that momentary blindness. It did feel like this was the missed opportunity for Erigaisi. Can he turn around the match now? That's the question.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
It's all about Airthings in the Airthings Masters and having great air quality. We're going to talk to an expert on the field. But if you're not a subscriber on Twitch, here is a Twitch break. We're joined now by Stefan Kuhn. He is an associate professor at Maastricht University, recently done a bunch of studying on air quality and chess. And I want to start asking you, Stefan, do you also play chess?
Oh, well, I played when I was a kid, but never on that level, of course. So I know chess a bit, but I'm not actively playing chess. Actually, none of us in our study is playing chess.
Really? So why did you choose to use chess when doing this big study that you recently have done?
Well, I'm a labor economist, so I'm basically interested in how the environment and conditions, air quality in particular, affects our performance. And we have the problem then, if we think about our own productivity as academics or managers, lawyers, doctors, whatever, how do we measure our output? And that's super difficult. So we came up with chess, because with chess, we can always compare the performance of the player to what the chess engine would predict. And then we get kind of an error rate that gives us a performance measure. And we can link that, the playing, performance of the player to the air quality that the player is exposed to.
And sort of the title of the study is How a Chess Tournament Exposed the Hidden Cost of Air Pollution. Can you explain, how did you carry out this study?
Well, we first set up, we had a collaboration with a kind of amateur club in Cologne in Germany. So they allowed us to monitor their tournament. So every year they have a tournament, that's the main tournament of their chess club. And we were allowed to install sensors, indoor sensors, next to the players when they were playing, so to monitor their air quality. And then we linked this to the performance of the players. And in a sec, that was our main study. But then, of course, we also broadened the whole study. And what we did, we analyzed all of the Bundesliga, so the first league, chess league in Germany, all the games that have been played between 2003 and 2019, to also see whether our results that we analyzed based on the small chess club in Cologne also holds for the universe of games that have been played all over Germany, and we find exactly the same results.
And what is those results? What did you actually find?
Yeah, well, what we see quite clearly throughout all the specifications and all the different tournaments that we analyze is that if players are exposed to higher levels of particular matter pollution, then their playing performance goes down. So that they make more errors and also larger errors. And in particular, and that was quite nice with the chess tournament that we observed, and also the Bundesliga chess tournaments that we observed, they have a time control. So after 110 moves, they have to make the first 40 moves within 110 minutes. And we see when they approach this time control, the effect is largest. So we concluded that if you make decisions, cognitive decisions under time stress, this lead to particularly more errors if there's higher air pollution.
Wow, how interesting.
Yeah, so we found as well, and that also in the end led to the result that we published. That the results of our study in a very good journal.
Stefan, it's been so helpful to have the Airthings device at home to guide us with the air quality. I am from India. I live in Delhi. Now, it's helpful, but also a little depressing because it's always red. The Delhi air quality is super famous, and I know one of the big advice when air quality is bad is to open your windows, but I will tell everyone watching that's a bad idea in Delhi. So, Stefan, what do you think? When that's not an option to open the window for fresh air, how can we actually improve the indoor air quality then?
Well, I think there is a short-term and a long-term solution. So the short-term solution, of course, you can have air filtration systems within your house. So to keep the windows closed and try to create your own, air quality by filtering the air. That's kind of a short-term solution. The long-term solution is more on public policy from our perspective. I mean, we are only one piece in the whole puzzle in science, and there are these effects of particular matter pollution is huge. So they harm our health quite clearly. They lead to more mortality. They affect our physical productivity. They affect also, now that we show, our cognitive performance. So I think that it's time for public policy to act and to fight air pollution on a more broader public level.
Either that, or I'll just have to move to Norway.
Yeah, do that, Tanya. I would like that.
Well, that's also a good idea. But let me remind you, I mean, of course, in Delhi, there are sometimes you have a level that you even see the air pollution. So that in Europe, usually we never have. But we have we run the study in Germany, where you would say coming from Delhi, that is a very clear environment. But even here, we find these significant effects on our cognitive performance.
Yeah. Wow, Stefan, this is super interesting. Thank you, first of all, for carrying out the study and teaching us all about this, and for joining our show.
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure.
Pleasure to have you here. Wow. I guess it's not a huge surprise that air pollution will affect the brain, but it's a little scary, right?
I'm also glad that I can just put the fact that I'm not a grandmaster on my bad air quality. That's a great excuse I've found now.
It's the only reason, right?
It's the only reason, David.
Yeah. Do you have any experience, Robert, working a lot from home that we're doing these days and playing chess at home as well? Sort of sensing how the bad air quality can affect just the brain capacity.
Yeah, but as a commentator, I'm not allowed to open my window because I live in New York City and there are sirens everywhere.
Yeah.
So anytime, even with my window closed, you hear the ambulances coming by. So I don't have an option. So I don't want to know what the answer is if I should open my window because my producers, they don't let me.
They should let you open the window. Oh, all right. Well, will the players have good air quality? They need it because it's getting quite intense in the Airthings Masters. These are the results so far today in the winners' semifinals. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead, winning the first game. Arjun Erigaisi put on a good fight in game 2, but it was a draw, and he has to win either game 3 or game 4 to take this one to Armageddon. Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, they are still tied. 2 draws so far in that matchup. What has that matchup been like? Is it intense? Is it fighting?
It's high-level chess.
Yeah.
And not the most adventurous games, but both players are very solid. They're just testing each other out. There's been very minimal advantages for each player in the 2 games, so we'll see what game 3 has in store, but so far, there's nothing separating those 2.
Yeah. We're going to follow the next game from the start between Magnus and Arjun Erigaisi. If Magnus wins this game, he will be the winner of the match. Arjun cannot lose this next game. They have played each other a bunch of times on the Champions Chess Tour over the past 2 seasons. And it's very one-sided. 10 wins for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, 10-1 in decisive games. That is huge. And it looks like Magnus Carlsen is Erigaisi's kryptonite. He's everyone's kryptonite, let's be honest. But yeah, Erigaisi needs to get over that mental block. It feels like that last game, some huge chances, especially that one opportunity with knight takes e6. But somehow Erigaisi not able to finish him off, not able to put the finishing touches on these decent games that he's playing. But it's going to be a challenge, though. First of all, he needs to survive this one with black.
And missing those opportunities is exactly what makes that mental block even deeper in your mind. That when you get a good position, you still are not able to make the most of it. We've got liftoff and an English opening this time by Magnus.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. Very patriotic. Thanks, Magnus. English opening. But it will, of course, transpose maybe to the Queen's Gambit decline, to a bunch of different lines depending on what Magnus is feeling right now. And the triangle system for black, kind of hybrid between the Slav and the Queen's Gambit declined. And okay, now the players after this pawn exchange will head into a Carlsbad structure. Magnus is maybe the world-leading expert on the plans for both white and black in this type of setup, but the game definitely takes on a quieter nature after this last couple of moves. Robert, do you think Magnus is just in a peaceful mood here, or is he going to try and end the match now?
It's funny because as we look at this opening, I'm used to seeing Magnus having the black side of this position. Famous games against Vladimir Krumnik and many other top players. But I think that Magnus, he doesn't need to really do much of anything. He's not forced to play for a result. He can just play his moves. He's playing a stable opening, and the pressure is all on Arjun. We do acknowledge that Arjun in game 2 had quite a sizable advantage, but that missed tactic, that was really the one major chance to win the game. I just feel like Magnus has nothing to worry about from the perspective that he is the best player in the world. He is Magnus Carlsen, last time I checked. So he doesn't need to take any risk. He can just play his normal stuff.
But I like what Arjun's done, David. Now, even with the black pieces, he is trying to create an imbalance in the position, or at least asking Magnus, does he want to trade that bishop for the knight? Very often, that's what ends up creating a messy middle game. So knight h5, and now the ball is in Magnus's court. Does he trade this bishop for the knight?
Yeah, Arjun is also saying, I'm in preparation, you aren't. And 15 minutes, he's actually gained a few seconds since the start of the game. Arjun, this last knight move, planting a knight on the edge of the board, we've seen it backfire several times on the tour. You only want to put a knight on the edge if you're 100% sure it actually achieves something. But he's saying to Magnus, OK, I've looked at this. I've worked out the consequences of any potential minor piece trades. And Magnus now is going in the tank just to try and find a way to get Arjun out of that prep. And yeah, a bunch of moves here. We most likely will see white having to part with the bishop pair, but who's that going to favour? It is a very locked pawn structure in the centre, so it's not clear here necessarily that bishops are superior to knights. We had that debate earlier, but let's keep an open mind for this one.
And this is a super rare move. I've got about 7 options that black has been played a couple of times, and knight h5 doesn't figure anywhere. He could have improved the queen's position to b6, hitting that b2 pawn, taken out the other knight, developed it to d7, improved the position of his kingside bishop, continued to develop it. He moves the same piece twice, brings the knight to the edge of the board, and this is why Magnus is going into a think tank, because he's never seen this before. It's a new move by Arjun, and you're right, it looks like it's part of his prep.
Yeah, just the breadth of his knowledge, Erigaisi. He's so young, but he knows things about every different kind of side variation of every opening. It's, I'm very, very impressed. Whoever his coach is, I want to learn.
He impressed Vishy Anand in the Tata Steel India events where they were analyzing a game, and Vishy looks at him and is like, are you not done with your preparation? And Arjun went like 10 moves deeper and it was already moved 30. So it's clear that he knows what he's doing in a variety of openings. We've just seen that knight capture the bishop, and then the white knight captured black's light square bishop. So if we take stock of the current position, white with a light square bishop, black with a dark square bishop, and you typically you want to put pressure in the direction of your pawns. So black has this pawn chain from b7, c6, d5. We see those 3 pawns in a line there, and white has the pawns from f2 to d4. So black may be trying to make inroads towards the center of the board and the king side, whereas white may angle towards the queen side. It's that Carlsbad structure. Oftentimes white tries to push pawns forward with b4 and b5 when the time is right.
Yeah, I'm having fun with arrows there as you talk, Robert, but essentially those are the plans. White often starts a minority attack later. You're actually playing on the side where you have fewer pawns, whereas black often tries to play on the king side or in the center. And meanwhile, Magnus as well, going for just basic strategy here. If you have a light square bishop, put your pawns on dark squares so you control both color complexes. And yeah, just very balanced so far. I don't think Erigaisi is upset at all with the outcome of the opening. It looks like he's achieved a solid base. From here, it's going to be very difficult to outplay the world number 1 because Magnus, as we mentioned, very experienced in this type of pawn structure. But yeah, he survived the opening. No problems at all.
Last time we checked in an opposite color bishop position, Arjun had massive problems. So he definitely needs to make sure he doesn't allow a big attack on the king's side. Very often when there are major pieces on the board and you've got bishops of different colors, you have to watch out for attacking ideas. That knight on f5 needs to be kicked out at some point. You need to make sure that white doesn't set up a battery on the b1, h7 diagonal and starts targeting your king. Arjun cannot go all out in this game. He has to at least try to get a game 4, because that's when he'll have the white pieces. He can then throw the kitchen sink at Magnus. He needs to make sure this one doesn't go too wrong.
Yeah, this is not the type of position you can just kind of go all in, just burn your bridges and throw everything at your opponent. It's very much a maneuvering battle and about where you put your pieces, which pawn breaks you can go for later. And yeah, technically, kind of on paper at least, this should be up Magnus's alley. Let's see if Arjun, after a bit of thought now, can find a way, an effective way to place his pieces.
He needs to make a decision. Does he kick out the knight now, or does he improve the position of his other knight, maybe get it to f6? I don't see a great square for the bishop right now to be taken out. He could potentially also develop the bishop, so what approach is he going to take? Will he go for the more direct g6 that you were pointing out?
Yeah, I don't know why he's hesitating. I would want to kick that white knight out of my camp and out of my half of the board as quickly as possible, and he has eventually done it. Meanwhile, I was checking out the air quality here in Oslo. Looks like we're okay.
Yeah, we're good.
How are you guys feeling? Healthy?
Yeah.
Good. And yeah, Magnus, meanwhile, retreating all the way back with his knight. Slightly surprising, but he's just looking for fresher pastures.
Does it seem like Magnus, who knows that with a win in this game, he's going to win the match? Is he going for a win in this match? Is it possible to tell by the way he's playing?
I think he was caught off guard. So I think right now he's just trying to right the ship because in the opening, Arjun played something very rare, and now he just has a stable position. But I do like Arjun's position from the point of view that he sort of controls some of the pawn breaks. That look at the bishop on the light square staring into all of black's pawns, nothing there. The dark square bishop for black in front of the king, it is slicing across the board. So at some point there will be tension between the pawns once the c6 pawn goes up to c5. So I typically say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side of the advantage. I feel like black's pawns are a little bit more mobile, and especially the queenside pawns, they can start moving forward.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Magnus has paused, which means he's about to make a big decision, and I think that's to do with his king. Is he going to castle on the king side and just initiate that quieter game with minimal risk, or is he going to Maybe, I hesitate to say it, castle the other way, because that's where Black's bishop is pointing, as Robert mentions. You tend not to want to castle on the side where your opponent's pieces are ready to pounce, and I think Black could exploit that by opening lines. I think Magnus as well could just consider not castling, as I say it, commentator's curse. I was going to say, just leave it as long as possible, play a bit of a waiting game, keep your opponent guessing, but he does commit. And that's due to the match situation. He's a point up. No need for unnecessary risks.
So do you think he would have gone the other way if he was down a point in the match?
It feels a bit too risky, but at least he would have maybe hesitated or left it as long as possible. You could have made an argument. What I was going to say a bit earlier is you could throw Harry the H-pawn up the board, especially this Fianchetto pawn formation that Black has in front of his king. That's often a signal to go and attack. But meanwhile, we mentioned playing on opposite sides of the board. Normally, White plays on the queen side, Black plays on the centre. Erigaisi's making a mockery of us. This b5 pawn push, it's strategically extremely risky, Robert.
Well, that's a move that you can't take back, and you could regret depending on what happens here. Look at Magnus quickly replying, bringing his rook, aiming towards his backwards pawn on c6. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. There was a pawn back on b7 just a turn ago, and now the c6 pawn becomes the base pawn and is much easier to target. So I think that Arjun is feeling the pressure of the match. He made a move like b5. If this were a tournament game, round one of a long Swiss tournament or something like that, or even a long tournament like Viking, it's like, yeah, I'm Black, I'm making a solid effort here, let's just hold the position. But I think he feels like he must play for more, but that could play to Magnus' benefit. And we see Magnus throwing his H-pawn up the board. So we see Arjun play with Barry, then we see Magnus play with Harry, and that pawn going up to H5 could be dangerous for Black.
Yeah, I'd rather be playing with Harry right now because White has a clear plan of attack. You step your king forward at some point. Maybe you shift your rook across back to the H-file to attack and support a pawn push over there. Meanwhile, yeah, where are these pawns going? If you ever step forward with this pawn, the White Knight actually happily lands on the edge of the board and potential outpost for it later. And maybe this is what Erigaisi is going to have to go for, just to break out and just completely explode the center to open up his bishop. It takes a bit of risk, but you want to activate this piece. Instead, he's keeping the tension and advancing all of his pawns. It's not clear what that's achieving. It's got to be said. But yeah, it's at least aesthetically pleasing that Black is throwing pawns forward. So yeah, very much influenced by the match situation, but not necessarily that effective.
All right, this is game 3 between these two in the winners semi-final. There is another winners semi-final match going on. Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura. They have played 2 draws so far and are tied. What does it look like in game 3?
I've got to say, it looks like deja vu. It's exactly the same opening they had in game 1 of the day, which was a very balanced draw. Maybe Wesley had slightly the better chances in that game, but both players have come back to the board with small improvements. Wesley set up his pieces in a different way, but same pawn structure, equally tense and very balanced at the moment.
Okay, so we should stay on this game.
For now.
For now.
Yeah. At least the other match is guaranteed to game 4. Magnus, if he wins this one, could end it here and now.
And Magnus, thinking after Black has advanced that pawn, gained so much space on the queen side, I think what he's considering right now is, does he continue with Harry the H-pawn? Is H5 a move that Magnus is looking at? Because that's clearly what he was hinting towards. But another plan that he comes up with is to first move the king forward so that the rook can join into the attack from the H-file, just sliding down to that H1 square. Because once the H-file opens, that bishop on D3 and that rook on H1 will be eyeing the Black king with big trouble. I think for Arjun, he needs to break in the center as soon as possible. He needs to try to get the c5 break in. And the only way that's going to happen, David, is if he advances the b pawn to b4, hit that knight so that it's not hanging anymore. Once the knight is out of the way, get that c5 break in, open the center.
Yep, kick that knight away. And I'm not sure what the c-pawn is called, Charlie? But, I used to live in a place called Barry, so I think starting with Barry the b-pawn is the way to go. And when
Gary the c-pawn?
Yeah?
No?
Carry?
Yeah, Carry is scary.
Carry is scary.
That movie is a classic, but you don't want to be on the receiving end. So after c5, the point is the bishop on g7 sees a new lease on life opening across the diagonal. But we've talked about the isolated queen pawn a number of times, that if there is a trade of d4 for c5 at some moment, the d5 pawn will be left behind. The good news, though, is that bishop on g7 becomes extremely powerful, and the bishop on d3 still doesn't have a great home or a great diagonal to work with. So this would lead to good activity for the Black pieces, and you have to like that if you're Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, he's hesitating. It feels like you might get another opportunity, but you might as well go for it now. And what is forcing him to think? Step this pawn forward. I say go this way. You could also go to the edge of the board, and this would result in a couple of extra trades, perhaps. After pawn takes pawn, we'll see a set of knights come off the board, and still the points remain. Still, this bishop is superior to its counterpart on this nice long diagonal. Yes, you've got an isolated pawn, but it's not the end of the world.
He's about to make a move.
Yeah, he's about to make a move.
He reached out for the mouse and he makes it. He goes with the queen move. He first sidesteps with the queen to e7. So still keeping this option open of going b4 to c5. But I'm just wondering if Arjun is playing just a little too cagey, just a little too cautious.
Yeah, I think he maybe sees the clock. Magnus has been burning a bit of time, a couple of minutes down there, and he says, OK, I'll keep the tension. Normally, if you're in must-win situations, which Erigaisi is almost in, then you just want to force your opponent to kind of stay in their own head. Don't give them forced decisions. Don't give them one or two obvious moves. At least make them think on their own 2 feet. And after a while, the white knight drops back. At least now, it's impossible to push carry, because Barry would then be on priest.
But I do think this was a little bit aimless from Arjun here, because now if you do want to push the c-pawn, you have to first push your b-pawn, as we're talking about. But as soon as you play b4, it doesn't come with a tempo. The knight has already moved out of the way, and anytime you push a pawn, you leave some squares behind. That b5 pawn is covering the light squares, and the queen that sits on d1 back at home will venture into the black camp, start attacking some of the pawns. So it's a big moment for Arjun. I don't think he can afford to sit and do nothing, because White's plan with h4 to h5, throwing that pawn forward, bring the rook behind it, opening it up for an attack, it seems very clear. I don't see clarity in Black's position whatsoever at all. One of those, pick one. But either way, I do think that White is about to take advantage of some squares left behind.
Whoa, and Robert, he goes for the move nevertheless. And I think we have to point out the move that you mentioned there, because it looks critical now to White's chances. You have loosened up some light squares, some serious weaknesses. Either we can come in with a bishop, maybe attack the rook, or, as you mentioned, drop the queen in to this newly created outpost. And some serious targets for the white queen, attacking this pawn, of course, ganging up against this pawn. I guess the idea is to just continue marching down the board, ignoring that maybe a pawn will drop just to create a pawn mass on the queen side. But yeah, risky stuff from Arjun. Meanwhile, Magnus isn't obliged to look at that side of the board even. He could continue, push Harry the h-pawn forward, open that line for the white rook. You're about to get an open file towards the black king. Another, this is my favorite pawn structure, I've got to confess. I mentioned I love the bishop pair. The only thing I love equally as much as the bishop pair is doubled f-pawns for black and for white, and to play knight to f4, hoping for a trade. And yes, it looks like I worsen my pawns, but actually I've opened up a line for my rook. I've created a nice outpost for my knight on e5, supported by 2 strong pawns. And actually, I've gained extra pawn cover for the white king, and Magnus goes for this. He plays knight to f4. This is very thematic in lots of different openings, in the Catalan, in Queen's Gambits, in the Caro-Kann, a bunch of different openings. And Magnus, he's hoping for a trade. He's also said to Erigaisi, yes, you can break with carry, but you can't do it now. I've prevented you at least one more move, because suddenly this pawn would be undefended. David the deep one. And, it's probably not David, but yeah, he's making life difficult. The knights are off the board. Magnus has my favorite pawn structure, but will he be able to turn this in his favor? Erigaisi finally, though, has broken out. And how scary is this that Carry is advancing?
Well, it was the only break in the position for Black. He had to make it, and I think it's all going to be about how big a tempo was that queen move for Arjun. Should he have stopped this knight trade on f4? Because it just looks like it's coming, but with a little less power now. And White has got this idea of advancing Harry the h-pawn, as we've been screaming, but he can also win a tempo right now. With the e-file open, the rook can slide over to the open file, attack the queen, rook e1, and you've still got to find a good square for that queen. Because let's say you step over in front of your bishop, David, then the idea of White's knight jumping forward becomes a big threat in the position.
Yeah, attack the queen, ask that awkward question to her. And as you mentioned, you don't really want to block your bishop because the knight can step in. And the trade here will allow White a very nice advanced pawn. And a change in pawn structure here, for example, well, maybe White just wins a pawn, but at the very least, you isolate this guy, David, again. David no mates, the isolated pawn in the center. And yeah, looking very good for white. I've got to say, this move is almost automatic. What else could Magnus be considering? Is he just going to ignore the tension, perhaps? He could, for example, just push a pawn. I don't think you want to allow black to connect 4 and to continue advancing. It's just very, very tense right now, but it feels like momentum is on Magnus's side. 5 minutes, though, against 9.5. He's got to speed up. Arigasi at least doing the right things, breaking out, asking questions.
He might build the tension further with the move h5, and then it's really all about who wins this pawn race. I have no doubt that Arjun wants to keep marching down with that c-pawn, try to maybe create a passer already. And meanwhile, I don't see a clear attack on the king side, but things could get out of hand very quickly on the open h line.
Yeah. Magnus, somehow he hates allowing his opponent long-term trump cards like that, and if he allows the black pawn to advance, all endgames will be favourable for black. So it feels like Magnus will want to avoid that. Certainly that idea is up his sleeve, and it's going to come soon, but maybe he'll take a timeout first.
But it's interesting because he was the one who invited it. He brought his knight to f4, and after the trade, he doubled his own pawns. So if he didn't like that, he made an interesting previous move to offer that exchange. So I do think he had, oh wow, he pushed his f pawn, so he had a double pawn. He doesn't like the double pawn, but this pressure on the d4 square behind it, the pawn on b2, that's what led him to leave the pawns as they were. He does not want to open up that great bishop on g7. Instead, he's going for the attack in a different way. And here's the big question. If black pushes the pawn forward to c4, that releases the tension in the center. The bishop can slide back all the way to b1 or even to c2. I'm not sure which is better, but the files remain closed. That's good for the attacking side, because when you're being attacked, you have to open up the center. Here, the center will be closed.
Yeah, and then Magnus would go on that attack. I think Tanya was completely right there. I'm surprised, I must say, that Magnus went for this decision, because now black does have this long-term advantage of these two very scary advanced pawns. But he's not playing for long-term factors. He's playing short-term, going on the attack towards the black king. Note how it's 4 versus 3 on the king side in terms of pawns, and once we eliminate this pawn, far less shelter for that black monarch. So, yeah, very tense. Some surprising decisions for both sides, especially for Magnus on this last turn. 4.5 now against 8.5 minutes. Could the clock play a factor? Last time he left it very late, Magnus. He went down to his final few seconds. Could we see a repeat?
And very important for Arjun here to not pick up that free pawn on d4. Now, it looks like you're just winning a pawn, a central pawn, but it's really here, you have to focus on, as Yovi says, quality over quantity. Don't pick up that pawn, because once you trade it, white gets a free hand. Your bishop on g7 is blocked. White can trade off, pick up that rook on c8. And let's just show that line, because it's so instructive to not get greedy here, David. You pick up that rook on c8, you pick up that pawn on g6, create a weakness on the king side, and then just go h5. March in. And what is that bishop on g7 doing? It's absolutely dead. The d4 and the d5 pawn mean nothing at all. And this would be a happy position for Magnus.
Extremely happy. You could even temporarily go down 2 pawns, but look at the black structure. Doubled and isolated pawns here. Isolated pawn, and more importantly, this bishop on an open diagonal far superior to its counterpart. White's knight will just jump in, landing on this knight on f5, where it will definitely thrive. The white queen will join the attack. Everything is in white's favour. Yeah, this is beyond contemplating here. You cannot allow this for Arigasi. So greed is not good in this position, as you mentioned, Tanya.
It would be what you call compensation. That term is often vague. What does that mean? Someone has extra material, but they have compensation. That would be very clear cut, that white would just control the dynamics of the position. So we see Arjun thinking here, it is a critical choice. He has been ahead on the clock. His lead on the clock has now been halved, and he's thinking, do I take on d4? Do I leave the pawn c5? Do I push it to c4? Not an easy question to answer, because where's the build-up? What's the improving move? If he slides a rook from f8 to e8, yes, that's an open file, but you're not actually accomplishing anything, because white has all of those squares under his control. And let's not forget that at some point h5 is going to hit you, and you need pieces around your king. So I think that Arjun is doing the right thing here to really consider and weigh his options.
But he's taking too much time, and I'm getting a little worried on the clock. We've seen that come to haunt him in the last game in a good position when he was, close to actually taking the point, just not having enough time to convert that win. And when you're playing against Magnus, you really cannot spend this much time on a move.
And if we didn't know who the players were, if we didn't know the clock, which side would you guys take right now, white or black?
Wow, okay. I think after f5, I would be happy to take black right now. As long as I'm not playing Magnus. And look at, did he just decide to pick up the pawn on d4?
It's exactly what we said not to do, Tanya.
Wow.
As soon as you said you'd prefer the black pieces.
Not anymore, Robin. Not anymore.
What just the only move you hated.
Oh my gosh, we're seeing this exact variation. The rooks were traded. No, H5.
H5 on the board.
No, this is a big problem. I mean, unless Arjun sees some direct way to trade pieces off and save his king, the thread is clear. Just pawn takes pawn on G6, we'll win white a pawn. And if you take on H5, we already showed the variation. The white knight can hop in. The black king is exposed. So that was a decision that Arjun, I don't think he made easily. I think he kind of was unhappy with some of his choices. Anything that he could have done would have given Magnus some play on the king side, but this looks very straightforward for the world champion.
Yeah, again, it feels influenced slightly by the match situation, at least, where he's grabbing a pawn, he's hoping to survive the oncoming onslaught, and then he might be a pawn up as black, but will you survive that long? It's a very, very big question. And white has such natural moves, it's so difficult to play, especially in speed chess. We say that it's easier to attack than defend. Here, it's certainly white attacking on the light squares. That color complex is all his. Magnus's right now. White's rook is going to slide across to the H-file. White's knight is jumping forward, as we said. How does black defend? You need a bunch of time to try and even figure out the foundations of a defense here for black. You have to go move by move, but with these opposite color bishops, which proved his downfall actually in the first game today, it's hard to find any advice for him.
Once that H-pawn is down on H5, I will definitely pick white every day of the year. This is such a difficult position, and the fact that Arjun took so long to capture that pawn on D4 and then once again goes into a think tank is not good news for the Indian fans. And I think Magnus almost looked like he was on pre-move mode. You know, when he took on D4, he immediately snapped up the rook. He immediately snapped up the G6 pawn, blew out H5 on the board. And sure, Arjun can be 2 pawns up, but he's going to be a king down if he picks up that H5 pawn.
He's going to be suffering, and he tries to plug the holes in his king side with his queen F6, holding together a pawn on G6. He's defending everything, but a trade only loosens the light squares. I imagine the white queen coming in at some point. She can try a few different angles to try and get towards that black king. Look at the black king's diagonals. They're all on light squares. And there we go, just occupying the open E file, first of all, controlling some squares there. Very flexible with the white rook, white knight, saving that for later.
Just a nice move, Queen E2, because it's multi-directional. Like, black can try to bring that knight forward to C5 to attack the bishop. The rook can slide over to pin that knight on the C file. So the queen slides out of the rook's path. It makes use of the E file. Maybe there's an exchange sacrifice in the works. If you take that knight with your rook and bring that black rook off the last rank, there could be some danger for the black king. So that is not out of the question at all. The G6 pawn is a target. The white king is perfectly safe and no risk whatsoever. The black king, it's exposed, and the white rook, as we're mentioning, it go to H1. It can slide over to D1 at some point, or C1, or E1. Black has way too much to look out for.
Yeah, still an ugly structure. You might be 1 pawn up, but actually this one, you want it out of the way. You want it out of the way of your queen and bishop on this diagonal. It's just blocking up your own position, clogging up your play. And now down on time for the first time, really, Arjun Erigaisi in this game, and he's starting to realize the consequences of his greed earlier. We said greed was not good, and it really has backfired. Now he just has to somehow cling on. Maybe he just has to put a knight on F8 at some point. The rhyme goes, knight on F8, there is no mate, but the rest of your position might collapse. Instead, he does go for knight C5, and now, Robert, your move looks extremely strong, pinning that knight. I don't see any downside to that. What is the plan? Suddenly some awkward tactics along this file. Magnus goes for it instantly, and he's in the flow, Magnus. Yet again, as soon as that turn in the position happened, he's played every move instantly.
It was that Nakamura advice that I was giving everyone before, that you need to play good moves quickly in these kind of time controls. And it might have been the best move, but look at Arjun's clock. Now, he's the one down under 3 minutes. His king is exposed. He did just play bishop to F8, a very good move that frees up his rook on C8 because he defended his knight. But still, the problems persist for Arjun Erigaisi. Even if he's eventually able to take this bishop on D3, he's left with the worst minor piece, and his king remains the problem. So I think that Magnus, he can build on his advantage right now, but he needs to keep a lead on the clock as well.
Yeah, he's still pinned Erigaisi, so Magnus has a move or two to create some threats. Maybe he can improve the white queen, the white knight. You want to look at your pieces and think, how can I cause damage to that black king side? But yeah, it's all about the clock as well. And Magnus won't want a repeat of that last game where he was really suffering on the clock. Went down to 2 or 3 seconds when he played that crucial only move.
Yeah. With a win in this game, Magnus Carlsen will win the match. Erigaisi needs at least a draw to take it to a game 4. The other winner semi-final match, Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura, they have now played 3 draws. They are still tied. It's all going down to game 4. If we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the match. If it is another draw, then we will see another Armageddon today.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Magnus playing a bit of a strange move, retreating the white bishop. It might well just get locked in on that square if you're not careful. You've also released the blockade of black's central double D pawns. And rook c7 there, just at least putting the rook on a dark square, going for that dark square control, unpinning his piece. The black knight now might be free to retreat. What do we think? Some chances of saving this for Erigaisi, or is it just long-term suffering?
That last move by Arjun makes it so tricky because he's also threatening to put the rook on the open e file, surviving that pin, hitting that queen, and then we'll see this knight jumping onto the center of the board. So Magnus here needs to be careful. It's a little telling that our Silicon friend, the eval bar, seems to say that white is fine. Now, generally, the bar loves material, right? But here, despite being a pawn down, it says that white is still doing fine, but this is tricky stuff now. And knight to h4, so really freeing up the path for the queen so that if black was to threaten on the e file, then white has the option to actually jump over to g4 and target that weak g6 pawn.
Yeah, white's queen has been opened up, and direct threat against the pawn next to the black queen on g6. White's bishop. Yeah, I just love bishop's long-range piece here, poaching from afar, and it's still hard to see any way that black will survive the oncoming attack. I'm surprised the evaluation bar's roughly in the middle, I've got to say, because it feels so pleasant for white.
It's one of these positions where the evaluation bar does not tell the story. You see it hovering in the middle. That means with objective best play, Arjun Erigaisi can hold this game. But look at this. There's a knight and a bishop staring towards king. He makes the move g5, and wow, that is a huge decision because he allows that white knight to hop forward in front of the black queen, take over the light squares. So all of the light squares are white's for the taking, but he is defending. He's making sure he's not giving up that pawn. A huge decision with just over 2 minutes remaining for Arjun Erigaisi. I think the white queen should step in front of that pawn, pinning it towards the black king, and just trying to bring your pieces closer to the enemy camp.
Wow.
Yep.
And Robert, there are some mad tactics after g5. Knight f5 that we were mentioning was so tempting, but I think d3 was something that Magnus didn't like, really blocking that bishop's defense of the knight, and the tactics just seemed to work out for black here. Instead, Magnus going for the other idea that we were mentioning of getting that queen to g4, pinning that pawn, so you still can't pick up the h4 knight as the king is pinned.
Yeah, and next move, Magnus can either go back to try and win this pawn, the last shelter for the black king, or he can jump into that beautiful square on f5 now that it's a bit safer. Black does have this passed pawn, however, and he has at least temporarily locked in this white bishop, but Magnus retreats. There are threats, including bishop takes pawn, due to the fact the black knight is pinned, cannot recapture, but also swinging across with the white rook. You could swing over and start going for the black king right now. It's very, very tense. Arjun, he's still alive. He's still got counter chances while this pawn is on the board, but yeah, definitely from a human point of view, so much easier to play with white.
Yeah, keyword, while that pawn is still on the board. White's next move might be the simple rook over one square to go ahead and win the pawn. It's not about this b2 pawn and things like that. That's irrelevant. I like the move rook d1. Just get rid of that pawn. The problems persist in black's camp. White is so safe and sound. The king, knight, and queen, they make sure that everything is nice and compact. Nothing is hanging here. I think rook sliding over to d1 is a good choice right now. Just get rid of the biggest thorn in your side.
Yeah, sometimes the simple approach is also the strongest one. And rook d1, guaranteed to win this pawn back next, and black's position will collapse long term. Both sides around 1 minute, though. Will Magnus go for this? He often looks for something a bit more sophisticated, which probably isn't on the docket right now. I think you should just be eliminating that one source of counterplay for black.
Both looking very calm. How are they doing inside right now, Robert, especially Arjun Erigaisi?
You're super nervous because this is one of those games that's about 50-50. Like, all 3 results are possible. And so for Arjun, this is his chance. He knows that he doesn't want to rely on a win in game 4. With Magnus in time trouble, he can make the most of it here.
Yeah. Wow, ticking to 1 minute now. Arjun Erigaisi, he cannot lose this game. He needs a win in this one or the next one to take it to Armageddon.
Yeah. Magnus made a bit of a face, we've got to say. Just for a second, he quickly got rid of all his emotions again, but just for a moment, he looked unhappy with something I'm not sure whether it's his last move. He played his pawn forward 1 square. A bit of a nothing move, just a bit of a cagey, cautious one there. And it has given black the time to slide across with the queen, threatening a potential queen exchange if the black queen lands on e4 in the center of the board. If the queens disappear, black should be relatively safe. With the kings as they are, black's kings so weak out in the open, a queen exchange is what Erigaisi is dreaming of right now.
White needs to stop that threat. It needs to stop the black queen from coming to e4 because a trade on that will also solve the pawn structure problem. Magnus does it with rook to e1. And now it just looks like the momentum is slightly shifting towards Archon. He does offer a rook trade. The pawn on d3 is still alive, very importantly. Once the rooks are traded off, let's say you go rook e7, the bishop takes it off. And Magnus says no trade because that would make black's life so much easier. Let's say you go queen d4, black can come in to e4, offering that trade, and this is bad news for Magnus. Magnus steps back with the rook to d1, and it just looks like Arjun's done everything right. Can he? Well, he can't go queen e4 right now, David, because the g5 pawn is hanging with check.
Or can you? The evaluation bar, we see that on the line.
He does it.
He's played it. It's gone in black's favor, the bar here. And Magnus, maybe not realizing the strength of this pin. Yes, you can take a pawn, restore the material balance, but after the black rook blocks this check, suddenly where does your queen go? No attractive squares. And maybe you just slide 1 square across. Suddenly there are all sorts of knight jumps. The knight's threatening to come in with a check, hitting the king. Remember, this pawn in front of it is pinned. Big attack suddenly brewing, and this is the position on the board.
Yeah, and Arjun's finding all the best moves. Knight f4 check is a winning threat, and you see the evaluation bar dipping in Arjun Erigaisi's favor. That white king is suddenly the more exposed one of the two. The bishop on b1 is a bystander, not doing anything, and Magnus slides his king back to g1, so knight f4 doesn't come with a fork, but it still is a playable move, attacking the queen. The g3 pawn is pinned, and we see that knight f4 is indeed the best move with a winning advantage for black.
Wow, let's go back to the game. Will he find this move? Will he plant his knight on this powerful square? It looks like he's gone for something else. No, he attacked the queen with his rook instead. Not as strong. Letting Magnus back in the game, perhaps. And wow, a quick few moves there. The knights have been traded off, but a checkmate threat on the board. Black's rook or black's queen want to jump in to the h1 square.
3 seconds for Arjun.
Yeah, checkmate was threatened, but no longer. The black rook forced away from the open h-file. Can Magnus defend? Maybe survive the worst.
Playing with seconds, Magnus Carlsen is struggling on the clock.
Yeah, 6 seconds against 8. There's going to be blunders, there's going to be mistakes, they're only human, but the queens are off the board. This is great news for Arjun Erigaisi. Look at that black pawn in the center. It's tying down the white rook and the white bishop. He's essentially playing up a piece, and Magnus gesturing. Wow, he's just blundered a pawn.
He's gave away the pawn, and he's lost.
He's given away the game.
Arjun's going to strike back.
Wow.
What a turnaround this has
with
been.
The black pieces, David, which means he goes into the final round with white, but there's still work to be done. It's not over till it's over against the world champion.
But this game is over because Magnus just resigned, Arjun Erigaisi wins, and we have a level match.
Wow, that is huge. Arjun Erigaisi strikes back. He ties the match before the 4th and final rapid game. Magnus Carlsen loses his first game of the Champions Chess Tour 2023 season. What is your reaction to that, Robert?
I don't know how to feel. It just happened. It was surprising. It was a bullet scramble. Yeah. And this is Arjun Erigaisi at his best. He knows how to play when the clock is ticking on his final seconds. He kept the queens on the board, offered a trade at the right moment, and he made Magnus come up with the tough solutions. And the world champion, the #1 player in the world, he was unable to. So an earned victory, a career victory for Arjun Erigaisi.
I mean, India must be celebrating. 19-year-old Erigaisi beats Magnus Carlsen in a crucial game. How impressed are you with him now, Tanya?
This is a big moment. Just the way he did it was just so impressive. Kaya, the way he played the last few moves, especially keeping the tension and the pressure on the board, forcing Magnus into muddy waters, and that's where he went wrong. It was just impressive start to finish. With this, he levels the score, goes into the final game with the white pieces. Big moment for India.
And crazy stuff going on in that third game. What happened in the end there, David?
Yeah, and it was all a turnaround. We were favouring White's position. We thought that Magnus had everything under control. It looked very good for White, but this was the key move. Offering a queen trade, sacrificing willingly this black pawn, and after it was captured, suddenly it was black on the attack, attacking the white queen, and as we saw, going for the white king too. Just to fast forward, White survived, Magnus survived to an endgame, but this one was simply hopeless. These two black pawns, too strong, the bishop about to come in, and Magnus made a further mistake and lost very quickly. Self-destructing, but well played to Arjun Erigaisi, getting the win.
Welcome to Landover, a Catan-inspired hexagon resource game for up to 4 players. Use the feature-rich map builder to create unique and creative maps. Host or join custom games where you can play live or daily games with friends, other Landover community members, or even solo games against the Landover bots. Choose your initial settlements wisely, and then outwit your opponents to expand your empire. More villages and cities means more resources for you to build outward and upward. Use Landover's unique Trade to Build UI to quickly and easily build whatever you can afford. Race up the culture tech tree to gain additional abilities, collect death cards, and grab the all-powerful Metropolis. Don't forget to upgrade your military to defend against the impending barbarian attacks, and launch raids against other players. Prove yourself in rated games to earn promotions and climb to the top of the ladder. Download Landover for free at landover.io. Available on Android, iPhone, and browsers.
We're going to head into a quick Twitch break. If you're not a subscriber, for everyone else, we're building up to the final game in the rapid portion in the winner semifinals. Wow, it's getting super dramatic, Jovanka. How do you imagine Arjun Erigaisi is feeling now after beating Magnus Carlsen in that game?
He's in cloud number 9, and and also he has to be very careful now because he can't be too happy because he still has 1 game left to play. And Magnus, he did look like he was flexing early on, looked like he was in supreme form. But they do say pride comes before a fall, and there you go, there's his fall, and Magnus will be raging. So Erigaisi, if he wants to take it to Armageddon, he just has to hold tight.
Yeah.
But if he wants more, then go for it.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, they are tied before the 4th and final rapid game in the winners semi-final. In the other one, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. 3 draws. How will you describe this matchup so far?
Mind games. Wow. These guys are just messing with each other, just mentally, because I have to say, still advantage Wesley. Because Wesley, of course, had that critical first game where he put Hikaru on the back foot. But these 2 other games, it just seems like Hikaru is getting nowhere. And in the last white encounter in Wesley's last white encounter, he didn't really get much either. And Hikaru just managed to wriggle through. Now Hikaru has the white pieces, and it's going to be crunch time now.
Yeah. Wow, it's not unlikely that we will see Armageddon in the winners semifinals, but first, the 4th and final rapid games are coming up very shortly.
We've got liftoff and an English opening this time by Magnus.
Oh, and Robert, he goes for the move. You have loosened up some light squares, some serious weaknesses. He tries to plug the holes in his king side with his queen.
He makes the move G5, and wow, a huge decision with just over 2 minutes remaining for Arjun Erigaisi.
What a day in the Airthings Masters, you guys. And these are the results so far in the winners semifinals. Magnus Carlsen won the first one, but Arjun Erigaisi striking back in fantastic fashion in Game 3. They are tied heading into Game 4. Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura also tied. 3 draws. Game 4 is starting in only a few seconds. What do you think, David? Will we see Armageddon chess in the winners semifinals?
Yes. And I think we will see it in between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, just because they're both so good. They're cancelling each other out. They're playing really high-quality chess right now. But also this one, it depends on Arjun Erigaisi's approach. If he goes for it, he might well have a decent shot at Magnus, especially while Magnus is recovering from that last disaster. But if Erigaisi wants the draw, I think Magnus actually would be happy to just survive this game and take it to those Armageddons.
If you were Arjun's coach, Robert, what would you advise him to heading into this final game with the white pieces?
To find a new coach.
A good one.
But I do think that he should play it relatively safe, because Arjun had the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen in Tata Steel. In a classical time control, Magnus won with black. So there are no guarantees just because you have the first move advantage that everything is safe. And, well, you want the toss-up. As the lower-rated player, I think you want to head to Armageddon. You don't know what the bidding is going to be. I don't even know what color either player wants, but I think that you want to send this to Armageddon if you're Arjun.
And guys, I think we're about to get an Armageddon confirmed because the game between Nakamura and So is racing towards a draw. I think it's going to be confirmed any second now. There we go, 2-2. That game was a Berlin draw, the infamous game that actually we predicted here on the show.
Yeah, that's true. So if you did follow us from the get-go today, David did put up a little bit of a hint in the studio on the chessboard that we have in the studio. And you were correct.
Yeah, it was bound to happen. These guys have played the same exact draw plenty of times in the past, and it makes sense for both of them to conserve energy. It's going to come down now to that Armageddon game, and who will be faster, simply.
I think they both want the black pieces, is my guess. They keep drawing, right? So you don't have to win in that game.
Incredible. So, right now, Nakamura and Wesley So will make their bids for the Armageddon, and the player with the lowest bid can choose colors and will play with that time. Usually, they will then choose to play with the black pieces, and with the black pieces, you will win the match with a draw or a win. The player with the white pieces has to win. But first, this game has to finish, so they have to wait for Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi to finish their game. If this is a draw, these two as well will head to Armageddon.
Yeah, and this is a very topical branch of the Nimzo Indian defense. It's an isolated queen's pawn. That seems to be another theme of the day. Keeps cropping up everywhere. And this time it's Erigaisi with the isolated pawn in the center. Black has a nice blockader. Black's knight on d5, rock solid, well fortified. But small threat there from him on the last move, the white queen. The white bishop did create that battery, forcing black to commit on the king side. There are some holes around the black king, especially on the dark squares. Can Erigaisi take advantage of that? If not, then Magnus has a very solid position.
Yeah, I tend to like these positions from the black side, honestly. I love playing against the isolated queen pawn. Magnus himself had this isolated pawn structure in Tata Steel. He used it against Wesley So when he had the white pieces. So we'll see if Arjun is going to be able to create inroads, because you create some weaknesses on the dark squares. That is clear. The black pawns all on light squares on the king side, but a very likely plan from Magnus Carlsen's point of view is to drop his bishop, his dark bishop, back home. As soon as I finish my sentence, he plays it. And now there are threats with knight forks on the square the bishop just left, so that's why Arjun scoots his queen away. But I feel like black is very solid here.
Yeah. As soon as black solves the issue of that problem child, the bishop on c8, the light squared bishop, then I think he'll call the opening a success, but still a couple of moves away for Magnus Carlsen to do that. Meanwhile, white is very flexible. The two white bishops do point their glares all towards that king side, towards the black king. Don't be surprised as well if Harry the H-pawn makes another appearance and starts to try and loosen up the black structure over there, that wall of pawns on the king side. Still early days, of course, and arguments for both sides, who to prefer here. And yeah, I think Erigaisi, it's nice to see him keep some tension, playing ambitious opening, not heading towards anything safe, not heading towards a draw. I think Armageddon, it's just a toss-up, and Magnus's superior experience there might give him the edge. So Erigaisi going for the win, just developing his bishop now, Magnus, though.
And I think that's important for Arjun. He's got the white pieces. He needs to try to make the most of his chances when it comes without going super rash. But I did not expect to see any quick draws here. And I think you were talking about what you would do if you were Arjun's coach. I know Arjun's coach is 3-0, and definitely he's told him to fight with the white pieces. With Magnus, you know, you have to take every single small opportunity that you get. This last move that Magnus has made, bishop to d7, at first it looks like, wait a second, what about the pawn? Do you not lose it after the trades on d5? But notice that knight on e2, David. If white does pick up knight d5 after the trades and you pick up that pawn, the rook on e8 opens up and you can gobble up the knight. So the pawn is not on pre. So definitely a little trap that Arjun sees. I would be surprised, well, he does pick up the knight, fixes the pawn structure in the center and develops the bishop to e3. Now that the e file is blocked, he has a direct threat of picking up that d5 pawn.
Yeah, and he can target it with his knight as well. He can go for it with his bishop. So some pressure for Magnus to try and deal with in this position. How about Magnus's coaches, Eric and Aman? How do you think they're advising their student right now?
I also saw Arian Tari was streaming on Magnus's Twitch channel. So I don't know who's the coach, but if you're Magnus's coach, you say just get out of this one. Head to Armageddon. You are the stronger player. So if you get the white pieces in the Armageddon, use those to your advantage. If you have the black pieces, you just need to hold the draw. So I feel like for Magnus, just don't take unnecessary risk in this game, and he's not doing that. I think he's following a strategy of let's just be solid after that topsy-turvy game 3.
when you were talking about what Eric and Aman might be telling Magnus, and you said, get out of this one, I thought you were going to say, and head to the bar.
Get pumped, put on some techno, you know.
Yeah.
Just,
I wish we had sound on the cameras. Maybe there is some techno going on in the Chess Bra house.
It's a pretty strong house right now with Eric, Aman, Ariane, Magnus, just all hanging out.
Yeah. An average rating in that house of what, like 600?
They could win the Olympiad with that squad.
Easily. And they're playing in the Pro Chess League. Big favourites for that one, potentially.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, just the game following the plans, we mentioned some serious pressure on Black's isolated pawn. It's mutual weaknesses now. The white D pawn is protected for now, but potentially a target later. Black's central pawn is the one that Magnus has to take care of. I'm expecting him to just take a kind of sad defensive move, maybe plant the bishop on e6 and hold it for one move longer, but I've got to say I prefer white's position here. Minimal risk as well for Arjun.
Yeah, I like it. And even though the center is fixed, it just looks like white is faster to attack the d5 pawn. Yes, you've defended it with one piece, but what happens if white just gets more pressure onto the d5 pawn, bring that knight into the game? You can go to f4, you can bring it to c3, start putting pressure already, and it looks like Arjun's strategy of trying to get a game with the white pieces has succeeded so far.
Definitely paid off. And now Magnus, is he forced to keep retreating? For example, knight e7 just to defend that pawn. Looks like it might be the only way. No, Magnus finds a more creative approach. He plants his queen here, saying, yes, you can win a pawn, but now I will totally wreck your pawn structure. And yes, you might be a pawn up in the near future, but you will live to regret these weaknesses. Arjun has shown tendency to grab pawns in the past, not just in that last game, but throughout the tour, throughout his games. So he might be very tempted, but I don't think this is something I would advise.
No, definitely not. If you take the other way with the bishop instead of with the knight, what happens is black takes back, and then there's a rook that gets planted on d8. So you don't hurt your pawn structure, but you're not going to remain a pawn ahead. Look at black's activity here. Both rooks staring down the center of the board. The d4 pawn will be captured, and that will ensure likely material equality and maybe some extra activity for black because of the more active rooks.
Yep. This one, I don't think you need to give Magnus that much fun. You have a bunch of options where Magnus is the one on the defense. So, yeah, maybe just bring a rook into the game, just improve this piece, which is doing nothing right now, bring it to a semi-open file, maybe just push a pawn so you don't get checkmated on the back rank a bit later. First, he shuffles his queen across, equally decent. But now maybe Magnus has an idea of jumping back with the knight. I was going to say that was necessary anyway, but the white queen is a target for the knight once it arrives on this flank. Still in the balance, still very level on the clock as well.
It's the standard strategy, though, even in the French defense, where you have this kind of pawn structure. If the white knight ever takes on e6, you take with the pawn, but that's no longer possible. After this move, after knight takes e6, you have to watch out, because if you take with the pawn, in comes bishop to g5, you skewer the queen and the rook behind it. That would win some material for white. So Magnus has to be a bit careful here. I don't think it's the end of the world if he takes back on e6 with the queen after the knight takes the bishop. So I think that that's what he's relying on. And honestly, we talked about how good the bishop pair is. Here, the bishop pair doesn't look that great. In fact, I would prefer to have the knight and bishop in this structure.
Yeah, this is especially a bad piece. Another big pawn on the board. And yeah, it looks like Magnus has solved most of his issues. Let's see if Arjun can whip up anything. Can he be creative and push Magnus off balance, potentially?
What do you guys think if it was to go into the Armageddon? Who would that favor more? Do you think Arjun has better chances in the Armageddon compared to the Rapid games, or do you think Magnus will just crush that?
And who would want black? We mentioned Wesley and Hikaru. They both probably want the black pieces draw odds, but it's not clear between these two.
Well, I think that all things considered, going into the match, of course, Arjun wants to get to Armageddon. But I think that Magnus is the favorite overall. But Arjun has better chances in Armageddon than he does in Rapid Time, just because Magnus is the stronger player between the two. Arjun's been playing a great match. I mean, he's been very impressive. To be down a point and then to be pressing in game 2, not quite make it work, and then in game 3 with black, to beat Magnus when it's tactics everywhere. He's been in form these last couple of games, but Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's won how many world championship titles? 15? Is that right?
Too many.
I've lost track.
15, I think, is right, yeah.
But we did hear him say as late as yesterday that he feels that he is slower than he used to be, Magnus Carlsen. Can we see that, or is that just something he's saying?
I don't believe him.
Yeah?
I think he's just saying it so that people will start thinking it, and then he'll show everyone who's the boss. So I really think that we should let Magnus Carlsen's moves do the talking. To this point in the Airthings Masters, yesterday he was just amazing against Alexis Serrano, and we've seen what Alexis Serrano is capable of today as he took down Alireza Firouzja. That was not an easy matchup. It looked like on paper, higher rating, 2.5 half, no big deal. Alexis Serrano is super strong. So Magnus is fantastic. I think he's just kind of letting people think they have a chance against him. But when it comes to the whiteboard, who's the favorite in the Airthings Masters and the Champions Chess, or myself, was his answer.
Yeah. He is confident, Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, with the white pieces in this game. I mean, looking at it now, do you see chances for both players to win this game?
At first, I thought, wait a second, White's got his chance here. You can come up with the rook, Kaya, here to the 7th rank after this knight retreat. But it doesn't really get you anywhere, does it, David? A black continues with the plan to hit that queen, bring on the knight to f5. And at the end of everything, you can always challenge that rook on the 7th rank, bringing your own rook to the 7th rank and offering a trade. So everything's still under control, Kaya. And I think draw is a likely result. I'm up for another Armageddon.
Definitely.
Yeah, if you look at the skeleton of the position as well, all things being equal, okay, knight takes bishop just happened, but it's exactly the same pawn structure. You both have isolated pawns. Maybe they'll both disappear a bit later on. No chance for passed pawns on the king side, queen side, everything symmetrical. And, okay, the first small imbalance of the game, knight takes bishop. White has the bishop pair, but as we mentioned earlier, not an impressive set of pieces. Knight coming to f5.
And very important here that Magnus does pick up the knight with the queen, because it would be a huge blunder to pick it up with the pawn. David, massive pressure once the bishop jumps on to g5, hits that queen. Knight on e7 is pinned. If you fall back to f7, then the rook comes to c7, and this would be a devastating attack on the knight and on the position. I'm a little surprised that Magnus is thinking here, because queen e6 just looks like the only move. What am I missing?
I don't think you're missing anything, Tanya. Perhaps he's considering... OK, he does play the best move. I was going to say, perhaps he's considering a counterattack, not an automatic recapture, using his knight to attack the white queen. But why bother calculating this when you have a very healthy, simple, straightforward alternative? He does recapture the knight, and the threat remains of landing his knight on f5, trading off more pieces and getting closer to that draw. So still very balanced. I'm not sure who I'd take, to be honest. I think Arjun and Magnus both equally safe in this position.
I think I'd take black. I just feel like black is first to the punch all of a sudden, with knight f5 about to be played. d4 is loose. There are back-rank checkmates that white has to look out for, and they're also, knight f5 immediately threatens to win a pawn, forking the queen and the bishop on e3. So I'm actually a bit nervous here for Arjun. I'm sure they're good moves. Maybe bishop c2. That actually might be the most prudent. Let me take that knight as soon as it lands there. But we've said this before, that in a position with bishops of the same color, you want the pawns to be on the opposite color of your bishop. Black's pawns on light squares, but look at that bishop on e3 staring into its own pawns, a bit defensive. It's not a bad position for white, but that's a small little plus for black. I think that is the easiest path towards equality for Arjun, because otherwise he might find himself in some danger.
Yep, so now might be the moment to pull the brake. Just head into reverse gear and go towards that draw. Don't entertain chances of winning anymore. It will just backfire. And this is a big threat after all. So Arjun thinking this is a critical moment in this game. He doesn't look too excited about his position, I've got to say, Arjun. Just looking off to the side there, maybe looking at the clock, thinking, OK, I'm down on time. Let's just neutralise this one. Let's move on to the next game. And Armageddon, it is just a one-game shootout. And at the top level, in a one-off encounter, you can see these big surprises from time to time. In a long match, that's where it's harder to beat the likes of Magnus. So he's done a great job. I think Armageddon is now most likely.
What is the history of Armageddon? Is it something quite new in the chess world, or has it been around for a long time?
Came from that movie Armageddon, right?
Yeah.
Wait, who was in that? It's been a while since I've seen
Willis?
Ben Affleck?
Ben Affleck, maybe?
Oh, that's true. Ben Affleck is
Such a
Lee
great
Tyler
movie.
is in that. Oh, yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess there's been debates for a long time how to separate players, especially in knockout formats. And I know back in the days of the World Cup, which was called the World Championship in the late 90s, early 2000s, that's where kind of these playoffs became more and more popular. But it's been around for a while. It's only kind of recently that we need it, because there's so many strong players in the world that we need it more and more often. And this bidding structure, I think it was introduced by Norway Chess. Maybe it was somewhere else originally. But that one is quite new. That's a new innovation.
Yeah.
For sure.
Do you think they have started already to think about the bidding process? Or do you think actually they headed into the match with a strategy for bidding?
I think Magnus Carlsen's thinking of winning this game because he has a lead on the clock and the position is not just completely dead in the water. It's not the one where, okay, we just make simple moves and draw. So probably they have some sort of strategy, but I think Magnus is like very far away from the mentality of let's go to Armageddon. He's going to try to outplay Arjun in this position because Arjun's pieces are kind of all over the place right now, whereas the harmony is in Black's camp.
And I guess that's what makes him the best in the world. He's just focusing and trying to win every single game.
Yeah, and meanwhile, some tactics on the board. That black rook on the light square is attacked. White's bishop on a4, staring down at it. And the white queen keeping those rooks honest. The black rooks can't move for fear that they will lose defense of each other. Meanwhile, Magnus does have some threats against this dark square bishop. It's tactics everywhere suddenly. I'm trying to do some quick calculation, but I think I need a bit more time. And I expect Arjun, Erigaisi, Magnus both to go into the tank over the next few moves.
There is a cool sequence here that saves white because knight takes e3, as we'll bring up analysis for you. It looks like it's almost crushing because after knight takes bishop, bishop takes rook on e8, knight takes rook on d1. You say, oh, give me that other rook on d8. That looks great. Give me the material. But queen e1 is not just check. It's mate. That king has no escape squares. That would be game over. So that's why you don't take this rook on d8 right away. You instead throw in bishop takes f7 with check, distracting the queen away. And once the queen takes the bishop, the white queen takes the rook with check. The knight on d1 falls at the end of this variation, and that leaves white way too much material ahead. So this is what Arjun is relying on here, because knight takes bishop on e3 looks very powerful, but it actually would not be as good as it may initially appear.
Yeah, and that's why Magnus has stopped. He's for sure calculated this whole line. He's probably seen exactly the same moves that Robert has just there, and now he's looking for alternatives. So that's how the players calculate. They look for the most direct attempt. If it doesn't work, then they backtrack and look for alternatives. Because if knight takes bishop was strong, then he could just go for it. Instead, he has to try and figure out how to keep this rook intact. And not too many squares for it. I guess you just have to sidestep. That's not ideal. It's a bit of a sad square, a bit of a passive one, but you have to protect your fellow on d8. And still, you have ideas of knight takes bishop. I think white has to take a timeout now to defend against that. And the game goes on. White's queen can't quite go pawn hunting yet. I think you need to take a timeout to defend your bishop.
And you've got a good way to take that time out because you can jump over to the g5 square with your bishop and hit that rook on d8 because notice that pawn on b7 that you were pointing out, David. And I'm just wondering, can't Arjun on the very next move, once you save the rook, pick up the b7 pawn? Because you never want to play rook b8. That is just ugly.
Very ugly move here. Black rook on a passive square. Suddenly white has ideas, maybe jumping in with the bishop, some threats just adding up. Worst comes to the worst, you come here and you take the knight and then you say, okay, at least I have more active pieces. The white queen's really nicely placed and still no risk for Arjun. So Magnus may be looking for something better. I'm not sure if anything better exists other than just moving this rook to safety. You need to step it out of this diagonal. He could also be looking, for example, at shifting this rook across, attacking the white queen. This looks very tempting, and maybe the tactics change if the white queen is forced onto a different square. Again, you've got to calculate the implications of knight takes bishop, but rather than going down 6-7 moves variations, let's let Magnus do that. And yeah, in this position, it feels like Arjun is certainly trying to press. Maybe he doesn't believe in his chances in Armageddon, but he is taking significant risks. A move like bishop a4, you've got to calculate really, really well because suddenly there are these types of sequences that require precision.
This is ambitious play by Arjun. If he wanted to bail out, then I love that idea of dropping back with the bishop and trying to trade the knight and the bishop and not allowing this activity that we see by Magnus. But these last few moves have definitely hinted at Arjun wanting a game in this one. Queen c7 on the board. And big questions, big tactics. Magnus is taking his time. He's about 2.5 minutes behind on the clock in a critical moment.
Yeah, maybe he is getting older and slower. He's really slowed down this last game or two. Maybe the confidence dented by that last game. But yeah, it's surprising that he's thinking so long now because doesn't seem to be too many decisions. If you can't take that white bishop, you have to react to the attack on your rooks.
Right, and so he finally moves the rook to c8, so he attacks the queen. And just like earlier, if the pawn on b7 is captured, I think he's going to slide that rook on over again. chase the queen. Behind it is his pawn on b2. And the white king is kind of airy. So there are many ideas for black to go after that white king, especially if the knight captures that bishop on e3 at some moment. This is a very tricky position, both sides with their chances. But Magnus and Arjun, they're showing that they're not making a peaceful draw like in the game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. They want to duke it out here in game 4.
Yeah, and this is really impressive. Both players still continuing, taking really ambitious decisions on every turn. I'm wondering where that queen goes now. You've got to be a bit careful. It feels like a bit of a dance between the white queen and the black rook. Wherever she goes, she's going to get attacked. How do you sidestep? How do you evade all of those threats? But can we be greedy? Can we continue pawn hunting? That's the acid test of the black idea. I'm not sure we can. It's not too many safe squares. There's 1, 2, 3 maybe. Or you could offer a queen trade if you want to play it super safe. But can queen takes pawn happen? I'm a bit scared of this type of skewer hitting the queen and also hitting the rook behind it. But we do have this move to try and offer the trade of queens. This feels like a safety-first approach. If you get the queens off, you should be safe. You should live to fight another day. But Arjun says, no queen trade yet. I'm continuing to play for the win. And still, this threat remains. What is Magnus's idea? Maybe he'll get this rook out now with tempo. He has given up a pawn, Magnus, so he has invested some material into this sequence. And white, once Arjun moves to the queen, will perhaps remain a pawn up, at least for a move or two. But as Robert says, counterplay on b2, counterplay on e3.
Once black steps with the other rook attacking the queen, I don't see another square for white except to go queen d7 and offer a queen trade. But that would mean that black will have the option to perhaps pick up the b2 pawn. It just seems like we'll have so many trades. The e3 bishop will be picked up, the queen will be traded, the rooks will be traded, the pawn will be picked up, and eventually we'll have this rook and opposite color bishop endgame.
Yep.
That
let's show this,
we all
Tanya.
know how that's going to end. Let's take a look.
I'm not sure how. I think I've done it the wrong order already, but let's say I flicked in a rook trade first and everything just disappearing off the board. A moment ago, it was so tense. And 3 moves later, we have this. Just a really simple endgame with opposite color bishops. This one, I think we can say, should be a draw with best play. But I think I would take black slightly just because this rook is so active and potential weaknesses in the white camp. So Arjun reluctantly going for this. Yeah, could we see that whole sequence happen, starting perhaps with a rook trade? Magnus just hoovering everything off the board and a draw, the most likely.
Yeah, it's a big decision here for Magnus, because if he missteps right now, it could be like game 2, where Magnus gave up a pawn early and then never got it back until the very end when he was able to secure a draw. So he needs to be careful. I thought he's been playing very well energetically, but he is down material. So I think, okay, we're seeing all the pieces swap off. It's about that time. Are there any winning chances? I don't really see it for either side. I do think all the pieces are going to be swapped and we're heading towards a split point.
Yep. And 2 Armageddons, potentially. That would be exciting.
Super fun. What a day.
Spoiled for choice.
I have to say, a lot of people think that Armageddon seems like an unfair way to sort of end it. We see so much flagging. I love it. It is so much fun, and it really comes down to a different form of the sport. You have to keep control over the clock, your nerves. Just need this different skill set to be good at Armageddon. It's pure fire.
And you need to make a strategy for the bidding, for which color you want to choose.
I would love to hear the players' thoughts when they're making that bid. Yeah. What's going through their mind and why they decide on a certain time.
I'm always curious what they predict their opponent is about to bid, right? Like, if you bid, say, 14 minutes, is it because you thought your opponent's going to go very low and you just want white anyway? Or do you think your opponent also is going to go quite high, and so that you at least have more time to get the black pieces? Because, it's a strategic thing that is hard to figure out in advance, and you never know what your opponent's thinking. I do believe it changes based on how the 4 games have gone.
And we do know that. Usually the white player will have 15 minutes because the player with the lowest bid will choose the black colors. How low can you allow yourself to go?
How low can you go?
How low can you go?
I think Vishy answered that question. That was, Robert, that story.
He bid 7 minutes. And I think everyone
against 15.
Against 15, and everyone was like, "Are you sure you know the base time's 15?" He said yes, and he played Pavel Pankratov, and Pankratov crushed him because he just didn't have time to calculate the position. So I think most people bid around 11, 12 minutes. That's the safe bid, and we saw that in Gukesh and Mamedov. They both bid 12 minutes, then 11:45 and 11 minutes. So that's the standard, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And meanwhile, all of the pawns, all of the pieces are disappearing from this game. Still some chances while the rooks remain on the board, but if we do see a rook trade, which might well happen in the next few turns, then this game will be a draw. Meanwhile, we also see Magnus Carlsen's air quality stats for the first time, I think, this tournament. And, not looking great.
In the Chessborough house?
Yeah, in the Chessborough house. Red CO2 levels. It's been a long day. He needs to open a window, perhaps. Air quality is poor. Oh, it's quite humid there as well. Very warm, though, out in Toronto right now. So Magnus, as the day draws on, that could have an effect on his level of play. We noticed that in past seasons where it, definitely has direct consequences.
I've noticed in Armageddon's, Magnus usually likes to get the black pieces. I remember that epic Armageddon that happened between Magnus and Hikaru when it was back, the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. And what a match that was. And Magnus eventually went on to win that with the black pieces in an Armageddon. And it's going to be interesting to see how much he's willing to bargain on the clock to get the black pieces.
Yeah, and actually, is this format almost unique? I know Chess.com have done it for a while, but normally Armageddon chess in World Cups, for example, over the board games, it's normally just with blitz chess, 5 versus 4. And with rapid chess, it's a different strategy, right? You have 10, 11 minutes if you choose black. Sometimes that feels like enough time to still play an objectively strong game.
And it gives the players the choice, because if you're in Armageddon where they just tell you have 6 minutes, your opponent has 5, that's just how it goes. It's cool to see the players, they take different strategies, and while there's not much strategy left in this game, the pieces have come off the board. Opposite colored bishop in the endgame, even though white is up a pawn, it doesn't give good winning chances. So I think we're just seeing the final moves on this one before we do head to the bidding in Armageddon.
Wow. Yeah. Magnus looks really chilled right now. Most of us wouldn't be if we were 1 pawn down against a giant like Arjun Erigaisi, but Magnus knows you just blockade on the dark squares. White's only passed pawn, the extra pawn on the d-file, easy to blockade. And we'll see a bunch more trades. We might even see the players repeat. I don't know how much longer Erigaisi will press this.
The one thing that I think black needs to be careful about is not to allow the 2 connected pass pawns in the center. It might still be a draw, but why go for that, especially with the A pawns still alive? It can get a little bit tricky. So once white goes for the G4 break, exactly, keep that F pawn on F5 so that white doesn't get 2 connected pass pawns.
Yeah, so allow the trade, but on your own terms. You need to stop the white pawn, the white E pawn joining its mate there, the D pawn, and everything else is blockaded. Yeah, we're not hanging around here.
Armageddon!
All right. It's getting close, you guys. We will see 2 Armageddons, most probably, to decide the winners' semifinals. 2 players will go through to the winners' final, and 2 players will be knocked down to the losers' bracket to play losers' quarterfinals tomorrow.
Wow. Yeah, I think after this win earlier from Magnus Carlsen, I just assumed he'd be there. I assumed he'd be in the winners' semi-final, but wow, fair play to Arjun Erigaisi. He does get the draw in this one, and we're there. 2 Armageddons guaranteed.
Wow, the drama continues. This is fantastic news. We're going to see 2 Armageddon games to decide the winners' semi-finals. Arjun Erigaisi taking Magnus Carlsen to a tiebreak in 10 minutes. It's gonna start. They now have a few minutes to make their bids. So, Robert, what do you expect now? What will happen?
I think that Magnus Carlsen, he will pick a lower time than Arjun Erigaisi. So I feel pretty confident Magnus will get the black pieces in this Armageddon game.
You don't agree, Tanya?
I think that's what Magnus wants, but I think that's exactly what Arjun wants as well. If he definitely doesn't want to give Magnus the draw, that's going to be super tough. So it really just comes down to the bid. It's so important, but also to find that balance that if you do get the black pieces, you don't fall too short on the clock.
And then we have another Armageddon as well. David, Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura. What do you think will happen in the bidding process there?
I think it's going to be a bidding war for the black pieces. They'll start at 14 minutes 59, then they'll both say 14 minutes 58, and I don't know how low they'll go, but it definitely feels like a draw is the favourite in that one, so whoever gets the black pieces will start with the advantage.
All right, it will be revealed very soon what is the results of the bidding. Armageddon is coming up. Get ready for the action, you guys.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
The great Vishy Anand probably cheering for his fellow Indian Arjun Erigaisi right now, getting ready for Armageddon against world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Right now we're going to take a quick Twitch break for everyone who are not subscribers. For everyone else, coming up very shortly, we're going to reveal the answer to the puzzle that we had today. But first, Ivanka, wow, 2 Armageddons to decide the winners' semifinals. This is going to be dramatic.
Certainly. I mean, I personally can't wait to see who will choose the white pieces, because last year on the tour, we saw everyone who chose white won.
Yeah.
So I reckon these players are so fast that it's going to be a big advantage to have more time on the clock.
Yeah. Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, after 4 rapid games, they are tied 2 points each. Arjun Erigaisi, he must be heading into the Armageddon feeling quite confident, winning a game against Magnus.
I think he will be doing his exercise and just getting pumped because this is his moment in the sun. And of course, if he wins, he goes on to the winners bracket and Magnus Carlsen goes down to the losers.
Wow.
And oh gosh, I mean, who would have ever thought about that?
Yeah. And Magnus Carlsen, in Armageddon, no increment. Do you think he is less of a favorite against Arjun or bigger?
Oh, you know, Magnus is Magnus. You know, I don't think I've seen him lose too many Armageddon matches. He's quick, he's fast, he's got great instincts. And Arjun is, quite honestly, going to struggle there.
Yeah. And then we do have Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. They played 4 draws today. So it's like David said, you know, you could think that they want to have the black pieces where with a draw, you win the match. So what will happen in the bidding process with these 2?
Oh, I'm not actually sure whether we will see Hikaru actually bid to have the black pieces. I think he's so fast. He knows how to draw out the game to great lengths. So I'm going to suspect that he's actually going to put in a high bid. And you have to remember when he faced off Daniel Dubov in the play-ins, I mean, Daniel Dubov actually bid quite low and Hikaru just dragged the game on for all eternity. So my prediction is that Hikaru is going to go for a very conservative bid.
All right. Well, no matter what happens, 2 players will go through to the winners' final tomorrow. 2 players will be knocked down to the losers' bracket. And the loser between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi will face Gukesh tomorrow in the losers' quarterfinals. And Gukesh has been a big topic for us today. He won his match today on the losers' bracket against Mamedov. And the young Indian also has composed a study that we made a little puzzle from. And we're going to reveal the answer to the puzzle now.
Yeah, he's a genius in every sense of the word. And of course, we were following the end of this study that Gukesh had done. And it was a very complicated study, and a lot of people didn't actually get the answer right.
Hey.
So, okay, shall we take everyone through the answer before we reveal today's winner?
Let's do that. We're going to bring up the puzzle and reveal the answer to this very sophisticated study composed by Gukesh. So, Ivanka, take us through it.
Okay. So a lot of people actually guess that White should simply just go pawn hunting, grab the rook and take that pawn. And unfortunately, this would be a big, big mistake because simply it allows the knight back into the game. The knight would jump to the f3 square and oh dear, and it's an extra defender. So we go back to the original study and we can see here that you've got to use the right time. The knight is offside. Now is the perfect time to hunt the king. And you do that with your own king by playing king to e8. You're closing the net upon the king. And unfortunately, there really isn't that much that black can actually do. Black can try to go pawn hunting, no, not pawn hunting, pawn promoting, and actually push the g-pawn one square further. And here is where the magic happens, as they say. The rook will give a check to the king. King has to travel on the dark squares. And now this is good technique. The white king will actually follow the black king, but travel on the light squares. And again, there's a lovely, lovely mating net being set up. And once the black pawn steps forward again, then the rook comes to the edge of the board on a6. And look at that. The rook and the bishop are combining very nicely, and mate on a8 is just unavoidable. So rook comes, whatever moves, and there you go. There you see it.
Incredible.
It is absolutely incredible because it's just comes from nowhere. That's the thing about this whole study. And the fact that he composed it at the age of 15, and also this is like move 12 along that whole variation, is just incredible.
Yeah, Gukesh, what a chess genius the young teenager is. We did announce we will pick a winner, someone who has given the right answer to this puzzle, and it's Gustav. Correctly guessing king e8 because black knight is trapped and black cannot defend. Checkmate. Very nice answer, and he will get an Airthings.
And it's even better because it's been signed by Magnus Carlsen, so it's a very, very special prize.
Yeah. Congratulations to Gustav. Magnus Carlsen is right now getting ready for Armageddon coming up in a few minutes.
This is a very topical branch of the Nimzo Indian defense.
That's a big decision here for Magnus.
Magnus looks really chilled right now. Most of us wouldn't be if we were one pawn down against a giant like Arjun Erigaisi. Fair play to Arjun Erigaisi. He does get the draw in this one. And with that, 2 Armageddons guaranteed.
Wow. Still no bids. Has come in, you guys, and only minutes until the Armageddon is starting. What are the players doing?
They're keeping us guessing, they're keeping each other guessing. It's that psychological warfare of the bidding war.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are waiting now for the bids. Robert, can you remind us again the regulations for the Armageddon?
For sure. So 15 minutes will be the base time. You cannot bid above that. The side that chooses the lower amount of time, let's say you choose 10 minutes, I choose 9 minutes. I get to choose my color. You will get 15 minutes.
Yep.
And if I choose 9 minutes, I will likely choose the black pieces. And if we draw our game, I move on. Sorry to say, Kaya, that means you go to the loser's bracket.
I likely would against you, Robert. So those are the regulations, you guys, and we are very curious. Will the players, what will they bid? Who will get the white pieces? Who will get the black pieces? Both matches here in the winners semifinals have gone to the Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So. We are waiting now impatiently for the bids. And in the match between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, you have predicted that they both really want the black pieces.
Just judging by the flow of the previous games, there's been nothing in it really. Whoever had the black pieces was rock solid and found really convincing ways to defend. And yeah, opening wise as well, they have bulletproof repertoires. So I feel that, yeah, black is a significant advantage here for whoever gets those pieces.
And we have a bid coming in. Here we have it. Wesley So has bid 9 minutes and 44 seconds. Hikaru Nakamura 9 minutes and 28 seconds. That means Hikaru Nakamura could choose colors. Obviously, he has chosen the black pieces. He will play with 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Wesley So with the white pieces will have 15 minutes. You're saying wow, Tanya.
Because Hikaru Nakamura wins the bid by 16 seconds. Unbelievable. So he gets to choose the black color and gets the result odd. He will most likely pick black because that's the Armageddon strategy that we've seen. And you know, we've got these 2 Armageddons coming up. But what's really striking to me is how different the two matches have been. Wesley and Hikaru just look like the approach for these two players from the very start was to get to this point.
Yeah, incredible. We have the other bid as well in the other matchup. Let's see. Arjun Erigaisi, he's bid 11 minutes and 59 seconds. Magnus Carlsen bidding 10 minutes and 1 second. That's very close. And Magnus winning the bid has chosen to play with the black pieces. He will have 10 minutes and 1 second versus Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces having 15 minutes. What do you think of that bid, David?
Well, I think we better strap in because it's definitely going to come down to a race on the clock later. For the players with the white pieces, they're going to have a huge clock advantage from the get-go, and yeah, they'll need to be quick on the mouse.
Yeah.
Wow. Almost 5 minutes advantage for Arjun and about 6 minutes for Wesley. And we saw Magnus and Arjun in that photograph. I think both of them are pleased.
Yeah.
Arjun gets a 5-minute advantage. Magnus gets the pieces that he wants. And it's, yeah, Arjun has to win on demand.
Yeah.
Not an easy task.
And in the other one, Hikaru with a little over 9 minutes on the clock. You said you should have around 11 minutes. Is this danger for Hikaru Nakamura?
Well, for any mere mortal, 11 minutes sounds good. Hikaru Nakamura has not proven to be mortal. I don't think anyone's checked his blood pressure recently. He is just amazing at bullet chess. He moves so quickly. But for Wesley So, he is as solid as they come. He needs to stop that right here. He needs to play an opening that challenges Hikaru, does not allow him to go forcing variations, and use the clock as a weapon. I think Wesley can do that. He is the chess.com global champion from a year ago. He beat Hikaru Nakamura, not in Armageddon, but in the match. He's shown he's capable of doing so. I think Wesley will have to go for an opening that Hikaru can't possibly expect.
And I think for Hikaru, this is a big grudge match exactly because of that. He wants to get his revenge.
Yeah.
And it'll be refreshing to see Wesley kind of let loose and just go for his opponent, go all out for the win. It's very rare that we see Wesley take risks. We know he's capable. He's so talented. His instincts are so good. But wow, it's deja vu yet again. It's a repeat of game 1 and game 3 of the match. It's the Italian game. Will we see this become a very quiet maneuvering battle? Has Wesley come with some surprises up his sleeve? He hasn't got anywhere. He hasn't made any ground in terms of an opening advantage in those previous 2 battles. But here he needs something a bit different. Look at this. We're already on move 8, 9, and Hikaru has played every move almost instantly.
But Wesley has more time than he started with, so I don't believe Armageddon has increment. So
that's true.
These games might have to be restarted, I guess.
Oh, might be an abort there because, yeah, and we see Hikaru throw his hands in the air. He's like, what is happening?
Technical issues. There's not supposed to be increment.
And you know, very often this disturbs Hikaru a lot. He said about how much he hates being disturbed once the game is on. He's not a happy guy right now.
And also, it just gave away what his plan was. Because if Wesley repeats this opening all of a sudden, now Hikaru has to think, should I go for that same exact plan, or will I have to mix it up? Because now Wesley knows what to expect.
Oh, this is a crisis. Hikaru Nakamura now with a smile on his face, but shaking his head.
Yeah, this is a disaster. This is exactly what you don't want in an Armageddon. And Robert, the point that you brought up, that the opening's gone. What you had up your sleeve, your opponent knows now. And look at both these players. They're absolutely stunned.
What do they do now? Just switch up openings?
Yeah, it looked like Wesley was reading a computer screen. Maybe he's prepping this line now that he knows what Hikaru is going to do. I wonder if there's a restart in the other game. It looked like both games started with the Italian opening, but no, we're off again. And the clock times will be corrected, I hope. There we go. Hikaru down 9.5 minutes to play this game, and it's a race to the finish. Sudden death now. No increment. And Wesley changes it up. No more Italian game.
Oh, my God. Yeah, wow. Hikaru is not going to be happy about this. And this is exactly what happened in his playoff in the Swiss qualifiers as well, when he was playing against Daniel Dubov. And I think he had the same situation, where eventually they had to restart the match. And it was an absolute disaster. And Hikaru mentioned that in his interview later.
Yeah, and meanwhile, strange strategy here from Wesley So to change things up. It feels like you might as well just repeat the same moves, get back to the same position, and you both fight from the same kind of the same level playing field. But okay, he's gone towards the Berlin and a very closed, locked up situation here, a locked up pawn structure. Black has doubled pawns, but has the bishop pair as compensation. The reason I'm surprised is that Hikaru Nakamura, he has a reputation of being the expert in this type of structure with both colours.
Do you think this is a bit of a dirty play by Wesley to change up the opening once it's been revealed? It's just so awkward for the players, no?
Yeah, I mean, but you just have to, they're professionals. They've had to deal with all sorts of circumstances, and that's led them to be the best of the game. And they're playing a normal opening right now. So I think that for Wesley, he's using his time. Hikaru moving very quickly to start. As David said, he is the leading expert, perhaps, in the black side of these exchange Spanishes. And what we see is black has these double pawns over there on the C-file. White's pawn structure, uncompromised, is in perfect order, but black has the pair of bishops, and he'll try to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, and Hikaru, he often keeps his opponents keeps his opponents guessing which side is he going to castle. We do see that the pair of bishops is gone. White spent a couple of moves trading off black's light squared bishop, normally a very strong piece, but the remainder of the pieces, black's pieces here, they look very well placed. And offering a queen trade, he's bullying Wesley now with a thought of a drawish type of endgame. And Wesley in a must-win situation, I would be surprised if we see the queens come off. There we go, he retreats. You just can't take the queens off and allow Hikaru to lock that up with the draw. Very easy play for black if the queens disappear. At least now a bit of manoeuvring. And yeah, Hikaru playing super fast. Still a 5-minute difference between the two players, though, or 4.5-minute difference. Will that come in handy later for Wesley?
And
the white knight is on a nice square now. Sorry, Tanya.
Very nice square, as you were pointing out, because it also wants to find itself to land on the f5 square at an opportune moment, and very important for Wesley to keep all the pieces on the board, as many as he can, to keep the pressure going, to get Hikaru low on the clock. This is an Armageddon. There's no increment. Flagging your opponent is a huge part of the game strategy here. No shame in that whatsoever. And Hikaru going all out here. He pushes, harry the h-pawn, forcing white's queen to fall all the way back to its original square.
Yeah, not good news necessarily for Wesley So, but wow, Hikaru in a situation where he only needs a draw. He's pushing all his pawns forward. It's like you said earlier, Robert, your base pawn now is a bit weak. Pawns don't move backwards. Some holes in the black camp. What do we think of this one? Where's the black king going to go? Most likely it's going to go long to the queen side now.
And the problem for white is there are no pawn breaks. That's why he pushed the pawn up to g5. He took away control of the f4 square. Look at black's pawns and bishop covering all the important dark squares. So all 8 pawns on the board. The rooks are not doing anything. All of black's pawns protected. I like what Hikaru has done here. He is playing an excellent game thus far.
Yeah, and as Wesley, you need a win. Therefore, you have to open up lines. You have to open up with those pawn breaks, and he prepares that with c3, getting ready to push his central pawn.
But David, when you have to win a game, this is exactly the kind of position that you want. Wesley has to win on demand. This is a position where you're playing for all results, where draw is the least likely. He's aiming and he's dreaming to get that central break in, but Hikaru stops it. To me, the way Hikaru's played the last few moves, it looks like he's channeling his anger about what happened at the start of the game into the position.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Gotta say, I like what he's done. He's actually kept his king very flexible in the center. If the black king had gone to the queen side, there would have been levers. There would have been ways to open up lines for the white pieces. But now he's advancing slowly towards the white king, not necessarily leading up to an attack, but at least putting that fear into Wesley. And as well, in a must-win situation, you have to burn time on the clock here. The onus is on Wesley. You are the one trying to find those ideas, trying to create something. And at some point, Wesley will slow down.
My biggest question is, where is this style of game every other time they play each other? Like, they're so solid, they essentially are kind of holding back a little bit. And now, when a draw does not suffice for Wesley, he shows that he can make the game interesting from the very start. Black has finally castled kingside. This game reminds me of the one from the candidates between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Fabiano won that game with the white pieces because eventually he opened up the position. And here, that is exactly what Wesley needs to do. I think he's going to take this bishop. We just saw that the knight will recapture, and then d-pawn pushes forward. Finally, the position opens up. That's good news for the rooks that have been sitting idly in this position, and now all of a sudden it's full steam ahead. Wesley's going for just that. This is getting into dangerous territory for Hikaru's king, which looks okay for the moment, but watch out. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that beautiful pawn white pawn center right now. I can barely talk, it's so quick. But yeah, that beautiful pawn center for white, so flexible. A threat on that d4 pawn right now. You can step it forward, you can step the e pawn forward, you can just hold things together with the white queen. Bunch of choices for Wesley. Technically, in Armageddon, you should try and keep the tension as long as possible. That's what they advise, at least. But if you spot an opportunity, go for it and force Hikaru to calculate. He's still got more than 7.5 minutes, though. This should be enough. Still in the balance, despite white's structure looking really nice and healthy right now. And who would you pick here? Tanya, Robert?
Oh my God, like neither. I do not want to be in that situation in an Armageddon. Look at the position, David. The d4 pawn is hanging. It just feels like black is the one who's putting the pressure, asking the questions here that Wesley needs to answer. If he pushes that pawn, black's knight eventually after the trades can find itself on a really nice square on f4. It is looking dangerous for both sides, but this is Armageddon, and that's exactly what happens.
Yep, and Wesley keeps the tension, not stepping forward with either of his pawns yet, keeping Hikaru guessing. Very wise, I feel. And now it's pressure on black. How do you unravel? How do you keep the black king safe while finding better squares for your pieces?
I think it was smart not to initiate the trades because that gives Hikaru some easier moves and easier plans. Now with 7 pawns remaining per side, we see Hikaru step forward with his own pawn, and Wesley can do the same. He does not want to just trade. Push your pawn forward d5, keep the position closed. You have connected pawns. Your knight can reroute from its outpost on c4. It would love to go and venture over to the king side and cause the black king some harm. So that knight would love to eventually get to the f5 square. I think pawn push to d5 is absolutely necessary right now for Wesley. You cannot just trade. That gives Hikaru way too easy of the next series of moves.
Yeah, and big question, if the black knight does land in the center at some point, do you consider taking this beast off the board? Maybe this knight is worth a rook, and you do get a pawn in return. You are left with this rock-solid center for white. And if you had time now to just play one more move, you'd have maximum control. As Robert mentions, a knight on f5 here, and black will not survive. But does Wesley have that luxury? And I think you should start with this one, pushing the pawn forward, and later try to reroute the white knight. But Hikaru looking pretty relaxed, and the time advantage is disappearing. Less than 2 minutes between them now. He's played so speedy, Hikaru.
And that's the dream scenario for Hikaru, right? If he's able to get Wesley down to the same amount of time as he has, and then he's got the result odds also, this could be big disaster. And Wesley trades on c5. That's a shocking decision. Just allowing black to solve the pawn structure problem, as well as the knight gets so much activity.
Yeah, suddenly this black knight stares down at some really weak pawns. If you ever move your knight out the way now, then the black queen will be ready to swoop and pick off these weaknesses. And look at what Hikaru's done. He's throwing a thorn into the white side. This black h-pawn, if you capture it, your structure is ruined. The white king is going to be weak forever. If you bypass this pawn and step forward, then there will always be checkmating ideas against this king, thanks to this pawn. Hikaru, he's using all of his experience here, and it feels like Wesley, he's let it slip. No advantage for white at all.
And remember, Wesley has to win this game with the white pieces. Any other result means Hikaru Nakamura goes through to the winner's final. In the other one, we have Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi as well. There were no technical issues in that game, as far as I know. So these two are playing. Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces has to win it. Magnus Carlsen is playing with the black pieces. What's happening in that one?
I'm just looking over. Magnus is a pawn up. I don't see too much compensation for Erigaisi, but still complex in that one. I think Magnus is a big favourite now.
The biggest problem for Magnus, he's down 4 minutes, but he still has 5.5 minutes remaining for himself. He's doing very well. He's in control over the board, and the clock management is there.
All right. And you guys shout out if we should go over to that board. It seems like there is a lot of drama on this board, though.
Yeah, potentially. And wow, Wesley just bypasses this pawn. I'm shocked, I've got to admit. Okay, we see the bar react because now, look at the white king. It's caged. There's going to be all sorts of mating threats against it, and it has to take a time out to step back towards the center. I would be terrified of the black queen, the black knight combining as a fearsome duo against that king later on.
And what you want to really do is get that queen working with that h-pawn. You want to target that e4 pawn. Who's the defender? The pawn on f3. Get rid of that. Push that g-pawn all the way down to g4. Attack the defender. Hikaru finds another way to get the queen into the mating action. He wants to open up the e-file. If Wesley picks up that f5 pawn, at some point, that queen will drop down to e2, threatening a deadly mate on g2.
Yeah, let's just show that because that would be a huge mistake now. Capturing this pawn would allow the black queen in, and black would win. Yep, simply, this is going to end in checkmate. Some huge material losses, I think, for white if you want to prevent this. So, okay, maybe Wesley has something else up his sleeve. You could try and attack this pawn, which is temporarily loose. You could slide your queen across to threaten it. But black then, I think, would be very happy to continue stepping forward and opening up lines. Yes, you're opening up the black king, but here the white king is a big target as well. And black's pieces have more control over the center. Therefore, switching over to the king side shouldn't be too much of an issue. Time advantage completely gone.
Wow.
Yeah, looking very good for Hikaru. that anger has really driven him in this one.
Yeah.
And you see it on his face, right? His body language is like, all right, I got this one. I can lean back a little bit. But Hikaru is playing a perfect Armageddon game. From the start, it was great opening preparation, a type of position that he thrives in. He is one of the world's leading experts. He has so much experience. And now it's an open position. The white king in worse shape than black. Oh, and Wesley did take on F5 and Queen E2. We were just talking about that. Maybe there's Rook D2 that saves the day. But we're starting to trade pieces off. Wesley So needs to win the game. There are no winning chances that I see in an endgame.
Yeah, here, if you just want to draw as Hikaru, you just trade off the rooks. The white queen has to defend. You trade off the queens, and then you just pick up this pawn. It's level material. If anyone's better here, it's black. These pawns are extremely weak. Clear path for the black rook towards these pawns. And, wow, Hikaru, I think he's going to take the win in this one. And, okay, Wesley defending with his knight instead. This is hanging by a thread for white.
Yeah, but you can just attack the knight. The e-file is open. Bring your rook on that file. Hit that knight, the defender of that g2 mating attack. This is getting worse and worse for Wesley, but I don't think he had the option to trade the queens and go into that endgame, which is just suffering for white and playing for 2 results. This has gone all wrong.
And look at Hikaru on the camera. He's like a hunter. He's focused in on his prey now. He's trying to climb into the computer screen. He knows that the win is near, and he bobs his head. He's going for that white knight, that final defender. If he eliminates it, checkmate might come.
And there's a brilliant tactic here. I mean, if we just can bring up a variation, it looks like white can save that knight with sliding the rook over from d1 to e1. The problem is that the black rook will still take the knight. The queen could take the rook. You gain some material, right? No, you get checkmated on the g2 square. That's game over. So it looks like Wesley So is losing material in this position unless he trades the queens. And if he trades the queens, the queen c4 check, he's not going to be up any material. It's going to an endgame where black actually will be ahead. F5 will drop. B3 is in trouble. Rook E2 is coming. Now, Wesley has no winning chances here.
Yeah, black is the one playing for the win, if anything. And you can see on the body language now, Wesley, he is not enjoying his position at all. Let's go back to the players. Hikaru, so focused, up on the clock, up on the position. Yeah, just a masterclass.
The only good news for Wesley is that this is not happening over the board, so he doesn't get to see Hikaru like this right across, because that can be so intimidating. Look at Hikaru's body language. We've been talking about it. He's going back and forth, and he knows he's got this in his hand. He was furious at the start of the game, and with the black pieces, this has been crushing, actually.
Yeah, and it's also an endgame between Erigaisi and Carlsen, where Magnus has a big advantage. So it might come down to the clock there, whether Erigaisi can flag Magnus. Looking unlikely at this moment, but it looks like having the black pieces in the Armageddon, big advantage.
Yeah. And you guys call out if you think we should shift the boards. It's looking so good for Hikaru Nakamura.
And now all he needs to do, move the rook to a safe square. There we go, retreats. I think Wesley has to start a counterattack, maybe bring the white rook on the open file. There we go, up the board. Eye up some of those weak black pawns. You do have a 3 versus 2 advantage on the king side. If you can hit some of those pawns, win some of those pawns, at least there'll be some imbalance. So,
not just that, David. There's also an idea to pick up the a5 pawn. Watch out for that.
Clever.
You defend g5 with your move rook g7. I think it's on the board. Can white actually go for this tactic of picking up the a5 pawn? You sacrifice your knight, but then black's knight is hanging on c5.
Yeah, I think you have to go for this. Otherwise, you might just be suffering in an endgame due to the weakness of this pawn. And knight takes pawn to show it. It has happened. It has landed on the board. If this knight was captured, then the black knight drops. You called it, Tanya. But Hikaru ignores it. He activates his rook, and he's so active right now. Still some devastating threats against the white king. If the white king's forced into the corner, then there will always be tricks. White's knight moves, and now I would want to give a check. I'm not sure whether you need to rush, but also this pawn is undefended suddenly. Feels like black still has this one under control.
Black is doing very well, but for Wesley, this is the best that he's had all game. The objective evaluation is good for black, but now he has some chances. Look at those black pawns on h3 and g5. They're going to be needing those rooks defending them, but the problem is the white king can't get into the action. If that king could just jump up to g3 somehow through the rook, then you're in good shape, but you can never cross the second rank. That rook on e2 can slide 2 squares over in front of the white king, deliver it a check. So yeah, the king is not escaping up the board, and that means that black has everything under control.
Yeah. And white needs to watch out for a threat like knight d2 at the right time, at an opportune moment, because he still might have the resource to jump back with his own knight to d4 in response to that. But definitely, if black's knight can join the rook and pawn into the attack, it will be bad news for Wesley's king.
Wow, and he's advancing his pawn forward. This is not going to help him win, though. At the very least, you just trade off this pawn, and every set of trades that happens, black gets closer to the win. Hikaru looks away. Maybe he's thinking of something else. Maybe the black knight could have jumped in, as Tanya mentioned anyway, but he does eliminate all danger, and he's a minute up on the clock. Very best Wesley can hope for is to trade off all the pieces, but actually a knight capture would allow the black knight to jump in decisively. This one looks over almost. At least in terms of winning chances for white.
Just want to give a quick shout because Magnus Carlsen looks like he is about to at least draw his game in the near future. So it looks like Magnus and Hikaru in the driver's seat. That would mean a clash between them.
Wow.
I believe that's what everyone typically is waiting for in these types of events.
Already on day 3 in the Airthings Masters and the 2023 season, a clash between Hikaru and Magnus.
And,
incredible.
Wow, I think we're about to see a draw here. White's rook steps up. If Hikaru wants, he just gives a check and repeats the position, a dance between the rooks.
And you look at him and you know that's going to happen. He's not gonna push this one. He might even know that he's better, but he's just going to give a check, force White's rook to come back, and then go drop back with his own rook.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's over. Wesley So with a draw in this game. Wesley is knocked down to the losers bracket. Hikaru Nakamura makes it through to the winners final that will be played tomorrow. He's going to face either Magnus Carlsen or Arjun Erigaisi. Let's jump into that Armageddon game. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces only needs a draw in this game. Arjun has to win it. What's happening?
And it's definitely not going to be a win for Arjun. Unfortunately, he's a pawn down in a rook endgame. Magnus has 3 minutes. No chance really of flagging him here, despite the lack of increment. And I think the players have agreed to a draw. Magnus is through. It's confirmed.
That means, ladies and gentlemen, on day 3 of the Airthings Masters, we will see a winners final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. We couldn't have asked for a better winners final.
Completely unexpected. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. Who would have thought? But the good news is for the fans of Arjun Erigaisi and Wesley So, their tournament is not done. The double elimination format leaves them in the thick of things. Yeah. And so, of course, our eyes will be on Magnus and Hikaru, the beasts of online chess. But Wesley So and Arjun, they still have their chances.
Yeah. And Arjun, what a fight he gave it today, winning a game against Magnus as well.
Just amazing stuff. And coming back in that third game with the black pieces, the way he played, I think there is a lot of positive to take away from it. And he knows he has one more shot. He has one more life left in this tournament. He's definitely going to make the most of it. And I think that win gives him a lot of confidence going forward.
Yeah.
Tanya, it's Gukesh against Erigaisi tomorrow. Your loyalties will be tested.
You know how commentators are supposed to be not biased? That's my approach for tomorrow.
Yeah. And David, we got Armageddon chess today. What's your reaction? What was it like?
It was exciting. Unfortunately, just for the players with the white pieces, Erigaisi and Wesley So, they never got going. It's just a masterclass in terms of control from Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. Not taking risks, controlling things, keeping the clock under watchful gaze as well. And in the end, it was just deserved results for those two.
Have we learned anything in terms of bidding, Robert? What seems to be a good strategy?
It shows that Hikaru and Magnus, they can go to that 9.5, 10-minute range. But we saw how close it was between Wesley and Hikaru. They both desperately wanted the black pieces. So there's some game theory involved. Someone call up a professor, get some advice, because, at some point you're just figuring out, my opponent wants this and I want that. How do we bid properly? In 9 minutes and 28 seconds, that was Hikaru's bid. He thought that Wesley would go near that time. So both players on the same page.
Yeah.
The strat seems to be that you want the black pieces, but you don't want to fall below 9 minutes.
Yeah.
We're learning. We're taking it.
And Magnus Carlsen, what can you say about his performance today, David?
It wasn't as smooth as previous days, as yesterday, where he was really in top form. I think he was really shaken by that defeating Game 3 against Erigaisi, where it did turn around quite quickly, when it looked like Magnus was cruising, in control, but Erigaisi got the win. So Magnus, he will be happy to have got through today. He'll be really relieved, but tomorrow, what a fight it's going to be. He's going to have to up his game. He's got to be better than he was today, Magnus, to take down Hikaru.
I think Magnus is really looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
He loves playing against Hikaru.
Definitely. I mean, everyone is looking forward to that one. We are hoping to get some reactions from the players. And we're joined by Hikaru Nakamura, the winner of the match against Wesley. So big congratulations, Hikaru.
Thank you so much. It was a tough match, but I found a way to win the one game that mattered.
Definitely. Take us through, first of all, your thoughts behind the bidding in the Armageddon there.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually very surprised how close it was. I thought when it's funny. Originally, I was going to bid in the 950s because I thought there's no way Wesley would go below 10 minutes. I thought I was going to bid like 950, 955, just something under 10. But then I'm like, okay, I'll go as low as I can because why leave it to chance that somehow he bid? So basically in my mind, I was thinking, how much time am I willing to give him? Like if I have to play with the white pieces, how much time am I at the point where it's like, if I can't beat him with white, then it's like, so be it. And I basically thought it was 9.5 minutes or a 5.5 minute time advantage, which is how I came up with 928. And yeah, he bid 944. I think whoever got the black pieces, if they survived the opening, was going to have great chances to move on. And it just happened to be me.
Yeah. So you basically bid on your limit there with 928?
Well, I mean, I maybe I'll play Magnus and bid lower. You never know. But sort of, I basically looked at it and I thought, okay, what is the time at which, if I have to play with white and I play and let's just say I don't win the game, where am I going to be like, it's like, okay, I had this time edge. That's life. Wesley was better than me. And I put it at 5.5 minutes. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily the max against Magnus, but at least for Wesley, that was my thought process and it worked out. So I'm pleased.
Definitely. It was a big upset, though, in the start of the game. Some technical issues, increments started running. Wesley, when you restarted the game, chose another opening. What was going through your head there?
I mean, I had the same situation in the qualifiers. I mean, I played against, I think, Dubov, I think it was, and I played Dubov in the second, I think, rapid game, and I played like E4, C5, Knight 3, E6, and then they aborted the game, and then we started again, and it's, to me, if the moves have been played and it's not like one side is winning or losing, I don't know. It seems really feels like one of those unwritten rules that you don't just suddenly play a different opening. At least that's my attitude, because I did consider it when I played Dubov. I thought, okay, maybe I'll just play D4, something different, because I've seen these playing something. It was like, I mean, you've played the moves, you shouldn't really take them back. So that's just my personal opinion. I don't really feel like it's correct, but it's what it is. And when you're doing online chess, obviously things can get a little bit wild.
Definitely. And I think the whole chess world is so excited to see you back on the Champions Chess Tour, Hikaru, now with a new format, double elimination, the time control being 15+3. What do you think about it so far?
I mean, the format is great because now I'm in the top 3, I think, so I definitely qualify for the next tournament, which makes me very, very happy. Yeah, overall, it's very similar to previous years in the knockout phase. I mean, I think double elimination definitely makes it more interesting. You can have like a bad day and come back and still win the whole event. So for the fans, I think it's better. And yeah, it's kind of crazy to be in this situation, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
And Hikaru, you and Wesley always neck and neck. And you often play this Berlin draw. So what was going through your mind heading into Game 4, making that draw? Was it for the memes?
Well, I mean, first of all, like Armageddon is always better content than having no Armageddon. I think tie breaks or Armageddon are always better than not having them. That's the first thing. But I mean, really, Wesley and I have played a lot. We played in the Chess Global Championship last year in Toronto. And I mean, that match was actually very similar to this. It's just at the very end, I tried really hard to push and win with white in the 7th game, and it didn't work out. It backfired. Wesley won that game, won the last game, and then he won the tournament very deservedly. So, and this match was very similar. And I just told myself, I'm not gonna do anything insane there. I have the white pieces in the last game, and I felt very confident. I mean, to me, the thing that's surprising is just how low Wesley bid, because, like I said, I assumed that I was going to bid lower than him. I really never thought there was any way he was going to bid below like 11 minutes. I just didn't see it happening. So I'm just glad that I went with what I thought was max. I think if the colors were reversed, there's a very good chance that Wesley's in the final instead of me.
But it is you in the winners final against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow, Hikaru. What's going to be your strategy and plan heading into that big match?
I mean, no strategy, no plan. This is pretty much a vacation from far worse things that are going on in my life right now, or far more depressing things, shall we say. So for me, I mean, this is almost a vacation getting to play chess. So I'm just enjoying it as much as I can.
How difficult is it when stuff is going on in your personal life to be able to focus in a mental sport like chess?
Well, the first thing is that, luckily I seem to be pretty decent at this game called chess, especially in rapid and blitz formats. And that definitely helps a lot because I mean, like yesterday, for example, I basically was just pounding nothing but caffeine for about 10 hours or so. Maybe not 10 hours, but like right up until I played against Gukesh. Life is what it is. People pass on. Things happen. That's how it goes. But for me, I think really it's just finding the joy in playing chess and separating or compartmentalizing things, and just, you just try to play. And for me, I think, as I said, luckily I seem to have pretty set openings. I seem to be fairly decent at it, and it definitely helps when you can kind of just play on feel as opposed to having to waste hours or weeks or months about on preparation. And Magnus obviously knows about that all too well, so that's what it is.
Hikaru, we're sending warm thoughts towards you and your family, and wish you best of luck in the winners final tomorrow.
Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us. Bye. It's going to be such a big winners final tomorrow. Hikaru against Magnus Carlsen, and I think we're also joined by Magnus. Congratulations on another match win, Magnus.
Yeah, thank you.
So before I start asking you about tomorrow's big winners final, you end the day with Armageddon here. Can you first of all take us through your tactics, your thought process in the bidding process there?
I thought 10 minutes would be nice, and I bid 10:01, sort of hoping that he would bid exactly 10 minutes and I would get white, because I thought that would be then I thought that would be good for me as well. So that was basically just bid something where I felt good with both outcomes.
Okay, so you were, even though you were happy with how the bidding turned out?
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay.
So yeah, no worries there.
Could you reveal to us what would sort of be your limit? Were you bidding on your limit, or could you go even lower?
I mean, I sort of had to make it up on the fly, but I mean, you can play very decent chess with much less time as that, but this was probably like close to where I would feel like comfortable, I would say.
All right. And 2 days into the Airthings Masters, how do you feel about the way you're playing chess now, Magnus?
I wasn't so happy with the way that I played the final 4 games today. First game was very good. Good decision making. Then, yeah, the last 3 games weren't so good. Especially the third game was pretty unnecessary. He did find a lot of good resources there. I thought I was outplaying him a bit, but it turned out like he was always staying in there, and then I got short of time, and he found this resource with Queen e4. So that was a bit vexing, because I thought, like, after I survived the second game, I thought that the match was, if not over, then close to it, but that was not the case at all.
Magnus, it's been a few days now since you've landed in Canada. What's it like out there?
It's pretty much the same as in Norway. The weather, the culture. Also, there are a lot of Norwegians here, so it's pretty much the same.
We've been wondering if it's a lot of sound, a lot of like music and stuff going on in the background when you're playing. Are they keeping quiet, or what's happening in the house when you are playing the tournament?
No, that's fine. The boys are having fun, but I can't really hear anything. So it's a house that's well set up for people both streaming and doing other things.
Yeah, definitely. And tomorrow, Magnus, a big winners final is coming up. I think the whole world, the whole chess world is cheering, because it's going to be Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. Are you excited about that?
I haven't thought so much about it yet, but it's been a long time since we played rapidly against each other. And what he has shown here, and what he showed in the in the World Rapid as well, is that he's not so easy to beat. And today he managed the feat of going through without a single win. So that's going to be sort of the main challenge, I think, tomorrow, to create winning chances.
Yeah.
And Magnus, your last extended match against Hikaru was the Speed Chess Championship. He, of course, took that one down. Does that play on your mind at all, or is it a new tournament and a new mindset?
Well, he's done well against me for a while now, so it certainly won't be easy.
And with Hikaru in the mix, this new tour format, Magnus, also you've been very vocal about how much you enjoy speed chess and playing these events. Also about how you feel about classical chess, especially after Tata Steel. It was completely spent. You looked completely spent. No Classical World Championship coming up this year for you. How significant is the Champions Chess Tour and the Airthings Masters for you this season?
No, it's big, and now we have a unified tour with all the best players, and it's really prestigious. So I really want to do well.
Yeah. Magnus, we wish you best of luck tomorrow in the big winners final, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Players are excited. We are excited. I bet everyone at home is excited about tomorrow's winners final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. This is the bracket. We're only 2 days into the Airthings Masters Day 3 coming up tomorrow. We're going to start out with losers quarterfinals Wesley So against Alexei Sorana. Arjun Ergaisi and Gukesh, 2 teenagers, both from India, up against each other. Is that very prestigious for both of those 2 young players, Tanya?
You know, the Indian fans are going to be torn because I know that they love both these players a lot. So it's going to be tough to pick one. It's a huge match for India, for these 2 players to keep in the race. They're good friends. They understand each other's style a lot. And that's never pleasant. But I think tomorrow, it's not going to be about friendship. All of that's going to be forgotten. They're going to come out all guns blazing.
Yeah, and on the losers bracket, it is best out of 2 rapid games with Armageddon tie breaks if necessary. We also then have Wesley So being knocked down from the winners bracket today to face Alexei Sorana. And you are a big... you say many nice things about Alexei Sorana, basically, Robert. What chances do you give him against Wesley So?
He just beat Ali Reza Firouzja convincingly today, so he can beat anybody on the planet. I don't say that lightly. We saw how happy Sorana was today. He was impressed by his own chess. It means the world to him. And Wesley So, he's coming off probably what feels like a disappointing performance. He drew that final game, but he really didn't have a chance. It was a solid affair, but nothing spectacular of the likes we've seen from Wesley So. So I think Alexei Sorana has serious chances, and you have to watch out for that opening preparation.
Okay, wow. So that's going to be exciting as well. We're going to start out day 3 with the losers bracket before the big winners final. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. What do you expect, David?
I can't wait. I predict that both of them will bring their best chess. They can hit these really high levels, but as Magnus mentioned, creating winning chances against these guys, it's a mutual thing there. Creating winning chances, that's going to be the hardest thing. It could well go down to the Armageddon again.
Yeah. Division 1 is turning into something super exciting, you guys. But there's also 2 more divisions going on in the Airthings Masters Division 3. And these are results from today in Division 2. And some big news, you guys. Jan Nepomniachtchi never turned up for his match. Is that a surprise?
No, it's not a surprise, and the reason why is not because he didn't want to play. He was traveling. He was in transit to his over-the-board classical tournament. I feel pretty confident he will be back tomorrow. That's what double elimination is for. But Jan Nepomniachtchi hands the match over to Alexander Predke. But in terms of people who are showing off their chess might, Fabiano Caruana beating a very tough opponent, 2.5-half. He moves on. Great showing by the American superstar, who probably wants to find himself in Division 1 next time.
So, winners semifinals coming up in Division 2 tomorrow, as well as losers quarterfinals. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he will then use his second life and play on the losers bracket tomorrow. That's your predictions.
Certainly.
All right. What a day. What a day, you guys. This has been a long day. It's been a fun day, and we have more excitement coming up tomorrow with a big winners final and losers quarterfinals. So join us again. We hope you have enjoyed the chess today, and we'll keep enjoying it tomorrow. But wherever you are in the world, have a good night, have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow.